also lead us in prayers, and we proceed with the first presentation after this prayer.
So let's pray. Father God, creator of the universe and earth, for all you have been and done for us, for our welfare, our environment, our economy, our partnerships, for our nations, and for our leaders, for all you have done for our children and for everybody. We thank you. Thank you for the day that ended yesterday and all that we discussed. We pray even for the day today, all the agenda we have, and everybody responsible, that the Holy Spirit guide us through the wonderful and workable deliberations. Be with us from the start to the finish. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Dr. Saleh from Muslim Council of Tanzania.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For the name of God, most gracious creator and owner of the universe, we thank you for the day, time, and gathering, as we had begun yesterday and we're wishing to continue today. We obediently ask to us for protection, wisdom, and confer your blessings for smooth discussion and resolution of this gathering. Sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Amen.
Thank you very much. Now we start with the first presentation. Our first presentation is on climate change and fiscal risks. This topic will mainly focus on risk associated with taking or not taking action on climate change effects. The effects of not financing climate action to social welfare of the people and environment. The session will also highlight strategies for managing these risks, including the use of risk management tools and integration of climate action into fiscal policy frameworks and best practice on this subject matter. I would like to welcome the panelists. The moderator of this session is Tracy from Zimbabwe, and she's going to welcome her panels to sit on my right-hand side. Please, a round of applause for Tracy as she comes. And it's over to you to introduce your panel and to proceed with the first presenter. All right, so the panel today will be sitting up front here because we have the monitors on the lower side, so there will be no need to move up and down. And I would like to introduce the presenter of this session. This is none other but Reverend Professor Dr. Aidan Msafiri. A round of applause for him. He is a senior lecturer and a research fellow for climate ethics, business ethics, and ethics of sustainability at Mweka College of African Wildlife Management in Moshi, Tanzania. He's also a visiting professor at Stellenbosch University, Cape Town, South Africa. He got first-class PhD on environmental ethics at the Vienna State University, Austria in 2023. He is a founder and managing CEO of Kilimanjaro Consortium for Development and Environment, KCDE. As you can see, the banner is on my left-hand side. And UN Climate Change Ambassador. He serves on the advisory board of Globe Ethics Network East Africa, representing Tanzania. He has published several books, particularly with Globe Ethics, Net Focus Books, Geneva, Switzerland. He has also published many books and chapters, articles in national and international journals. Most of these are e-books and are found in Amazon.com. He has traveled all over the world, conferences, symposiums. He's an international expert and also widely used locally. His latest book, entitled How Relevant and Timely is Laudato Si for Africa. He will explain that, I guess. So a round of applause to welcome Reverend Professor Dr. Aidan Msafiri. Karibu sana. So over to you, Tracy.
Thank you very much. So we'll introduce also the panelists. I think after our first presentation, I'll invite Reverend Dr. Professor to the podium.
So good morning to you all. Hello, are you there? Okay. Can I have them? Thank you. To begin with, I just want to express my gratitude to the conveners of this very important conference, donors, and our very, very important wazes, the CPA Ludovick Utouh and Kilagani, and all the sponsors and the Wajibu staff and friends. Okay, before I begin my presentation, I would like to make some fundamental observations and claims. 5 of them, please know them, 5 of them. The first one is, when we are talking about risks, we are talking about quantitative mathematical issues. So quantitatively, statistically, mechanically, 1. But also, the risks are not only empirical, but they also qualitative. So we use the quantitative and the qualitative research methodologies to evaluate, to make a post-mortem of the taxonomies of fiscal risk. Fiscal, all of you, you know this is about money, pecunia, finance, taxes. Okay, so the risks are not only mathematical, please. Second, there is no one formula to calculate this, 100%. Third, with 9 billion people, citizens of this world, we have today, as we are talking also, 9 billion risks, including myself and yourself, to the planet. Tell your fellow, we are also part of this risk. Tell your fellow, just tell your fellow, we are also part of this risk. Third, with the age of the world, 4.5 billion years of the mother planet, we cannot reverse, repay, refund all these damages and risks. The world is 4.5 billion years, and it took many years for these processes, soil flora, soil fauna, plants and animals, to have this one, okay, to take place. And lastly, the effects, the risks are colossal, politically, economically, medically, socially, environmentally, infrastructurally, etc., etc., etc. So we can never get the calculus the calculus right. We can never get the calculus right. Okay, there we go. As an introduction, climate change is number one global crisis, global challenge, and the magnifying glass of all problems we are having. It's the magnifying glass. And what we are calculating, dear friends, this is only the tip of an iceberg. We are just calculating some very, very few observable, there are non-observable, measurable, there are also non-measurable, calculable, there are also non-calculable, risks and impacts, politically and so forth. Okay, as a matter of fact, many of these can never be calculated, and some examples of financial markets and their roles include global stock markets. You know, like when people invest in buildings or mobiliar industry, when there are cyclones and hurricanes destroy all this, how do you repay this? But also in terms of biodiversity, okay, mitigation, adaptation fund, climate finance, we can never ever repay 100% for these damages which happen and will keep on happening by on this Mother Earth for just dishing out money, dollars and so forth. Okay, this is still September. You know this is in Libya. This happened last 3 weeks, 4 weeks in Libya. You cannot repay this. This is when I say we repay, this is nonsense. We can never repay for that, for those damages. So from a quantitative point of view, global financial institutions are increasingly being more exposed to both physical and transitional risks. Again, transitional risks, ever than more before, by giving substantial funds, credits, grants to multiple global socioeconomic infrastructural activities. And among others, the 6 largest Wall Street banks, the largest Wall Street banks in the United States, committed more than $700 billion towards fossil fuel financing from 2016 to 2018. And this, I mean, life will never be the same again, guys. Life will never be the same again. Now, according to a recent World Bank report of 12th May 2023, it is claimed that climate change-related risks, related threats, challenges, yeah, qualitative and quantitative, could drive 216 million people to migrate within their own countries by 2015, with hotspots of internal migration. Yeah, you know, we have climate-induced migrants, we have political-induced migrants, or refugees, we have religion-based or induced refugees, all these trajectories, all these spaces. But again, today, we have more climate-related refugees than ever before. So, my presentation will be 4 parts. I'll go very quick. Quantitative risks and costs, so the calculus, the rocket science of it. We can never get the right answer for the climate change action or inaction. Part 2 will be some destructive ethical and moral ideological risks of climate change. Again, climate change is per excellence, is per se an ethical problem. And ethical problems need ethical solutions. Mathematical problems need mathematical solutions. Spiritual problems need spiritual solutions. Political problems need political, statistical problems need. So when we sort of giving political blah, 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 blah to ethical things, yesterday I said, this is on the first place lifestyle ethical problem, and it needs ethical solution. Okay, part 3 will be climate finance. Yesterday we talked about this, so I will simply jump that for the matter of time. And 4th, way forward, some critical management tools, frameworks, and strategies. Okay, there we go. Methodology. There is a methodology I developed in the last 10 years. Action. Action means analysis. So A for analysis, C convince, the mind, the heart, the psychomotor. T, transform mindsets. Transform mindsets. I innovate, initiate, or observe and end network. So the 17th goal of Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Okay, some quantitative, so financial, fiscal risks of climate change. The first one, these are quantifiable, and there are quantifiable and non-quantifiable risks. There is increased global famine risks through decadal droughts, nutritional insecurities. You have the paper, you'll get it. In Tanzania, in Eastern Africa, yeah, drought map from Eastern Africa source, you know. Very, very pathetic. A prominent Stern review publication attests that declining crop yields are likely to leave hundreds of millions without the ability to produce or purchase sufficient food. And when we are talking about people, you know, so many people died, yeah? These are not only numbers. There are personalities, there are talents, there are values, there are visions in these people. You know, like the First World War, 100 million. 50 million, 50 million people died. But these are not only numbers. Visionaries died. Second World War. I'm talking about war, an example. 100 million. These are not only personalities. In the Ukraine, people, yesterday, BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, 20 people died. These are not only numbers. These are humans. These are visions. These are visionaries. These are talents. That's why the richest place on earth is not US, Norway, Dubai, where is the graveyard, the cemetery, Makaburini. Why? Because many people who have talents died without realizing their talents. And this is pathetic. So there are no 100 perfect formulae to discuss this. Biodiversity. This took millions of years. Ecosystems, wildlife fiscal risks, and vulnerabilities. And a rise in 1.5 degrees Celsius makes everything different. More bacterial, you know, like you have the highland malaria. And from a Tanzanian perspective, quantitative and qualitative biodiversity loss are crystal clear. These are not myths. These are not kusadikika kufikirika. These are realities, dear friends. Massive depletion of a myriad of biological species. I come from Kilimanjaro. I have an organization, Kilimanjaro Consortium for Development and Environment. We plant 1 million trees every year. Trees are the lungs of the world. Yesterday you got the science. I don't want to go back to the science. Okay? Critical economic and developmental risks and vulnerabilities. Yeah, climate change and underdevelopment is a vicious circle. It's a vicious circle. There are inseparable quantitative and qualitative and quantitative impacts, particularly on the primary and secondary economy. For those of us who studied economics, secondary economy, primary economy, etc. Survival of the fittest, yeah? So this gathering and so forth. Giving rise to North Atlantic Western classical life view. I am because I am, yeah? This, I don't need you. In Europe, how do people think? One philosopher said, cogito ergo sum, this is Latin. I think, therefore I am. Do you exist? Yeah. But this monitor does not exist. I cannot ask a question, yeah, please, can you tell where are you? I think, therefore I am. But this is the survival of the fittest, yeah, syndrome. Disappearance of African wildlife views. I am because we are. There will be no royal tour. There will be no effective, sustainable, and resilient royal tour industry without survival of wildlife, biodiversity, ecosystems, in the national parks, Lake Manyara. If the flamingos are not there, nobody is interested to come and see Manyara dried, or Serengeti, or Ngorongoro crater. Nobody. So these all accumulate to the fiscal risks in the tourist industry, okay? On the secondary economy, space, landscape, following negative consequences are very evident. Increase of costs of repairs, homes, cars, technical operators, uncertainties in life plans, visions, dreams of youth, massive risks of investment, rent and credit industry is very volatile today. Why? Because 50 years ago, there were no such risks. Climate-induced, climate-based risks. And today, insurance companies, I was in Europe I came back last 3 weeks, And some of these climate catastrophes, risks are not integrated in the current insurance companies in Europe, in Germany, in Switzerland, in Austria. No, you cannot integrate them because you will just simply get bankrupt. You will just destroy your insurance company if you inculcate these risks. That's why it's very, very important to know this, okay? Loss of human life, again. If I sell all the world, I cannot buy you, guy. If I say this Grand Melia and the cars outside and everything nice in Arusha, we cannot buy you. Because you are more than the material things. Okay, loss of human life, violation of human dignity, rights. And this is a champagne glass economy. The champagne glass economy shows the population, 20% of the world population is enjoying, is using 83% of world resources, including water, health facilities, everything. 20% second world, 10%. 60% of world population, 7%, including me and you. Embu kasirikeni kidogo, kasirika. Unacheka. Okay, some critical human health risks. These are there. You know, air pollution in Europe. Sorry. Air pollution in Europe, air pollution in America. 10 years ago, I went to China. And sometimes you cannot see your fingertips due to more fog. Yeah? And it's crazy. And we cannot buy someone who is dying today of this Anthropocene. Actually, underline that. The world is now anthropocentric in the sense that anthropos in Greek means human person. So human person-induced related climate change risks. We are the greatest polluters or the causes, leaving behind other realities and scientific evidence. Yeah, the world would have warmed a little bit without us, without Anthropocene, but not at that speed, not at that astronomical, hypothetical speed. Okay? There are indirect qualitative effects on human health. Malaria, so the living standards, GHI. There is one friend of mine, a professor of economics, who has come up, Mzee Utouh, you are a statistician and a mathematician, came up with GHI, not gross domestic product formula, but gross happiness index. If you want to know that you are happy, you ask, are you happy with your ministers? Are you happy with your boss? Are you happy with your presidents? So this is another formula, GHI, gross happiness index. You cannot measure happiness, my dear friends. You can measure the amount of GDP, yeah, income over population. You get it. The calculus. But you cannot get happiness. So, again, malaria, malnutrition, diarrhea, disorders. I am telling you, friends, 40% of ischemic heart diseases are related to climate change. And you say, okay, like, you know, the budget, the Tanzanian budget for health is the largest, eh? But you would have invested, as academic, I would have invested more on sustainable development to reduce the effects of pollution, so that people don't go to look for health, medical support, medical solutions, medical whatever. 10% of all the strokes are related to climate change. 11% of chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. 6% of lung cancer. Please, this you cannot calculate them. People who are intelligent have died of this, and you say, yeah, 4 people died. So what? They died with their talents, with their visions, with their responsibilities, with their accountability to their families, to their countries, to the world. And you're saying, the money. So others, cardiovascular diseases, risks, associate other cancers, skin cancer, neurological disorders, gastrointestinal diseases, kidney diseases, liver diseases, skin, asthma, bronchitis, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, etc. So recently, the DALI concept model, please, is known as disability adjusted life year. Shows 2 factors, the number of years lost, and on the other side, the fraction of healthy years lost. qualitatively and critically analyzed through the DALI model. For instance, if an elderly 70 years old person die with life expectancy of 10 years, dies of heart failure, this would be 10 years lost. 10 years lost. So we lose also our years, according to this formula, to this methodology, to this principle, in terms of disability, intellectual disability, emotional disability, psychomotor disability, financial, economic, social, etc., spiritual disability. Some critical oceanographic fiscal risks also. Sea level rise locally and globally. This is a reality. You read the paper. I don't want to go to the sciences. Some critical fiscal risks on vulnerabilities and risks of intensification of hurricanes. In order for a hurricane to get started, dear friends, it requires at least 26.5% of warm water. Example, the superstorm Sandy storm in 2012 struck New York area, caused at least $75 billion damage. You can have this one. Look at this. Yeah, the Washi, December, that caused deaths and money. We are talking about deaths, but go beyond the deaths, please. Bofa, Hian, Maria, Idai, Freddy, March this year, Daniel, September, Libya, Egypt, Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria. How many deaths? You see them? This is not, we have to be more serious, guys, yeah? Other qualitative now, qualitative, non-calculable, non-measurable, non-empirical, non-statistical, non-mathematical climate change risks increase the hypertensive scenarios among megacities dwellers caused by traffic jams, New York City, etc. You know, in New York, if you go to New York, I've been there several times, it's the never sleepy city. If you get there at 3 o'clock at night or at 12, everyone is busy and you know. So, but this also has a qualitative aspect of more stress to the people there. Temporal rise in blood pressure, hearing impairment of disordered hearing practices for adults, etc. So, part 2. This is more important. We have seen the statistical, empirical part, now the qualitative part. The ethical, moral trajectories, underpinnings of this narrative, of this conversation. Yeah? The radical anthropocentric life view. That the human person, I-centeredness, not we-centeredness, I-centeredness. The hyper-turbo selfish egoism of 9 billion world citizens. 9 billion world citizens of 61 million Tanzanian citizens. If you use water, you don't, the Swiss, the ambassador yesterday, asked us, how many trees have you planted? I plant 1 million trees. These are the lungs of the world. Yeah? But I teach young people and ask, have you planted a tree? No, father. If I plant a tree, I die before I harvest it. Because it takes too many years. Okay, the extreme cosmocentric, only the world is important. Minerals, cosmos, yeah? The geology. The destructive pathocentric life view and its effects. Greek word pathos, so pathology, suffering, pain, agony, torment. This life view, advocated especially by the Australian scholar, is also very, very dangerous. The destructive hyper-postmodern consumerist lifestyle. I am because I am. I am because I consume. I am because I have 4 iPhone 16. I am because I have 4 VX, whatever. I am because I have a White House. You know, this consumerist philosophical ideology. So the dog eats dogs destructive myth. Yeah, it advocates trampling on others, on environment, on climate, on resources, on what? Yeah, never consider neither dignity or human rights. The survival of the fittest and fastest. Charles Darwin, 137 years ago, came up with this formula, with this theory, yeah, survival of the fittest. I have developed my own, which is known survival of the fastest. Fast, faster, fastest. And today's world, people are destroying the world in terms of environment by saying, I believe in profit, super profit, and all the profits. I, as a Catholic priest, we say, I believe in the God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Today's people, crazy world, say, I believe in profit, super profit, and all the profits, 361 degrees, regardless what I do to you, regardless what I do to the Mother Earth. So I believe in profit, super profit, and all the profits, regardless whatever rubbish I do to Earth, I do to my human beings also. So nice guys, girls come second. Myth. These are myths. You'll have them. All that matters is the bottom line. The Americans, the bottom line. The bottom line. Yeah? It maintains that life on human struggles is about one thing only: profit, profit, profit. That's why we have to start with the 3 P's. This one is profit, planet, people. But ethically, we need to start with people, planet, profit. Do you get me? So this trajectory. So keep calm and the business as usual. Keep calm. Destructive life views and philosophies. This includes us, the dog eats dog climate action syndrome. So what inaction, yeah? The biggest sins, I say that also as a priest, is not only the sins of commission, the sins of omission. The Germans, they have a saying, was geht mich an? This is none of my business. This is none of my business. The dog eats the dog. The ignorant ostrich climate action syndrome. You see a problem, empirically, statistically, the problems of climate change, and you just put your head and say, the problem is no longer there. Forget about it. Everything is poor. It's cool. Okay? The arrogant buffalo climate action syndrome. Some guys, NGOs are very good. Of course, some of the NGOs are not good, be they climate or whatever. You know the meaning of an NGO? Non-governmental organization, or nah, is nothing is going on. Say, nothing is going on. This is the meaning of an NGO. So you have NGOs in the iPads, in the laptops, in the whatever, in the mobile phones, in the smartphones. Okay, the tortoise withdrawal climate action syndrome. I don't care. The problems are there. I just withdraw. I just pull in my head. Okay, the stubborn elephant climate action syndrome. So what should we do? Some of these syndromes, some of these sins. Okay, so let's I'm just part 3. Climate finance. Yesterday you saw it, you heard about it. I will not go into details with this. Allow me, please, to go to number 4. Some strengths of the opportunities of adaptation, mitigation. You know them, you heard them. Let me go to the number last part. Okay, critical weaknesses. You have them. You read them. Corruptive practices. The business as usual syndrome. Cancer. Part 4. Way forward. What should we do? Some salient issues. There is urgent need to harmonize climate finance policies, especially on adaptation, mitigation, damage, loss, locally and globally. There is need to develop a common understanding and vision. CUV. Common understanding and vision. Otherwise, we are developing the Tower of Babel. And sometimes I say we need also to politicize this science. This is crazy. Everything politics, politics. And the politicians, they think that they know more than than scientists. And scientists don't have chance. Okay? There is need to encourage green political parties. I saw them. You can go to Germany, Switzerland, Austria. Some political parties. Young people start political parties. For green political parties, green political parties. We will join you guys if you start green political parties. And not the current parties. Okay? To develop a global financial and regulatory framework for decarbonization of energy transition and green growth. To develop principles of continuity, equity. These are ethical, spiritual values, quantitative, resilience, sustainability, trust. I have a book I bought in Switzerland titled Trust as a New Global Currency. Could you repeat that? Trust as a new global currency. The world has money, but if they don't trust you, they will not give you money. So trust as a new global currency is far much more important and relevant than dollar and pound and euro, you name it, and gold, etc., etc. So to develop this, on capacity building space, there is urgent need, dear friends, to mainstream climate change, collective education, collective awareness for collective wowing. collective awareness, collective responsibility, collective accountability, collective transparency for collective wowing. Okay? To reconsider gender issues, yes, and challenges in the entire climate change matrix. To avoid the pure legalistic mathematical calculus of, yeah, how many billions, so what? You cannot calculate that because it took 4.5 billion years these things to process, to come to existence, and you cannot delete them. You cannot spam them. You cannot simply put them in a mathematical formula. To put more emphasis on focus, especially on eco-education, for transformation and deep change. Deep change, why? There are three types of change in the world. You have arithmetic change, 1, 2, 3, million, billion, trillion. This is arithmetic change. But there is geometric change model. 2 times 2, 4, 4 times 4, 16, 16 times 16, 600, and so forth. But there is the so-called deep change. And this encompasses the heart. That's why the longest distance on the universe, the longest distance is not from Cape Town to Hamburg or to Vancouver. It is from the head to the heart. You go and measure it, it is only 30 centimeters. 30 centimeters, you measure it. But that means whatever I know as a priest, as a professor, is not necessarily that I love it. From the heart, from the head, cognitive domain, to the heart, affective, loving domain, to the psychomotor, doing of things. Okay, to link motivational, theological, deontological, holistic virtues. There is a need to underscore the intrinsic link and linkages. You read it. On financial management landscape, there is urgent need to operationalize climate change adaptation. You know this. To properly reassess climate risk scenarios, quantitatively and qualitatively. And to underpin the 12 trajectories and dimensions of justice. Climate justice. Climate justice needs to consider distributive justice, participative justice, intergenerational justice. You know, I gave a lecture or a presentation to Kenyan lawyers and advocates, Mount Meru, in Nairobi 4 years ago. And these lawyers, you know, sorry, sometimes we say lawyers are liars, eh? No, they are not liars. And they were telling me, you know, Father, we can reach climate action and justice through stringent laws, environmental laws. I said, no, laws are like my jacket, my sacco. Yeah, you feel warm, you just throw it, you put it away. You need the inner values. I don't want this. I don't destroy. Okay, I go now to share. I want to share. We need to share, listen, and network. To share, listen, and network. There is a German saying which says, "Wer etwas will, sucht Wege." He who wants to do something looks for ways. Wer etwas verhindern will, sucht Gründe. He who wants to stop something looks for, you know, we cannot, yeah, it is too much, and so, Gründe. And Jomo Kenyatta said, our task is to be the future. The future. Hyper-consumerist lifestyle, I go now. This is my organization. We plant 1 million trees because trees are papers, trees are oxygen molecules, trees are waters, trees are, you know, royal tour, trees are, you know, homes and roofs and seats, trees are whatever. And at the end, trees are the places where we will be buried. I mean, when you die, especially we as Christians, where do you put it, the dead body? Coffin. So trees, tell your neighbor, trees are coffins. So plant your coffin now. Don't wait. So trees are coffins. We shall die. We shall die one day. No way. So my organization, Kilimanjaro Consortium for Development and Environment, is a best practice for all this. I just want to leave that. You'll read that. We contribute a lot to decarbonization of the world, and concluding remarks. Thank you. Admittedly, climate change is, and it's quantifiable and non-quantifiable, calculable and non-calculable, calibratable and non-calibratable. Fiscal risk effects remain the most troubling challenge of the 21st century. The effects and impacts are not only on humans, businesses, resources, countries, future generations, but they face everything. So at this juncture, as people of different faiths and beliefs, could you raise your finger if you don't believe in any God? Could you raise? If you don't believe in Yahweh, Rua, Omukama, Ngai, Ashpangan, everyone, yeah, but the names are different. So the theological and the religious and the spiritual underpinning and trajectory is we are all guests on this earth. And we have borrowed this earth from the future. So now, look at me. Look at that. Be still. Tulia. We are all witnessing humanity, politicians, academia, scholars, business sector, ignoring ethical solutions to climate change, climate risks. Be still. We are all guests on this earth and yet behaving as strangers and enemies to this planet, to our mother planet. Be still. Tulia mwanangu. Be still. We are all witnessing risky climate economic policy frameworks that are unrealistic. Unrealistic. The problem of the human species is not universal declarations, but universal implementations. From knowing to doing, from information to formation. This is the problem. Be still. Tulia manangu. Be still. We are all entering a new era of Homo idioticus. You know, Charles Darwin came up with the Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens. And then I developed that, the thinking person, Homo industrialicus, the industries, Homo digitalicus, digits, and now Homo idioticus, tumekuwa wajinga. Homo. We need to be Homo futurists, people who care for the future. Homo futurists, this is Latin. And if you don't know Latin, you will not go to heaven. You will. You know, God speaks only Latin, and not English. He speaks all the languages. So let me conclude my paper by paraphrasing thought-provoking words from Thomas Jefferson. The earth belongs to the living. No man, no woman can by natural right oblige the lands he occupied or persons who succeeded him in that occupation to be payment of debts contracted by him. The context is different, but the logic, the philosophy is beautiful and timeless. Ask, how can we support and perpetuate the rights of all living things? What would it mean to become once again the native of this planet? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reverend Fasiri, for compressing the presentation, at the same time making sense and maintaining your objectives. So for us to continue with the conversation, I will invite to the stage Mr. Priva Clemens. He is a senior programs manager at Royal Norwegian Embassy here in Tanzania. He has 14 years of experience in economic governance, tax, public debt. He is also one of the people who drafted the Petroleum Act in 2015, the policy of tax income in 2015 as well, and he is very seasoned in fiscal policy and debt and tax revenues. I'll also invite online Mr. Edmond Kangamungazi. He's joining us from Zambia. Can I confirm with the IT guys if he has joined? So we're waiting for Mr. Edmond, who is one of the panelists as well, to join us online. So Mr. Edmond is from Zambia. He's currently working with Caritas. He has over 18 years experience in also public debt, budget analysis, EITI, tax, and revenue. So our panelist is quite fit to be able to discuss what Dr. Reverend has presented to us, the link between climate change and fiscal risks. So as we wait for Mr. Edmond to join, I'll ask Mr. Priva Clements to just poke some holes in the edge to the presentation that was made by Dr. Reverend. Mr. Priva.
Thank you, Tracy. I beg to stand up. I feel more comfortable standing. Professor, thank you for the very enlightening presentation. And Wajibu, thank you very much. And the other participants, thank you very much for coming today. I would like everyone to participate in this discussion. And I will be happy if you join me to start asking some questions on how these fiscal aspects are affecting us. And if we start at the level of individual, before we go to the big things on the fiscal aspects of the public fiscal aspects of the private, and see how this can be integrated in the climate, then let's ask ourselves, I believe at the level of individuals, we are all impacted with climate change from our pockets. So if you are impacted with this kind of thing, you just knock on the table. So if you feel like this climate impact is affecting from your pocket, just hit on the table. That's the sign that the tax you are paying is actually added on the normal expenditure. The levies that you are paying is part of tax. It's part of climate impact. So the World Bank has assessed the taxes and the payment that you are paying on energy price, or anything that you are using in terms of mobility, even the generators we are using, and they see that actually we are paying 25% of the climate impact. And if you calculate, probably if you use your lifespan and try to calculate how much you have used, probably by purchasing fuel, then it's humongous, it's a lot of money. Now, when we go back then to the fiscal aspects, where do we start on this one? It's just like an investment. Whenever you are doing an investment, you look at the risk. And every business person, you look at the fiscal risk, you look at the social risk, and integrate your project. So when you weigh the cost against the benefits, and then you see the costs are low, and the benefits are high, then you have a positive NPV, you go for the project. That's actually what's happening with the largest investors in the climate. If I see I pollute, and then I see how much I pay as the cost of the climate, and I see probably the cost of the climate is higher than what I'm getting, I just forgo the project. That's what exactly what the professor was saying here, that if those who are polluting much are paying less and less and less, then there is no need for them to just stop polluting. So when you look at the fiscal aspects, where do we start on the fiscal aspects? Where should we start assessing the risk? You go down to the people who are affected, because they know the impact. Now, the World Bank has looked at it, and there are two ways to do it. So you can do it look at the top-down approach, where the central process starts, like the government, the Ministry of Finance sit down, start assessing, and go down to the sectoral level, and of course go down to the individuals, because as I said, it starts from the family, it starts from an individual. Now, that one has not been so effective, because there are a lot of building blocks from that one. You have to assess how much is this one. Is it going to, because we benchmark with GDP, and you are saying, Professor, that you cannot weigh the GDP by the individual's value by GDP. You go for the cost-benefit analysis. What if I construct like the standard gauge railway, and then flood come over and just flush it out? What is the cost for paying this by using the public money? How much is the government going to use to remove the crisis? Because now you have to wait the crisis money. I can hear some echoes. I don't know if you can hear me well. You're hearing me well. So when you look at you're hearing me well. So when you look at then you go to the approved process and you check again. You have a checking. You check if the risks are all integrated. And when you look at these processes, actually, there are 14 areas that you have to look at. Just during the speech yesterday, we know that Norway, the UK, are now trying on the impact. When you if we use some basic examples in the UK, so when you put some fiscal controls on the climate, it should invest for public purposes. The UK in London tried to introduce tax, should we call it tax or levy, on traffic jam. Now you pay, they increase the traffic jam from traffic jam fee from 11.5 pounds to 15 pounds. The aim was to first remove the private cars from the jam. Second, to make the most polluters pay. But the results were that after a year, they collected 400 million pounds. Look at what they did. They didn't use the money to purchase cars. So what they did, they improved the public transport. So if at all we enhance the public sector, use more efficient means of transport, use more efficient appliances, actually we cut down significantly the amount of effluent that goes to the atmosphere. Another example is Finland. Finland, what they did, they encourage. So before I go to Finland, so actually in the UK, so most people switch to public transport. They forego the private driving, and they cut down the CO2 emission and other effluents. Again, even they save time, and then they curb the traffic jam as well. So those are the results that happened. In Finland, they encourage people to use other means of transport rather than using cars. So, and then if you use the public transport, you get credit in your when you purchase a ticket. So the benefit actually goes to you. So you see the benefit. So the encouragement of the fiscal aspects should not be used as part of secondary expenditure, but should be used to invest the climate-related issues. So time is up. So I'm told the time is up. So let me wrap up. So one aspect that is not doing well on the public finance management risk assessment is on the sectoral planning process, because it seems that the sectoral planning is the most affected one and is not well in. I'll be happy to receive some more reactions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Priva, for also going on forward to propose. Edmond for joining us. I am hoping that you were able to hear throughout the presentation made by the professor and also some additions made by Mr. Priva. Mr. Edmond.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll just give you 1 minute. If you also have something to add to the strategies and the risks, then we'll go on to discuss the prose paper.
Yeah, probably just to add on, I think I'd like, first of all, thank you, Professor, for that good presentation.
Very much. So I'll just give you 1 minute. If you also have something to add to the strategies and the risks, then we'll go on to discuss the prose paper.
Yeah, probably just to add on, I think I like, first of all, thank you, Professor, for that good presentation. Of course, if you look at climate change now, it's upon us, and we need to look into urgent issues of how we can actually deal with it or insulate ourselves from issues of climate change. Better still, I think we have an opportunity of how do we actually prevent further damage to the earth, to Mother Earth. So looking at the things that we're looking at now in terms of some of the strategies that we employ, everybody now is talking about issues of climate, carbon pricing. We're looking at issues, I think my colleague talked about it just a few minutes ago, where we're looking at how do we charge emitters of carbon dioxide? How do we actually ensure that people who are polluters actually pay more? One thing that we never talk about more, especially in Africa or around the world, is if you look at the wars that we have now, look at the war in DRC, look at wars in Mozambique, look at the wars even in Ukraine. Look at how much they're actually emitting. As it is now, we're told we have about 1.2 billion metric tons of greenhouse effect, which is almost equivalent to about 257 million cars. So how do we actually deal with that? Even just the way they actually distracting or getting rid of the garbage when it comes to issues of military weapons. So we need to look at issues of carbon pricing. How do we actually ensure that we increase the pollution or the price of people who are actually polluting? Now we're also talking about, the second thing that we're talking about is issues of green budgeting. How do we take advantage of green budgeting? And this is looking at how do we integrate the climate objective into the budget process. looking at how, if you look at now, everybody is doing, I think for Zambia, for instance, we're going to have our budget in the next 2 weeks. How do we ensure that we identify issues of environmental harmful subsidies, increase the taxes on them, such that we're actually reducing people consumption on those particular goods? How do we ensure that we prioritize investment on green technologies? Like looking at Zambia now and Zimbabwe, these are countries that are quite rich in, for instance, talking about lithium, which everybody now is rushing for because these are ones which are going to be used for battery production. How does Africa or Zambia actually ensure that they're actually benefiting or ensure value addition to these minerals, such that once we improve or add value to these minerals, we are reducing on consumptions of oil or those products that are actually more harmful to the environment. We also need to look at issues of incorporating measures of environmental impact in decision making. For instance, we're talking about when we are building roads or constructing buildings, how do we ensure that we factor in issues of environmental impact in them? And they already start contributing towards that. One institution that I would like to really see actually very active in all this discussion is the aspect of EU, even just our regional bodies, because they need to come on board. If you look at now, Africa has always been a part where we actually contribute a lot of our minerals. Most of the minerals are coming from Africa. Yet we also get the blunt of those impact when it comes to issues of climate change. So how do we ensure that we also take advantage of all that and actually ensure that Zambia or any other country in Africa is actually insulating itself or is trying to contribute towards the mitigation of issues of environmental degradation? So I think for me, I think those are the major issues that I'm looking at. I think the professor really talked about issues of social welfare risk. We're talking about health risks. Because of climate change, we have been seeing a lot of illnesses, death, changes, climate change, because, so how do we actually ensure that, because as it is now, if you look at Africa, we already have problems with the health sector. Now we're bringing in the aspect of environmental or climate change. So it's going to be worse. Looking at issues of economic risk, now we're talking about issues of loss and damage. We have a lot of cases in Zambia where we have loss and damage because of climate change. We have communities where just a family has lost about 57 cattle. What does that mean to issues of poverty? What does that mean to issues of food security? Because now we're seeing a lot of change in terms of rainfall patterns. Issues of also displacement. We have been seeing a lot of floods right now in Zambia. So people are being displaced. So that is also making a strain on government, because now government has to divert from some of the resources that were supposed to go to health, social protection, education. Now they're going to issues of mitigation of climate change. So I think those are the real issues that we're facing in Zambia and also in more countries around Africa. We're talking about also issues of environmental risks. These are quite huge, especially if you talk about countries like Zambia. We're talking about diversity loss, extreme weathers. So how do we actually deal with this? And the issues we need to already start going into the crisis mode. We're already in the crisis. So how do we first of all, we also need to deal with issues of mindset, that people need to acknowledge that there's issues of climate change now, and they're going to hit us bad, and they're hitting us bad already. So how do we change our mindsets? How do we change our behavior? How do we change our practices such that we are that we are
into what Edmond just said just now. So we are saying that we have got we have risks that are related, that are quantifiable, that are non-quantifiable. But I think our approach or intervention as government should come from the way we budget, green budgeting, and how we're going to raise revenue, maybe through carbon trading, like what Edmond said. And you also spoke about what Finland is doing, what Norway is doing. And I wanted us to talk about where we are as Africans in terms of green budgeting and raising revenue for effects of climate change. Because already we've got problems with bread and butter issues. We are not able to finance our roads, we have health problems, etc. On our priority matrix, where do we place the issues of climate change and green budgeting, and how equipped are we? I know we're going to talk about this in the 6th session in terms of raising revenue from carbon pricing mechanisms. Would that help in some way? And how do we compare, or how do we compete, or how do we copy what you? So just give 1 minute to the panelists, then we'll open up the floor. I'll start with you, Doc.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Our friend there really touched the best practice on the individual level. You talked about the people going to work in town by bicycles or cars or whatever. I witnessed the Prime Minister. I once witnessed the Prime Minister of Holland, the Dutch Prime Minister, going to work with a bicycle, and the bodyguards behind him with a bicycle. Could you talk about that? Could you have such an image in Africa? So best practices have to start on the personal level. A prime minister going for work, for office. Strategies without moral, formative, volitive will, you can forget about it. There is a saying in the United States that strategies without money or without moral will, without volition, is nothing. But let me add something here about ecological debt. Or $200 in an account, bank account, and you take $400 instead of 200. What do you have? Minus 200. We have now an ecological debt. We have taken more from the Mother Earth than the Mother Earth is able to. So think about this ecological debt. It's not only the question of budgeting, so what? Taking more from the Earth, and the Mother Earth took 4.5 billion years to be what it is, and then you are taking that. So ecological debt is very, very important. We need to reassess the models. There is this science of riskology, yeah? Logos, science of risks. How do we go about this riskology? It's very multidimensional, had myriad of trajectories to address, and not only the mathematical, financial aspects, the taxonomy, but also we have to be cautious of commodifying climate landscape, climate narrative, climate space, climate challenge. When you say, okay, you do this, I pay you, you cannot. So some people really, today's world, let me stand up. Today's world, there is a process of commodifying everything, commodification of everything, commercialization of everything. Some people are even commercializing love and relationships. Yes, you give, I give, you pay and I give you. So we cannot talk about life, paying and giving, so without being more serious, dear friends. We also need to rethink about this carbon pricing, so rates. These are mathematical, financial sources, but do they really cater for 100% what we destroy? To pay for the ecological debt, for the resource debt. And lastly, we have to introduce new lifestyles. As a Catholic priest, I introduced in Moshi and in Tanzania a very interesting thing. I said, when you have birthdays, how many of you ever had birthdays or have birthdays? Were you born? How many of you were born? Cynical question. Philosophical. How many of you were born? I was born. Do you have birthdays? Yes, and a methodology I introduced through KCDE, I said, like this year I was 60 years. It's really. I was 60 years, so I planted 60 trees, and not 60 candles and this CO2 and methane and so forth. So how many people have birthdays in Tanzania today? In Africa today? In the world today? This is not rocket science. You don't have to have a PhD so that you plant a tree. Okay? Second, as a Catholic priest, I said, there is no baptism, there's no confirmation, there's no communion without planting a tree. There's no priestly, my bishop is there, Catholic bishop. Yeah, he's there. If you want communion, first communions of Catholics, or confirmation, or kipaimara, communion, then plant a tree. Because trees are the lungs of the world. So we need to rethink about not only strategies and this rocket science and this calculuses and so forth, but at the bottom of the pyramid, many people are at the bottom of the pyramid. You cannot talk about this thing in the village, Manyara, strategies, Singida, and I don't know, strategies. This is the monopoly of academia, of conferences. How do we help them make realities, make a difference, added value at the bottom of the pyramid? This is the most relevant and urgent thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'll give you the, so I'm hoping that you stick to the 1 minute.
So I fully agree with the professor. I'll add two things. One is the level of details of this risk assessment, because this is a new approach of doing things, and the world has not been created for one day. If I will agree with me, priest, that we should look at the processes. Those who manage to cut by 50%, those who manage to go to green procurement, those actually who manage to those who manage to do green procurement, they actually start somewhere. So we believe with the science and other beliefs that ethics and others, that in the process, if at all we pull our socks, we'll be there. On the carbon trading and the likes, I was talking to Professor Zahab, so he will be talking about the carbon trading. But one thing on the carbon trading, I said in my previous presentation, these are investments. So any investment, you look at the cost-benefit analysis. So our challenge here in Africa and in Tanzania in particular, I think is the budget deficit. So you will not go to invest much in the climate as long as you know the costs are higher than the budget requirement. So you better fix the crisis, although they are higher. So one thing that they are doing in Norway, they have what is called sovereign fund. So the sovereign fund now is 1.4 trillion US dollar. You can imagine. So this money in each year, they take 3% to their budget. So they are very careful to ensure that they invest after polluting. Are we there? No, we are not there. So probably we need some stages to be there. And this, I'm not accusing anybody. I think it's a process that needs to be followed carefully and using all the facts and the figures and analyze them critically, slow by slow, and train our people, because I think training is very important. Even those who are doing the risk assessment, they are not well trained. They don't know the process. They are being taught through the process. And who are telling us the process are those guys who are ahead of us. So probably should we jump to a stage? Something that probably we need to discuss here, like yesterday. We need to do it here, not be imported.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Priva. So we're opening up the floor for contributions, questions, and the like, but we'll start with Brother Sule, Bishop Kisari, and Bishop Pisa. I'll just give you 2 minutes to contribute, then we'll open the floor to the others. So Brother Sule, I'm giving you 2 minutes. You may raise your hand and the mic will reach you. So the time is just 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Brother John. I'm a Franciscan friar, a Catholic, a Franciscan. St. Francis, as a patron of the ecology, I'm obliged to deal with these issues of ecological issues. So I would like to thank and express my Gratitude to Professor Ida. Thank you very much for inspiring us on these issues. But I can add something. Once we go outside of this meeting, we should bear on our mind with ecological conversion. Ecological conversion. This is very, very important. I regard myself, I used to be a woodworker, a carpenter before. But in 2007, I changed. From being a carpenter, I become a tree planter. I convert myself. I'm regretting till now. Cutting trees is a sin to me. So since then, up to now, I've started a program, ecological conversion through birthday tree planting. Birthday tree planting to the youth, to remove the culture of celebrating their birthday. When they celebrate, they pour water to each other. That is completely pollution. Now they have to change their mind. Instead of pouring water to themselves, they have to pour water to the tree. Creating another life, because trees are giving us life. So with ecological conversion, we get sense of belonging to each other, to each creature. The trees are our brothers, the soil, the stones, the river, the water, the air, whatever we call our brother, our sister, our Mother Earth. So let's go outside of this conference with this statement, ecological conversion. Start with you, me, I've done. If you go what I'm doing with the trees, you go in Dar es Salaam, most of the churches, I was the one making the benches of the church. You go at St. Gaspar, University of Dar es Salaam, Sokoine University, all those benches, I cutted those trees. I'm regretting now. Please, be converted.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Sole. Bishop Kisari, I'm just going to give you 1 minute.
Since you gave him 2 minutes, mine is also 2 minutes. Is there any the relationship between climate change and physical risk? Yes, it is. And I know in this room, not everybody knows the terminology which has been used, which are more economics. We are talking about physical risk and monetary risks. The physical risk relates to tax policy and government spending. The monetary one is the one which is enacted by the central bank for the monitoring of money supply to control the fluctuation in interest rate, reserve requirements, and market operations. So the way I see it and the way the professors presented it, we are talking about tax collection, and there is tax injustice all over the world. If you look at the numbers and the figure, 10% of the world wealth is fraudulently hidden in tax haven by the rich people. So if that is already a challenge, you come on the other side, on the spending, when the government is now budgeting, and the budget is supposed to be people-centered. It is supposed to address the challenges which are affecting the people, the poor people. And the priority the government is allocating in terms of spending of those money which has been collected. So if you have already a challenge on the other side, look at the Tanzania, for example. I'll give an example. Tanzania right now, Tanzania is collecting less than 40% of the potential tax which is supposed to be collected. So if Tanzania is collecting less than 40% of the potential tax, that means low growth, it means low output, that means low revenue. What does it mean? It means disrupting food supply, disrupting business operations, it is disrupting economic productivity. What does it mean? The whole ecosystem across the country is at risk. And that means we need to apply the mitigating solutions and adaptive solutions to address all these issues. Then we can at least say we are doing something for the betterment of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Appreciation to Professor Msafiri for a very well presented paper. Professor, on your way forward, you talked of harmonizing climate finance policies. Are you assuming that these policies are there? And if they are there, are you referring to national, regional, or global policies? One. Two, Priva, you came up with a concept of cost-benefit analysis of pollution. I liked that one because Wajibu, we have a similar thing which we refer to the cost-benefit analysis of corruption and embezzlement. And through this cost-benefit analysis of pollution, as long as it pays more to pollute, do we have sanctions for the polluters? Because if there are no effective sanctions, believe me, we are wasting our time talking about mitigation of climate change. For the simple reason that they will continue polluting because they are benefiting more. It's just like with the cost-benefit analysis of corruption and embezzlement. We all know Mo Ibrahim, this Sudanese multi-billionaire, came up with an award to best performing president in Africa. But that award is not being won. Many years we do not get it won because it pays more to indulge in corruption and embezzlement as compared to the award of Mo Ibrahim. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before I give to the panelists to respond, I will give the time to Bishop Pisam. I will give you 2 minutes to just make your contributions, then you'll come back to the panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine might be less than 2 minutes, actually. First of all, I would like to appreciate the presentation of Professor Aidan. And I find it very daring, a very daring presentation, particularly when he says that a mathematical problem has to be solved mathematically. And actually, a concept of bringing that climatical problem are ethical problem. So I would like, Professor, if you will share more light. So I put as question, 2 short questions. One is, how can we raise our understanding so that we can be on the same page, that we see this as an ethical problem? Otherwise, I'm afraid that can be only an academic paper. Second, you're talking about the inner value that in order to change this, we need really to have an inner value that a climatic problem is, it has to be our conviction that we need to change our inner value. How do you think, Professor, are we going to acquire that inner value, that virtue, so that these things can be effective? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bishop. So just take one more question, then we'll come back to the panelists to respond. So the mic is moving, so I think she will just give...
Thank you. My name is Mukajungu Kamuzora from the Ministry of Finance of Tanzania. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the panelists and all the speakers. Just a few seconds to tell you that the government also cares about climate change. So we have our NDCs, and also our development plan is looking at the climate aspect, and also the next vision also. And also, the government has invested some money in these renewable energy sources and the like, and the infrastructure is also being looked at the climate eye. Now, the accountability and transparency part is through the parliament, of which all the citizens are represented, and also our national audit institution. Now, my question would be to both the panelists on what do you think can be improved, because that is our transparency and accountability mechanism. And from the planning stage, when we are planning the national plans and the budget, it's from the village or the mtaa, of which the people are represented, up to their parliament. And also, another question is on the country ownership. Can you please try to define and see how we can do better? Because it's about the government working well with its stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very good questions. So I will start with Mr. Riva to respond briefly, because our time is running out, to the two questions that were posed to you, the one on cost-benefit analysis of the polluter pays principle, as well as how can government improve in terms of its budgeting for climate finance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So there are two schools of thought. One is the polluter pay principle, but this one is only for disasters. So when you look at this, the processes is quite interesting, because when you look at all the disasters that has happened, it's only the polluter who are operators who paid. And now we are talking about the carbon pricing, and who is determining the price? It's voluntary. It's not sanctioned. Someone has to decide, I can pay this amount, you pledge, you pay. So there is no, actually, if I'm not mistaken, I tend to be corrected, like set price for this. And the second scenario is that the consumers are paying big time on the pollution. Mr. Utouh, you can agree with me, CPA Utouh can agree with me, that any increase in price, fuel price, we pay. They increase on the top of the pump price. So even those guys who are polluting overseas, if cost of the project increases, they increase the cost of product, and then we pay, indirectly. So actually, even if they are giving us grant, even if they are giving us, let's say, soft loans, actually we are paying their pollution that they are doing that. So we are paying for that, and this is not is not a gift. It's not an investment for free. Is actually we are paying less, but we are getting the pollution, and it affects us severely. And if I finish this one, that the statistics says that by 200 years, if this situation continue, the temperature will be 4 degrees Celsius. So none of us will be thinking properly. We'll be crazy.
Thank you. So the second question from the Minister of Finance was on, I think, recommendations on what they're doing already. What can be improved in terms of budgeting for climate financing?
So I think the Minister of Finance is doing a great job. I participate in the public finance management. So actually there is a big improvement. One thing is the one I said, the top-down approach. Now we are thinking about inclusion of climate at sectoral level, because one thing is just like the thinking, the general thinking at macro level. Now, do this analysis, the risk analysis, go down to the individuals who get affected by the climate, and how that one flow up to the macro level? And then the oversight, I understand, if I'm not mistaken, the CAG is not auditing the energy efficiency. Now, that's a problem. Actually, that's a problem. So another thing is capacity building. So I was talking with the colleagues from the Ministry of Finance as well, and the CAG. So we are talking about capacity building. Not only capacity building, you have to learn how to do it. So if you sit down with these TAs, they teach you how to do it. We have been taking some models, and for sure, I'm a fond of petroleum. The LNG, the liquefied natural gas, will start soon.
Now, are we going to get anything there? Probably no, because those guys who are investing in the LNG, they are coming from the polluting developed countries. So they have strict requirements that have to meet. So they are going to add up the cost of pollution to our project. Probably the resource will not be enough for us to develop our nation. Let me pause here.
Yes, thank you. Back to Prof, I'll just give you also a very briefly to respond to the questions. So the first question was on the policies, the integration of the policies. Are they national, are they global? And also the question on the inner value to change things and how we can build the same value of seeing this is an ethical problem. And also how can the government improve in terms of budgeting for climate change?
Thank you, Tracy. Two very interesting questions from the public. Brother Sule, ecological conversion, I agree with you. So this is what I said, deep change. Not the arithmetic, the geometric, but this deep change. You cannot measure it empirically. Cutting trees is a sin, I agree with you. We need to develop also the so-called eco-theology, eco-Christologies, eco-pneumatologies, spiritualities, eco-liturgies, eco-jubilees. This is in the Bible. This is in the Bible. Actually, the MCU said, I finished my PhD 2023. No, I finished 23 years ago, my PhD. It was a mistake, but I want to correct that. So through these 23 years since I finished my PhD in Austria, and I did my PhD on environmental ethics. I've been attending globally and locally so many conferences, religious, political, and so forth. Bishop Kitare, if you look at the synonyms, yeah, for fiscal, taxation, taxonomies, monies, pecunia, pecuniary, all these, they are highly interdependent and interconnected. When you have this Julius Nyerere Dam, which is a multi-trillion T-shillings project, finished with money from Tanzanians, it's not yet finished, okay? Completed, not yet completed. And there will be perhaps climate change crisis going on, it's there to stay, no water. Okay, this is a scenario analysis. We have to pay directly and indirectly for the money. The government has no money. It has borrowed money from outside, it has taken money from our pockets to build that for industrialization of this country. This is one example. So the taxonomy, the taxes, and the policies, so if you Google and see the synonyms for taxes, tax policies, it's about money, it's about finance, and all interconnected. It's bottom line, it is destroying everything. Question number 3 from my friend CPA Ludovick Utouh, mzee wangu, waheshima kabisa. What can be improved? New thinking. I start with the software. New thinking, you cannot measure it. This is the software. This is the DNA for transformation, dear friends. The deoxynucleic ribonic acid. New thinking. Not, as it was in the beginning. No, new thinking, but also new feeling. I start always with the qualitative aspects. I studied research methodologies, and sometimes it's in our world today, it will be more, there's a trend to emphasize more quantitative approaches, mathematical approaches at the expense of the others. And this you cannot measure. New thinking, but ownership. There are gaps, both on the national, so on the local, national, and regional levels. 10 years ago, we had an East African climate change conference in Arusha about regional East African climate change, finance climate change policies. And I told them that there are so many gaps, disconnects. Everyone is, the climate change policy, finance policy in Malawi, in Zimbabwe, is not 1 + 1 copy and paste Tanzanian. Of course, the context. But I would say, and I would think, if we go to the COPs, I've been to these several COPs, Paris, everywhere, and you ask yourself, are these people going there, Mr. CPA Ruto, with one common understanding and vision? So kila moja narukia cha kwake tu, I am unique in this country. I'm unique, but there is no synergy of one systematic consistent model of climate finance policy. And this is what is costing Africa. You know, I attended these COPs, and you see these climate negotiators. I hate this word. You negotiate about people's life. And these are top class, first class Harvard, you know, world-class university. Harvard graduates, they are going to discuss about the finance in their countries, US and Germany. I don't want to talk about ours. And you go and negotiate with these giants. What do you earn? So negotiating about people's lives, this is crazy. So we need new thinking. But finally, 100 years ago, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, they used to use camels as means of what? Transport. They discovered oil, petroleum. Priva, you are an expert in this field. They discovered petroleum. They put away the camels. Now they have big cars, Chevrolet, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, all these big German and American cars, which consume a lot of these petroleum products, petroleum and gas. I tell you, friends, after 50 years, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia will go back to riding and to travel with camels. Amen, hallelujah. They'll go back. This is a non-renewable resource, which took millions and billions of years to happen. This is petrochemicals. This is chemistry. So we need new thinking. And lastly, sorry, Sule, Bishop Kira, Wolfgang, my bishop. So how can we raise our understanding? It's a process, not an event. This is a process. We need to formulate new ways of thinking, of doing things at the family level, at the church level, mosque level. So we are all religious at the society level and at the academic level. We need also, Bishop, to rethink about these principles, 3 principles. Deontological theory is known as duty-based theory. Deon, in Latin, in German, in Greek, is what is my responsibility? What is my duty? So everyone has to know his or her responsibility. Deontological based argument. Second, teleological, not theological, telos, microscope, far away, looking beyond. Teleological theory, principle means what will be the consequences? If I throw rubbish, if I cut all the trees, what will be the consequences? If I live a life which is not producing good results for the care of Mother Earth, what will be? You just ask yourself, telos, consequences-based argument. But lastly, virtue-based principle, virtue-based argument. What are the virtues? Being good, is it bad? If we are all good, then it's wow, this is good. When we are all bad guys, for the climate, for the world, for the society, for the resources, for the mismanagement of resources, it's bad. Lastly, dear sister, we had from the government, my sister there, we had this experts roundtable report, July 2023, about advancing climate action for COP28. I can give a copy. The NDCs are good. I've written them. I've written a book about them. But there are also gaps. If you do at the SWOT analysis, they are not the Quran. They are not the Bible. They are not the 7 commandments, the 10 commandments. But we can do something together. Together we are stronger. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor, even though you said lastly for like 4 times. But so our time is up, but I will just ask for 10 more minutes to just have a last round of questions. I'm going to ask that we ask 1 question per individual, and that your questions be very brief, very short questions, just 5 people, then we'll round the session up.
I'm very thankful for get this opportunity. My name is Elisha. I'm a chairman person of Shiviata region, Yarusha region. I don't know if I go out of the topic, but this question is pushed so much my heart.
So because of that, please allow me. When we talk about climate change, I have a question there. My question is, people with a disability are affected by climate change. For example, you know that when high temperature take place, albino people are much affected by climate change. You know that climate change is must bring drought. So for people physical disability, I mean, it's very difficult for them to follow water far away. So because of that, my question is, what is the plan of international level or at the national level for helping those people with a disability, because we are affected so much by climate condition? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Frank Soteri from Saringon, Tanzania chapter. We are residing in Dar es Salaam. My question is to both the panelists. It's a challenge of climate action. We know this is a challenge of development. We can discuss here a lot of outcomes and results and effects, but we remain on the core cause of development. Industrial development is what brings about the climate change. And to add with fiscal policies, government needs tax, and then those tax comes from those big industry and big developments. In Africa, we are not yet reached there. In developed countries, they are there. That is why the big effect comes from them. Eventually, also, we will meet there. So, all the odds of mitigating the climate change failed to that cause, because government needed tax, and then we need to develop. And the only means which are left is now of the ethical, which I have come to you, Professor. So, due to that fact that all the odds of mitigating or fighting environment crisis in the world or globally failed to that factor when you sum up the physical and the development. So, what is ethics telling us? Do we stop development? What do we do? Thank you.
Okay, so unfortunately the time is up. Maybe we can just take one more question, very brief, then we'll continue the discussion later.
Thank you. My name is Darlington Mafa from Zimbabwe. My question is on the issue of fiscal risk management and local mitigation efforts. Is it not really to try and push more consumption locally of locally produced innovations that can actually help mitigate the fiscal risks that we face due to climate change? As an example, in Europe and the US, when they started the clean energy revolution, a lot of people are now driving electric vehicles, electric buses. Consumption patterns have shifted towards more localized alternative options that are greener and that are less carbon emitting. So is there a way that we can organize local industries across Africa and shift consumption perspectives and consumption patterns of our people to actually increase local consumption, which is an aspect of one of the components of our GDP? And at the same time, is there a way that we can value add local products that are harvested and processed locally in a cleaner way, and also while at it achieve good net exports from, say, dried vegetables, dried tomatoes? If we shift our local consumption patterns, is that not a way to accelerate the reduction of fiscal risks? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So I will give our panelists time to respond, but I'll ask you to respond to only one question. If the question has been responded to, then we'll move on to the next. So I'll start with Mr. Edmond, who's online, to respond to any of the questions that has been posed, and then give time to the other panelists that are here. Just one question, very briefly. Any question you want to respond to? Hello, Mr. Edmond. So it seems we have lost him, so I'll give him time to come back. Oh yeah, so he's speaking, but you cannot hear him through the speakers in the conference room. Mr. Edmond, maybe you can just pause briefly. We cannot hear you via the speakers in the conference room. They're connecting now. Okay, Ms. Edmond, you can try to speak now. Mr. Edmond. So I'll ask you to pause a bit as they're connecting the speakers in the conference room, and I'll move on to Mr. Priva to just answer to any one of the questions, just one question, very briefly, then we'll move on to the Prof.
So I'll take one on the local consumption patterns and the switch. You know, we are discussing since yesterday that the climate change is a global impact. And actually, we heard yesterday that 70-something% is of the population of the developed nation are being affected from operations happening overseas for the developed nations. So even if, yes, we can probably, a drop in ocean, we can do something by domesticating our consumption patterns. But the biggest impact is coming from outside. And then, one thing to emphasize is even if we are importing a lot of the technology, we're importing a lot of products, yet we have a window to do something. So the research and development in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa is still yet not developed. So if you can benchmark on the research and development, actually we can be one of the importers of technology. Why not? We see the telecom is booming in Rwanda. So it's just like for us to agree and set out goals that we want to benchmark on what we can do. The second thing is the political will. So when you look at the literatures, they are saying the technology to abate or to reduce the impact of climate change is there. The only missing bit is the political will. And that's why you see there are elections now connected to climate. There are decisions connected to climate. If you are not doing good in climate, if you are not sounding in climate, you are out of the podium. So this discussion should go far beyond our normal thinking processes, our structural process, and go into what the priest is saying here. And just to alert you that one cause of climate change, to abate it takes 1,000 years. So actually, it's 10 generations. So you can imagine.
Thank you, Mr. Priva. I'll move on to Prof. To just briefly respond to the questions raised. One question.
Thank you, Tracy. From Elisha, it's really very, very sad and pathetic that people with disabilities, especially in Africa, Africa is the continent which is polluting less but suffering most. These ultraviolet rays we had yesterday, the destruction of the ozone layer, O3, and the consequences for skin cancers and diseases, The issue here, my dear friend Elisha, is selfishness. Yeah, the Germans say, "Was geht mich an?" It's none of my business. Thinking that, yeah, we just do the business as usual model. So I would suggest for the government, for societies, for the churches, for the mosques, for everyone, we are all created in the image and likeness of God, that we look for new climate change principles, values for disabled people. This has to be, it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. Lastly, challenge in action, climate change in action. The second question was about what do? We need fairness, equity, but also action. In Germany and Austria, every Friday like today, there are demonstrations against the government, against big companies who are polluting. You know Greta, this lady, very famous nowadays. So every Friday like today, against these, big multinational companies and big industries. And I think we need, finally, sustainable ethical models, sustainable ethical paradigm, which are eco-friendly to humanity and to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that. So we're coming back to Mr. Edmond. Our speakers have not been fixed to respond to any of the questions. Mr. Edmond. We still cannot hear Mr. Edmond.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
We
Hello?
still cannot hear Mr. Edmond. Sorry.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Mr. Edmond.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Mr. Edmond.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry for the technology failure. I think probably there was a question on issues of the developed are developing, and how do we ensure that Africa would not remain behind in as much as we are behind already. I think it comes back to what Prof was saying, even I think Alfred, on issues of capacity building. We really need to ensure that we do capacity building for all, looking at issues of the institutions, that we are actually at the same level of understanding of where we need to be. And if you look at issues of now, we're talking about transitional energy. How do we transit from the kind of fuels that we're using into the more friendlier fuels? And we're talking about, for instance, I can give examples of Zambia. We'd be talking about stranded assets, where we're being told now we're going to stop using coal, and because it's less friendly to the environment. So what happens to such assets? So I think it's the aspect of how do we position ourselves? We know that Africa now is quite rich in minerals. So for me, it's the aspect of how do we ensure that we have value addition to all our minerals that we're doing? Because as it is now, we are more of exporters of raw materials. But I think now we need to start changing our thinking. As the professor was saying, is being good so good. So we need to look at the issues of how do we put value addition to our minerals that we're exporting, such that we are going once we do that, that means we are going to get probably more revenue from the minerals that we're actually exporting. Even so, we need to look at issues of, for instance, the first one, we need to look at issues of long-term planning. How do our governments position themselves and actually develop long-term strategies for transitioning into low carbon economies? As it is, I don't think a lot of countries now in Africa have actually done that in terms of planning it. Even so, we need to look at issues of long stakeholder engagement, where we're looking at issues of effective climate action, where we are engaging the private sector, engaging the business owners, civil society, and government to actually develop those particular strategies. As it is now, I think there hasn't been really a lot of engagement with all these sectors. So I think we need to sit down now and actually develop those plans. Issues also, I think Professor mentioned, I think talked to it, issues of policy coherence, where we're talking about how do we ensure that the climate policies need to be integrated across all government and all government departments, environmental departments. Zambia, for instance, we have now a ministry, the Green Economy Ministry, that is actually looking at how do we ensure that all departments, all government ministries, all private sector actually in tandem now with issues of climate change. So I think it's the aspect of positioning ourselves and also having a strategy, because as it is now, Africa many times we are always at the tail, not at the head in terms of developing strategies, even just innovations. I think we need to look at issues of innovation and how do we, like, the environment has changed. So how do we position ourselves so that we can start thinking forward? As a professor was saying, theological thinking, where we're looking at the far end of thinking, looking at the future. I think that's where Africa now needs to think. So we need to remember that
the first one was to discuss the risk associated with taking action and not taking action on climate, then the effects of climate change and those effects on social and environment. And the second objective was to talk about strategies for managing fiscal risks, and the use of fiscal tools and the integration of climate change fiscal policy frameworks. I think we've done justice to the objectives. Of course, we could not exhaust all the strategies available and all the problems, and this discussion can be taken outside and later. So I think we're able to discuss also the social impacts as well as the fiscal impacts of the actions we're going to take or the actions we are not going to take. Thank you very much, and help me to congratulate and to thank our panelists for the good work.
A big round of applause for the panel. Thank you very much. It's time for tea break. Let's break for 30 minutes for tea, then we come back, we continue with our sessions. I would like to announce that let us observe time, please. Today we have 4 sessions, so we need to give others also room to speak. So each session will take 1.5 hours, including floor discussions. 1.5 hours, including floor discussions. So moderators, please observe time, and the speakers and presenters and discussants. Let's go for break. Let's take tea. It's ready on my right-hand side. Karibuni sana for chai, coffee. Welcome for tea. Bon appetit. Naomba ratiba ubaoni. IT team, naomba ratiba ubaoni. Monitors za mbele hazina ratiba. Okay? So we are coming into the next session, which is going to be for 1.5 hours. Let's take our seats, please. We are starting in a moment. All right, please let's take our seats. We want to start, and I hope those people who are online are hearing us. Can I get a confirmation, please, if they are hearing us, because we are just about to start, and we have 2 discussants who are online. Let me get a confirmation if they are getting us. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to start, and our next session is on private sector engagement in climate change financing and accountability mechanism for private finance. Private sector engagement in climate financing and accountability mechanism for private finance. In this topic, the attempt will be to unpack on mechanism on private financing on climate action, what works, what doesn't, and best practices on this area. The topic will also explore opportunities and challenges for mobilizing private sector investment in climate action and the role of public entities in ensuring private sector plays a great role in climate action, especially on several areas that the presenter will take us through. The session will also highlight strategies for engaging private sector in climate action financing, including use of blended finance instruments. And we are going to hear also cases and examples from different countries across Africa. So we have 3 panelists who are going to be online. Madam Chimna George, Tajiel Urio, and Chengeto. Let me know if they are all online before we start. The main presenter is Mr. Nyasha Frank Mfalo from Zimbabwe. And the moderator is Delight Moyo, also from Zimbabwe. Okay? So let me check if my online participants are here. I can see Tajel Urio. I can also see Chima George. And I can also see Chengeto. Yeah, so thank you very much, and we are going to start. So let me take this opportunity to introduce to you our main presenter, Mr. Nyasha Frank Mfalo, who is the founder and executive director of Green Governance Zimbabwe Trust, a public interest organization that seeks to promote community inclusion in natural resource governance and climate justice issues. He is trained and experienced in systems development that contributes towards improving the effectiveness of civil society and social movements to systematically monitor and take action on environmental and natural resource management challenges affecting the marginalized societies. Much of experience is derived from capacitating citizens movements to speak out on land and environmental management, climate justice, anti-corruption issues. Currently is part of a network of more than 200 environmental activists and lawyers across the continent of Africa who conduct advocacy, litigation, and lobbying for the protection of environmental rights and access to justice for affected communities through Legal Resources Foundation, Africa Center for Excellence for Access to Justice, and other organizations. Nyasha is serving a board member of Community Solutions Programs, representing Africa, and has access to alumni for more than 32 countries across Africa. So this is a brief bio of Nyasha Mfalo, and I would like to welcome Delight Moyo to take the stage to welcome her panel for this session, which is going to be a fourth session of our conference. Welcome, please, a round of applause as she comes in front to take the stage. So this panel has quite a number of people. You have 3 of them online, and you have 2 here, right? 1 here. So you have Mr. Kabaka Kato, Chengeto, Chima, and Tajiel. Yeah. So the floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning once again, everyone. So it's another exciting session as introduced by Moses, but kindly allow me now to invite the panelists and presenter who are here. And so I would like to call upon Engineer Kato to come and take the stage, and also Frank as well. But while they are taking the stage, I'll also take this time to just give a brief background of our online panelists. Online we have Chinma George. Chinma George is based in Nigeria. She is an economist with a master's in environmental management, specializing in climate finance. She's the founder of Clam Finance Consulting, and which is a think tank that conducts research on climate change and links projects to climate financing in Africa. So just in short, this is Chinma's bio, and welcome, Chinma. We also have online, we have Chengeto. Chengeto Mzira is a young farmer and activist in Zimbabwe. She has about 5 years experience in advocacy for climate justice, agroecology, and peasant rights. Chengeto, welcome. Then lastly, we have Taj Uria online. He is Tanzanian, and he is the regional senior leader for the 6 project Development Africa for South Pole, which is a leading carbon projects developer. Uria has a decade for practice in multicultural backgrounds, mainly on helping governments and business and communities to set up effective carbon projects, policies, and strategies for ecosystems. So welcome, Taj Urio. This is our panel for this session. So at this moment, I'm going to invite Frank. Frank, you have 30 minutes for the presentation. You can take the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Habari gani? Okay, can I please have the, how you call it? Okay, is the monitor on too? All right, just to draw your attention, I've got this flash stick here. This is a bamboo flash drive that I want to give away to someone this morning, just to draw attention. So I just want to give this to someone who will tell me the country that has invested more in the energy transition and how much it is. Quickly, just 1 minute. The country that has invested more in the world on energy transition and how much it is. Then you can have this brand new bamboo-made flash drive. Okay, I now know the people that I'm talking to. Anyone wants to try? My goodness. So my name is Frank Mpatlo, and I'm the Director for Green Governance Zimbabwe Trust, has been alluded to already by Moses. And I'm going to talk about engaging private sector financing in the climate change space. And already when we start talking about private finance, we're talking business. So I want you guys to put on your business hats so that we talk about business in the next 30 minutes so that we work together in this process. Now, China is the country that I'm talking about. And China means business. So by 2021, China had already invested more than $266 billion within the energy transition process, which means that they own the whole value chain of business in climate change. So climate financing in terms of China investments occupies about a quarter of what we have within the climate financing mechanisms around the world. So if you look at electric vehicles, China owns, China already by last year had about a quarter of cars sold in China being electric vehicles. China has got the third largest reserves of lithium. In China, it's got the largest photovoltaic solar power industries in the world, producing about 330 megawatts of energy. So China means business. And isn't it surprising that China is also the biggest carbon emitter? Having emitted already, China emits about 12 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. Which is more than 50% of the total, carbon emissions. But still, that the people that are also contributing towards climate financing. Isn't it ironic? So the point that I'm trying to make here is China means business. In as far as they are the biggest emitter, they are also the biggest investor in terms of climate financing. Thank you so much. Okay, now see the monitor. Okay, so it's not working. So this diagram here just seeks to show how much China is serious in terms of financing climate issues. And you would see later on as I go down my slide that, when it comes to private financing, actually private financing in China occupies half or 50% of all the resources that are put towards, energy issues and climate financing. Of course, the US comes second, Germany and UK also. Now, the reason why private climate finance rather, is more important at this point in time is that at no point in time in the near future are we going to expect the countries in the global north to support our climate ambitions. You can see this statement by John Kerry after he was being questioned by the Congress House Foreign Affairs Committee to say, is America going to pay climate reparations? And John Kerry went on to say, no, under no circumstances. So in my own view, I think private finance now becomes the only option or the only source of funding that is guaranteed for us to meet our climate ambitions. Indeed, other journalists would actually say John Kerry was actually referring to the loss and damage facility too, to say, I don't think it might work. Of course, the 100 billion facility hasn't worked since 2015. Why to make the loss and damage facility work? It's a cause for concern. I think we can have another discussion on that. But there's no opportunity for us to have those bilateral finances anytime soon. And the only option that we have for now probably is the climate finances. For the benefit of doubt, some people might not know what we're talking about when we talk about climate finance. So climate finance are financial resources invested in mitigation, in adaptation, and this was shared yesterday too, I think by Chikondi. And these include loans, grants, and also guarantees. You'd see later on as we talk about climate finances in Africa, that we have not in any way been close to get loans, grants, and guarantees as Africa because of the reasons that we'll talk about later, which are related to transparency and accountability. So the sources can be public, private, and intermediaries too, and the range of tools and mechanisms and modalities that are hinged to this kind of financing mechanism. So there are public sources of climate finance, and there are also private sources of climate finance, which I will talk to today. But for your own information, you would want to know that public sources of financing include those main three funds, which of course includes ministries, government agencies. We know the union institutions too. We've got development finance institutions. These include the Bretton Woods institutions as well. But climate funds are the third one that we're mostly familiar to, the GCF, the GEF, but very hard to get to, particularly for countries in the global south, for the reasons that I'll talk to later, and which are also key to this conference. So private sources, which I would speak to today, is actually risen in the past few years to actually surpass public sources of funding. So private sources have actually gone to about 50%, where, from a total of $653 billion in 2021, we saw private capital contributing about $333 billion towards, climate issues. And most of it will be talked about, of course, in the afternoon when we talk about the carbon credit market. We've got project developers investing in climate finances. We've got corporate actors, private households too, which is actually a very important aspect when we talk about how private families have actually been investing in climate finance. Institutional investors, commercial financial institutions, private equity, and venture capital. So these are the sources of funding for private climate finance, which I'll speak to in this presentation. So as it were, you'd see that Africa and countries in the global south have not really managed to plug into this available fund. So the same standards that are used by GCF and GEF are the ones that are also used by private capital. So it's going to be very hard for us to reach a 50%. Of course, China and Asian countries are already going to almost 50% of private capital supporting these ventures in climate issues. But for Africa, we are still at 14%. So even if we've got 86% public funding, that is just a drop in the ocean. It has not really transformed our societies at all. That's why we've got problems with access to energy, access to sustainable agriculture, and also sustainable buildings. So we are still at 14%, which is a cause for concern. So the question is, why are we not able to mobilize climate finances as a continent in countries in the global south? What is the challenge? And this will be coming out very soon. So you'd want to know that in the last 5 years, our private sector capital has only been between 1.5 to 3 billion. Of course, it was affected by COVID. 2019 was when we have got the highest amount of private capital. But for us to only have 3 billion in terms of private capital, in terms of energy projects, it's just nothing. When we've got that comparison of China, which has already invested more than 200 billion in energy projects. So we've got a challenge there. It is not a very good statistic. And look at US and Canada. These are countries that are really, investing more in climate solutions, and it's supported heavily by the private sector. Now, there are two things that we have to know when it comes to creating a conducive environment for public finance to operate or to attract public finance. So two things: balancing allocations of private sector investments across areas that generate economic, social, and environmental outcomes. So the private climate finance doesn't flow into a system or economic governance infrastructure that is not working, because it has to go somewhere. So for instance, if you don't have functional hospitals, if you don't have functional educational systems, or even if you don't have functional service delivery, then private climate finance is very hard to get. So in most cases, you've got private climate finance is going to support clean energy in health, for instance, in maybe biogas production, in schools, maybe boarding schools. So if you don't have functional boarding schools, if you don't have functional service delivery or functional health services, it's going to be very difficult to attract private climate finance, because those two things work together. Even if the transport system itself doesn't work, then it's going to be very difficult. Then the second thing, innovative financing instruments. So we talk about green bonds, we talk about sustainable bonds. These things doesn't exist yet holistically in Africa, because it's a financing mechanism which is quite innovative and requires for our banks to have these models to exist for people to actually come and invest using green bonds. So without these, then it's very difficult for us to attract private climate finance, because green bonds are the ones that give guarantees to people and organizations that want to invest in climate projects. Carbon pricing. So recently, we had the Africa New Carbon Market being established from the COP27, and it's not functional yet, for your own information. So it's very difficult for us to actually attract that private capital if our carbon markets are not functional and you don't have our own registry which actually works. I'll talk about this later too. So those are the two main issues that we have to ponder around to say, why is it that we only have 14% of private climate finance in Africa as compared to other countries in continents? So as alluded to yesterday too, you would see that most of the climate finance are going towards mitigation, which is not a priority for African countries, for your own information. Adaptation in terms of business is not one thing that private capital is willing to support, because it doesn't give them return on investment. So mitigation actually gives them return on investment, because they are investing into solar energy, soil carbon, and also, as you can see, sustainable transport, which I'll also speak to shortly. So these are the uses of climate financing that we need to know: mitigation and adaptation, which I've also talked in the first slide. So I'll talk about three main opportunities that exist for investors in Africa. So our solar energy is one of the key things that investors can actually put their money towards. So as much as we have 40% of the globe's total energy, solar power, we're only producing less than 2% of the total global capacity of electricity, according to IRENA. But it's estimated that by 2030 would actually reach 125 megawatts, which is also a drop in the ocean in terms of sustaining our economies to be more than what it is. So as you can see, those are the top 10 rather, biggest solar projects in Africa. And you can see that most of them are in South Africa. So private capital in terms of solar as of now is only gone to 5 main countries. In the other countries, they've lost out from this opportunity because of the same reason that we are gathered here in this conference. Weak political will, of course, weak investment environment, and also a battered policy framework. Of course, Morocco, Egypt, and South Africa remains 3 of the main countries that are getting 90% of all private climate finances. And this is a cause for concern too, to see how then can we learn from these countries that have received so much from private climate finances to be able to establish these solar power stations. You'd want to know that for South Africa, in the next 5 years, they've targeted to actually grow their energy potential from solar to more than 2,000 megawatts, which is quite substantial in terms of economic development. Then the carbon market, quite an area that I also work in. So you'd see that the carbon market has always been controlled by countries in the global north, unfortunately. And it is estimated that this market, especially the compliance market, has got the potential of actually raising almost $900 billion if done well. But for your own information, our governments have not really benefited from this fund because of the reasons that I'll talk to later. But the voluntary carbon market now offers private climate finance and also offers an opportunity for us to have this. So Zimbabwe, for your own information, has developed the first carbon credit framework, which probably would tap into that fund. And there's also a legal instrument, a social instrument that also supports this. So you'd want to know that the voluntary carbon markets offers private players to come in and invest in terms of agriculture, forestry, and other land uses, and be able to generate carbon credits, but also generate funding for communities, the government, and also the investors. And this is where we are at the moment. For your own information, we've not really benefited from the carbon credit markets as much as other countries because of the compliance issues that are associated with this market. And this is a cause for concern as well. So, so this is 13% of the carbon credits generated in 2021 were only from Africa, which is a drop in the ocean as compared to other countries such as Germany, the United States, which occupies more than 50% of the carbon credit markets. But this is an opportunity. I'm sure the guys in the afternoon will also talk more about the existence of this market and how we can benefit more from it. Now, e-mobility, the third one. So e-mobility has become one of the go-to areas when it comes to private climate finance. It is estimated that by 2028 would have grown by 17% to actually reach a target of 162 million. So when you look at the analysis of e-mobility and its impact on economic development in Africa, it is said that transport is the key enabler for economic development in Africa. Although others would think that it's solar energy, others would think that it's access to water and education, but mobility remains one of the key enablers for economic development because it allows people to move from one place to point B, for people to access markets, especially for people in the rural areas. And also one advantage that we have in Africa is that we have the things that are needed for us to support e-mobility. So most countries here in Africa have already, such as Zimbabwe, I think Ghana too, already has an e-mobility policy. And you'd want to know that, one of the key ingredients of the e-mobility is the lithium-ion batteries. And we can easily make lithium-ion batteries using the copper that we have in Zambia, the manganese that we have in South Africa, and lithium that we have in Zimbabwe. So these are the three main opportunities for private climate finance to go. But we're still having a problem to grow these markets because of the institutional challenges that we face here in Africa. So this graph illustrates the extent to which there's the appetite for private capital to actually invest in such things such as energy, transportation, as well as industry and energy. Now, climate finance instruments to leverage private sector. So this is where the buck stops with Africa. Without policy incentives, such as the feed-in tariffs, the tax incentives, then it's going to be very difficult to attract private climate finance, as compared to other countries that have made sure that when people want to invest in private, in climate projects, there's a conducive policy environment. So this is a problem that we are facing as a continent because the ease of doing business still is very, very difficult. Then the risk management. So of course, most African countries are considered a high-risk environment. The corruption perception index saving most of the countries. I think Tanzania scored, is it 38 out of 100 in the last corruption perception index. Zimbabwe West is at 21. So it's a very high-risk investment where private capital is not willing to come in, as much as we have all those potential in terms of mobility, solar energy, and others. Then grants as well. So I'll talk later on about the blended finance. So grants still have to be available from government for private finance to work. It doesn't work in isolation. So without a system for cash transfers and in-kind support within our countries, then it's difficult for us to attract private climate finance. Low-cost debt issue as well, then capital instruments on commercial terms. So what we lack is in Africa from this analysis is that we are not ready to receive substantial amounts of private climate finance. And this is a process, So when we started talking, for those who are familiar with UN-RED, UN-RED it's a climate finance. Of course, it can be public, it can be private. So there were delays by African governments to actually be ready for that climate finance. And you see that other mechanisms for climate finances are also being delayed because we don't have a mechanism for being ready. So being readiness means that we plan, we access, we deliver and monitor, which is illustrated on this table here, or this diagram. So planning to receive climate finance requires us to actually understand what the climate finance flows look like. What are the sources of climate finance? What are the major players within climate finance? This is the planning process. So as of now, we're just waiting, for private climate finance. Just come from somewhere into our countries, we use it and so forth. So I had a discussion with the guys in Zimbabwe when we were talking about, this new carbon trading framework. And the expectation is that now that we have got a carbon trading framework and a law that supports it, somebody's just going to come from Germany and invest in a carbon project and so forth. It's not going to be as easy. There has to be a planning process, which looks at the effectiveness, efficiency, and the equitability of our systems as a country. And this also speaks to many other countries, including Tanzania and others. Then the access itself. So I talked briefly earlier on that access to climate finance, even if it's GCF or GEF, has been a very difficult thing for many countries. So access for private finance too is going to be difficult. So we have to look at access to say, do we have access? What are the people that we've worked with before? Have we gotten funding from GEF, for instance, before, or from GCF? Are they accredited entities within our countries to be able to receive this funding or not? So this is an issue of access, which you should not ignore. And if not dealt with well, we might not be able to have adequate private finance. Then deliver. Do we deliver on our promises? Are we able to execute when such kind of capital is injected? I'm sure about 2 years ago, Tanzania, Ghana, which was being said, about 43% of its health services were being solar powered. But look at 2 years later, I think it has gone down to 29%. So if somebody is looking at those statistics, they look at the deliver. Are we able to deliver? Do we have oversight of our financial systems? What goes wrong when an investor comes in and put money on energy issues, soil, organic carbon, or even off-grid solar? Then the monitoring aspect as well. I think the World Bank tried to put so much money in African countries, to support the ease of doing business as a component of monitoring how we use our finances. So, private climate finance is not independent of government, statutory instruments and government monitoring mechanisms. So you cannot expect, the 800 million energy transition fund that was given to South Africa by the US not to be monitored. It has to be monitored so that we have an understanding of our readiness to say that this country is now ready to get private climate finance. So I'll quickly move on to the current sources of private sector finances. And these are, in principle, the corporations, the institutional investors and grants which exist. I'm sure the person from the bank will also comment to this. So we've got the corporations and financial institutions, and this also refers to the stock market itself, where it exists for us to actually access private finance. And much of it has gone to an energy sector. So I'm sure about 75% of private climate finance from corporations has gone to the energy sector, particularly in the 5 countries that I've mentioned before: Morocco, Kenya, of course South Africa, and the 2 others. Then grants. So 6% goes to grants, which is a very, very significant figure. So the reason why we've got only 6% towards grants is that we are not able to meet the requirements of the grants that are available in terms of, climate finances. This is a very, very small percentage as compared to other countries that actually get, above 100% of grants towards, climate finance in, of course, energy and other issues. Then institutional investors. So here we've got venture capital, we've got private equity, and also infrastructure funds. So here we're talking about, your social security funds and so forth. We're talking about individuals, the Soros of this world, and also we're talking about George Bezos, talking about the Elon Musk. So these are institutional investors who actually are going around to actually support certain projects when it comes to, improving the sustainability of countries to climate change. So this illustrates what I'm just talking about, to say about 39% comes from the corporations, commercial institutions, as well as households. Now, this is the most important part, the barriers and opportunities for leveraging private finance for green growth in Africa. So, as I've mentioned, private climate finance flows are mainly driven by existing public climate finance infrastructure. So you've seen that most of our countries, if you look at your annual budget, have you ever looked at how much percentage is allocated, for instance, towards climate issues? For most countries, it's between 5 to 7%, which means that there's no seriousness by governments to invest in green growth. So how do you expect investors to come in to support? What are they coming to support? It's a big challenge. And also, the second thing is also the investment profile. So investment profile in Zimbabwe, we had one of a company that was doing geothermal in Niger, and there was a coup and everything just went down. So the risk profile of countries is also a barrier for private climate finance to flow into our nation, or into our continent rather. We're having about 5 coups in the past 2 years. Also, it makes our continent a high-risk place for private capital to be invested. Then better quality infrastructure. So better quality infrastructure, if you look at South Africa is one of the countries that has got better quality infrastructure. That's why you see they've got more than 10 big solar power stations in Africa. So for us, we have to improve on this, because business is looking for somewhere to lend and to be able to secure their funding and grow with the country as it were. So then the country of the size of the country's market, Nigeria was supposed to be a go-to place when it comes to the country's market, but unfortunately they also have their own governance problems, which deters climate finance to come into the country. But ironically, a country's climate risk index also deters climate finance. I think we can have a separate discussion on this. So countries that are mostly prone to climate change, they might not really attract climate finance, because probably investment is going to be destroyed. And it not only refers to Africa. If you look at Europe, most of the insurance companies, JP Morgan and others, they're actually pulling away from investing, from giving insurance to houses and companies that are along the coastal towns, because of the rising sea level. So these are the main barriers that we're talking about here, to say, if we don't address these key issues, then we may not have private climate finance in the near future. So what do we have to do now? Of course, the policy framework, there are no two ways. So the policy framework, regulatory structures, and fiscal incentives for climate and green growth needs to be put in place by countries in Africa, but also in the global south, to be able to secure private climate finance. Then the increase of blended finance. So blended finance, we're just saying government should actually come in and put a certain percentage of fund towards a certain project, then private climate finance will come in to support that. That ensures that the investor's interests are secured, and at least there's return on investment, because it will be a government-led project. And I think in Kariba, it's one of the examples of blended climate finance, where we've got government putting in money, but also Chinese investors coming in to support this kind of approach. Then, of course, expanding sustainable finance instruments such as green finance. So I'm still to hear local banks that have actually developed the green financing mechanism and made it effective here in Africa, whereas other countries such as China itself, Europe, and also the America have made a perfect model of what a green finance looks like. So we need to work on this model to say, how can we attract private climate finance in terms of green financing mechanism. Then, of course, diversification of public investments for other types of sectors and use different types of sources. Strengthening domestic financial institutions to address the financing gap for climate action and green growth. So, lastly, I will talk about the accountability mechanisms for climate finance. And I only have these three. I'm sure I will also get to hear from the floor on how we can, promote, transparency within the private climate finance sector itself. So, of course, the civil society exists for us to monitor the private climate finance in our countries, particularly when it's blended financing, because government finances, which is taxpayers' money, is also involved there, but there's also private climate finance. So it is our duty, organizations such as ITAC, Transparency International, to monitor and put pressure on governments and private sector to disclose the amount of money that they are using in terms of climate mitigation and adaptation. Then there's what we call penalties on accountability measure. So, if companies are not able to declare how much they are putting towards private climate finance, then we have a big problem. The Chinese have got a problem with this aspect. So countries need to be put in place what we call penalty for accountability measure, where if failure by private companies to declare how much they would have invested in terms of climate issues attracts a penalty. Then thirdly, of course, performance indicators is an accountability measure. So we still do not have accountability, performance indicators as countries in the global south to say to what extent is this investment actually, reached the indicators or the goals that we have as a country, So for instance, if a company is coming in to put a solar farm, to put, a mini hydropower station, we still do not know to what extent has it contributed to the to the holistic goal of a country. And we need to put these performance indicators to ensure that private capital is attracted, but also is monitored and makes a lasting impact in the goals that we have as nations. Then the conclusion that I have here is that our continent has great potential and self-interest to achieve green growth because of the massive, natural resources that we have, the lithium, the manganese, the copper, the cobalt that is found here in Africa. Africa actually contributes, more than 60% of transitional minerals, if not 80, and we have got that potential, but we're still lagging behind in terms of other countries. China itself having about, third largest reserves of lithium, although they do not have a lithium mine. Secondly, we need to look at the numbers. We need to look at the statistics. And we need to know that for Africa to actually thrive, we need about 214 billion private finance for us to actually, complement the constrained public reserves and be able to, to meet the SDGs as well as, ensure that our countries improve their adaptive capacity to climate change. Then also 1.3 trillion annually needed for us to meet the SDGs by 2030. And most of this financing is expected from the private sector. Then we also need to look at the barriers that I've mentioned in the previous slide to say these barriers are real. If we do not address the barriers that we've mentioned here, then we're going to have a big problem in attracting private climate financing. Then in many investment opportunities in climate action and climate and green growth could unlock private sector financing. So we need to look at the options that we have. Of course, electric vehicles, an issue that I'm passionate about, also giving us an option for us to attract public climate finance. If you drive around Arusha, you see these models of transportation. You've got the matatu, the boda boda, and others. So how about we actually ensure that that investment is actually attracting private climate finance through using electric vehicles? Then lastly, the implementation of appropriate regulatory policy, institutional framework and transparency mechanism is essential for turning them into booming markets for private investors. So our policy frameworks as well, they need to be looked into and also adjusted here and there so that we actually create a conducive investment opportunity for our continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank, for that thought-provoking presentation. where you've highlighted some of the challenges and opportunities that are available to accessing private financing. At this moment, allow me now to open it up to the panelists. Apologies, I had forgotten to introduce one panelist that we have here present, who is Engineer Kato Kabaka. He is the Director for Advisory and Consultancy Services at Energy Cards. He is a seasoned geothermal specialist with over 25 years experience in the energy sector, both in the public and private sector. So, including our 3 online discussants, these are going to further buttress the presentation that we got from Frank, and also bring in new perspectives given their experience. So to open it up, I'll start with Chinma George. Chinma, are you online? You can kindly greet us.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, you're loud and clear. So Chinma, to you, our first question is, can you kindly unpack some of the mechanisms for private finance, especially on climate actions? And here, let us know what works and what doesn't work, given your experience within the banking sector, and also highlight some of the best practices available. Thank you. This question is, can you kindly unpack some of the mechanisms for private finance, especially on climate actions? And here, let us know what works and what doesn't work, given your experience within the banking sector, and also highlight some of the best practices available. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a very call it big question with a lot of different answers. Or okay, so let me start. So thank you very much, Frank, for your presentation. I think you did a fantastic job at looking at climate finance, the whole scope of it, and the different instruments with which climate finance is being deployed in Africa. Now, just speaking on the different financial mechanisms, there are quite a number of financial mechanisms. It looks as if there's a lag. Am I being heard clearly?
Yes, we can. You can go ahead.
Okay. So there are different types of financial mechanisms, and there are different types of instruments that are being used by private sector. So first of all, he mentioned, we have the climate finance flows that come from the UN. So the financial mechanism, the Green Climate Fund. You also have different organizations, different development aid, different development finance institutions that are accredited to the GCF that are also able to access funds from the GCF. And these are now catalyzed, or these are now used channels through local financial institutions. So using Nigeria as a country as an example, this financing from GCF can be channeled through DFIs or UNDP or other development aid or bilateral partners, and is being implemented for various projects. So projects ranging from capacity building, projects ranging for financial inclusion, projects ranging from transforming financial systems, greening financial systems, to projects ranging for adaptation and mitigation, which is renewable energy, as well as climate smart agriculture. So interestingly, presently I work in the bank, and I head the renewable energy division at First City Monument Bank. Based on the public sector, based on the government's interference, or based on the government's leadership and governance with regards climate action in Nigeria, our bank was able to set up a dedicated climate action desk. So renewable energy desk. Our bank also has renewable energy and climate change policy. And we also have what we call ESG. So ESG is environment, social, and government. governance. So that's for reporting on different environmental impacts. Now, different instruments and different ways with which finance has come in. Like I mentioned, we have bilateral partners, DFIs, development finance institutions, ranging from AFDB, ranging from different other organizations, both local and international. They also support local financial institutions by giving them concessional funding, and also having caveats for lower interest rates if some of that concessional funding is geared towards green financing and also towards women empowerment. Outside that, we also have intervention funds, also from local DFIs, which gives funding or finance at concessional rates. And these are some of the cheapest financing we have. Also, the bank also finances through their balance sheet, but based on the central bank's regulatory policies and regulations, that's always more expensive. So basically, there's a lot of financing from private or commercial banks that are concessional through partners, development aid partners, and DFIs. So looking at the big picture, Nigeria has been one of the first African countries to have the sustainable banking principles. Nigeria, that was started in 2012. Nigeria is also one of the first countries to raise sovereign green bonds. And after the country was able to raise sovereign green bonds, you've had private sector also raise green bonds. So we've had the first green bonds, sovereign. Then we've had a commercial bank raise green bonds. We've also had a corporation which deals in energy, hydropower, not Power, also raise green bonds in Nigeria. So we see that the public sector setting a stand or setting an example has been able to leverage and bring on more private sector players, both from the financial institutions and corporations, as the presenter's presentation rightly stated. What has been the best practices? We noticed that so many people still do not have access to energy. And just like you said, transport and mobility will also aid development. Also, energy is very important for businesses. And we've been able to create such an impact, not just deploying financing or debt to SMEs to be able to deploy renewable energy solutions, but also looking at the impacts of in those communities. Now, through the World Bank and AFDB, about $550 million facility to Nigeria, that has been channeled through what we call the Renewable Rural Electrification Agency, to be able to give grants to developers or businesses to be able to deploy solar panels or mini grids, solar home systems to rural areas that don't have electricity. We have also participated in that, also making sure that ESG is recognized, the social impact, the environmental impact, and there's always insurance on all these projects.
Practices
so
around
some of the
addressing some of
examples,
the energy challenges, like you said. Moving forward now, I would like to call upon Taj Urio. Apologies, I'd said Taj is from Tanzania. Taj is from Cote d'Ivoire. He's based in Abidjan. Taj, without necessarily repeating some of the opportunities and challenges that Frank mentioned in his presentation, what would you say is available when it comes to mobilizing private sector financing, especially for governments? And also, what role is being played by public entities such as governments to ensure that the private sector has a role to play in the blue or green economy or the carbon trade markets? Thank you. Private sector financing, especially for governments. And also what role is being played by public entities such as governments to ensure that the private sector has a role to play in the blue or green economy or the carbon trade markets. Thank you.
Thank you all. Greeting from Abidjan. Basically, I'm from Tanzania, but currently I'm here. And Arusha is my home city, so you're warmly welcome to my home city. So I'm from Southpaw, and Southpaw is one of the industry-leading carbon developer, and we work across different solutions, be it nature-based solution, sustainable technologies, but also we support corporates and governments into setting up the legislations and framework that address issues to do with activation of carbon markets. So back to your question, I can say there's a lot of opportunities in this area, particularly if you look at the African level and the NDC commitments. Most of them, they are conditional because, of course, the mitigation efforts for Africa is like a number 2 priority. The top priority is adaptation. So we are contributing into global mitigation efforts. And having a lot of conditional NDC commitments, this provide a huge opportunity for private sector to support government to achieve their NDC. Since this conditional commitment, they require finance, they require technology and capacity. So what needs to be done is for governments and private sector to work together to create an environment that will create a confidence for people to invest. For instance, for the last decade, globally, about 60 trillion USD million have been invested into energy sector, particularly on the renewable energy. But only 3 trillion out of 60 billion was invested in Africa. This says there is a less confidence, investment confidence within Africa to invest into this huge opportunity that we have. And looking at the potential-wise, over 40% of the potentials in renewable energy, particularly the solar energy, is in Africa, but less investment, you can say. We have huge potential in geothermal across African countries, but why are we not getting funds to activate this and put project into generation? So there is a lot to do in terms of regulation, business reflective regulation that need to be clear, consistent, that can provide confidence to the investors. But also we need to build into infrastructures, system-wise, and the hard infrastructure, from the mobility network, from the systems like a national registry in terms of carbon, but also the entire value chain of business environment in terms of the systems. But another things to understand as an opportunity, there's also career-wise opportunity, because we don't have enough human capital resources in this area, particularly the competent one. So we need also to invest on the human capital development. And for young people, it's also an opportunity for them to look at this as a potential career for them to pursue and build themselves. For instance, in the carbon markets, Africa also lack enough competent people to support the whole markets. And you find that the cost for project development is high because you need to get some experts from abroad, and it's expensive. So that's part of the benefit that would remain in Africa, but it's not because of the capacity that we have. So there is a lot to do in that context. Private sector can contribute a lot through the carbon market mechanism, both on compliance and voluntary carbon market. Take into account the compliance market, which is huge and has a good, I can say, good price, but also the stable one. If the government activate a framework and lateral framework for Article 6 market, particularly 6.2, there is huge opportunity. And even Southpaw, we are ready and we are supporting a number of countries to make sure that the project that are approved by country for 6.2, which is compliance market, they get even pre-financing so that the project can kick off and transform the livelihood and the economy of the country. But also within the voluntary carbon market, there's huge opportunity to attract corporates and companies to be able to contribute to achievement of the NDC of the countries. But all this depend on the regulatory framework, on the business environment, and how the people they have confidence to invest in your country. This also applies to blue economy. Taking into account the current discussion on the plastic credit, for instance, because we know most of the plastic they end up in the ocean, and we have a lot of dead sites in the ocean, which produce a huge amount of oxygen, but also it's part of the highest carbon sink. And with the plastic credits, private sector also can engage in this circular economy and contribute into employment, of course, capital flow, and all things surrounding the conservation from marine ecosystem, but also the livelihood of the coastal communities and people who are engaging in that. And for Salzburg, we are also changing the way corporates label this kind of initiative. We are moving away from the offsetting claim into contribution claim that companies, they are contributing into livelihood improvements, they are contributing to achievement of NDC in developing country and Africa and any country that we are working with. And this actually need to be tapped. And it can only be done if we have systems and business reflective
valuable
regulations
aspects on
the like.
ensuring that the entire business value chain system is working, and also bringing in a good dimension on how is our human resources meeting the new demands of the green or blue economy. Moving back to the room to Engineer Kato, given your experience within the setting up energy sector projects and agro-processing projects, what strategies would you say are available for engaging private sector in climate actions financing? And how is the use of blended financing instruments in such processes? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I think in order to attract the private capital, and it is that we need to have to do something in our country so that we can develop or we can establish an environment which is conducive for doing the business. And that is the main requirements from the private investors. They would like to see that the policy regime is attractive and also is stable. And normally the private sector is risk averse. They would like to come in when the project is ready. They would like to not to take risk, but rather they would like to maximize their profit. So in order to do that, we need to have in place the strong, supportive legal and regulatory framework. That is really very important. And if I take it in the case of geothermal, which is my area I have been working with, investors would like to see that if they invest the money, who will be the owner of the resource, and how are they going to get back their money, and who is the off-taker, and what is the financial position of the off-taker, and what is the type of guarantee in place to make sure that the investor can get back the money. And that has been the main challenge. But the second thing has been the institutional capacity. Our institutions need to have strong financial positions, but also to be independent in terms of governance so that they can be trusted. And the other thing which is also challenging is the data. If we go, for example, for the hydro project or the wind project, the investor would like to have confidence with the data. Normally, we have gaps in our data, and if the data is not supporting the business, normally they would like the government or the country to put a guarantee that the data in place is supporting the business, and that is really very challenging. And for example, if you are to invest to guarantee the hydrological data, and we know that we are in a situation of climate change, whereby the weather is not predictable, it's very difficult to put a guarantee on that. But if I come to the what to do in terms of my experience, and I would like to share that the money which is coming from different institutions, normally it takes time to get the money, and even it is difficult to predict when you are going to get the money. In this case, I would like to cite the two projects. One was the scaling up renewable project, which started in 2014, and up to 2018, I think, when the project was closed, the money was not realized. And why it was not realized? One, it was the demand on their side about the legal and regulatory framework, but on the other side, they changed their position, the goals, because when we started, there was a component of loan, grant, and private financing. But later on, they said they wanted to increase the component of the loan, because the government now, the Tanzanian status has changed from a low income to a middle income, so they changed their position, and that made a discussion very difficult. And with the geothermal, we have the geothermal risk mitigation facility, which is basically giving a guarantee for the developer to put money or to do the basic study in order to develop a project. And the guarantee provides 40%, and the country provides 60%. But how to access the 40% from the mitigation facility is really very difficult, and the conditions are difficult, and so the project is like a non-starter in a way. But what can we do on our side? I think we need to develop capacity. That is very important. And when we talk about the capacity, for example, when we are attracting the private capital through the PPP, the private public-private partnership, we have to do our homework so that we have what is known as a public sector comparator. That means we do have a homework, we know the investment which is needed, we know that we have to establish the time frame, and also if it is, for example, a power project, we know approximately what would be the investment and what will be the cost of the project. Otherwise, if we use the transaction advisors, normally there is a challenge on that side. Maybe I stop there.
All right, thank you very much, the engineer, quite bringing up some of the challenges with blended financing. Maybe lastly, just under 3 minutes to our online panelist, Chengeto. Can you, maybe going practical, talk about some of the challenges in accessing private finance for you as a farmer, and if what does this look like, and does this also address some of the climate challenges you are facing? So if you are online, Chengeto, you can unmute and go ahead. We can't hear you, Chengeto. Hi, Chengeto. Okay, we can now hear you. Please, just under 3 minutes, if you can address some of the challenges you are meeting in accessing private finance as a young farmer.
As a young person in the private finance for agriculture from banks and the private sector, one of the main challenges being the
Chengeto, it seems your line is bad. You are breaking.
as a young person, as a young to private finance for agriculture from banks and the
Okay,
private
we can hear
sector,
you now. You can try.
one of the main challenges being the
Yes.
issue of collateral.
Chengeto,
So for
it
me to,
seems
I
go
have my
ahead, please.
collateral.
Bad. You are breaking.
Okay. Can
Okay, we can hear you now. You can try.
you hear me now?
Yes. Go
Okay,
ahead,
so
please. Oh, you are off again. Maybe it's
all right. So I was saying
time. Just closing up with the panelists available and the presenter. What would you say are some of the challenges associated with ensuring transparency and accountability in monitoring private sector investments? Does most of the accountability lies with the profits or with the development and sustainable development for the people? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Delight. So maybe to start with, it might appear as if Africans are not really serious about accessing climate finance. And I mean, from a Pan-African perspective, I think the available funding partners also make it very difficult and almost impossible for us to access financing. And in that view, I feel one of the things that we need to look at local resource mobilization, where and also a value addition, where we can actually make use of local resources that we have to actually power the energy transition and climate agenda of our country, and our continent too. But also looking at the transparency frameworks, I think we have not really done well too in terms of promoting transparency and accountability, particularly finance transparency and accountability, and also information disclosure. Open government and open data platforms are also not functional in our countries and in our continent. I think these have to be put in place. It came out that investment doesn't go to where there is no transparency and accountability because investors are quite risk averse. So to give confidence to investors is also one thing that needs to be done. And this requires us to adopt some of the agreed principles, ease of doing business, the publish what you pay principles, and also open data is some of the things that we need to adopt as countries. But also looking at business principles themselves to say it's not only our role as people, as governments to put this in place. It should be combined effort which business is supposed to adhere to, given that we've got the BRICS coming into play now, and do companies coming from BRICS have transparency frameworks as compared to companies that we used to work with that were coming from the West in America. So a wide range of systems have to be put in place to ensure that we've got a transparent business environment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. For question of accountability and transparency, For complex projects like energy projects, normally we get the transaction advisors and project financiers from the same source. And for that reason, it is difficult sometimes to separate the transaction advisor and the investor. And so there the transparency, it can be difficult to pin down, and especially in establishing the cost of the project. And that is a major challenge. So we needed to build the capacity so that we can have our transaction advisors locally who can advise us from our context, our knowledge, based on our environment. And secondly, the other challenge, and which I think can be a challenge in terms of transparency, is how the capacity to process and interpret the data and the information we have, so that we can, from there, be able to establish the cost of investment, and as such, monitor the process and see that we get the financial flows is as predicted, and the estimated cost is real. I think those are the two things which I think are important in establishing transparency and accountability.
Thank you for that, engineer. Our time is running out. I would like to open it up to the floor. We will take 4 questions from the floor, and then we'll also look at the questions that are coming in online in the next round. So please, to our presenters online, please stay on, as there might be questions directed at you. So the first 4 hands, could we get a mic?
My voice and my heart of gratitude to the panelists who have taken us through this session. My name is Susan once again, and I have just a question to ask. Now, Exim is a renowned credit agency from the US that has a sole mission to provide jobs or job opportunities to the American people. And Exim has made its presence in over 44 sub-Saharan African countries, in line with being the largest platform for renewable energy transaction within the sub-Saharan African country. Now, in line with climate finance, as Africans or African countries, what can we learn from such entities? And how can we capacitate our people to do more of the production of, for example, the renewable energy in line with solar energy? Because as I was reading further about Exim, they provide market potentials for their people. In as far as panel mounting systems are concerned, connectors are concerned, switches and sensors. So can we change that narrative, is my question, to empowering more the African people, and especially the African young people, through capacity building, technological transfer, so that in this business, I call it, it is us who benefit more as we partner with some of these entities. So my question is, what can we learn from these entities, and can we change the narrative to benefit the Africans as we transition to renewable energy? Thank you.
Thank you. 3 more hands, then we open it up. We've got 2 at the back.
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Thank you for disclosure opportunity in private sector, but as all presenters said, there is a lack of knowledge and in that grab that opportunity. So my question is to all panelists, what do you think will be the best way to have one source of information and that will be enabled to capacitate all investors and interested people in that market?
Thank you. Next hand, please.
Thank you very much to the panelists. My name is Happiness, and I'll go direct to the question. My question is, how can financial institutions be encouraged to align their investment with climate goals while being held accountable for their contribution to the sustainability?
Okay, thank you. The last one, please.
Thank you. My question is to the main presenter, who spoke about China being the biggest financier in just in energy transition. I just want to ask about what I think is the hypocrisy of China, because the kind of exploration they are doing in Zimbabwe and I think in other African countries does not really paint a picture of them intending to finance energy transition from a point of view of reducing emissions.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. I would like to start with our online panelists. So, Chinma, if you can start us off. I'm sure there were two questions directed to all the panelists, one on how we can emulate such entities as EXIM to empower more of young African people, and also what would be the best way for having a single source of information to investors.
Okay, thank you very much. So to start with the first question, how we can replicate something with EXIM, I think there are lots of
people, and also what would be the best way for having a single source of information to investors.
Okay, thank you very much. So to start with the first question, how we can replicate something with EXIM, I think there are lots of what's it called? There are lots of associations and there are lots of organizations popping up or coalitions popping up. You have the GFANZ, the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero, and recently they just opened up an African arm. But I would like to say that Africa has to be able to take the solutions into our hands, and that's going to be the only way we're going to be informed. We have to be able to take the problem, we have to be able to take solution. Now, be it as it may that we did not contribute to climate change and we're suffering the impacts, and finance has to come to us, it still doesn't stop us from standing and taking action. I think we have to come together and replicate a lot of things, a lot of best practices that are happening. You also mentioned solar manufacturing. I'll have you know that yesterday, a solar manufacturing plant was just launched in Nigeria, and there are quite a number of them. So I think for electric vehicles and mobility, we have to start looking, since we have the resources, we have the natural resources, the raw materials, we have to start looking inward to see how we can collaborate across Africa and within ourselves. We can leverage platforms such as the African Trade Zone in order to share best practices and also trade and make sure we lift each other up.
Then the second question, how can FIs become more climate conscious? I'll have you know that, like I mentioned, we have the sustainable banking principles that have been in place. There are about 9 of them since 2012. And it's some of the principles include women empowerment, includes impacts on the environment. And for example, we have FCMB, about 150 of its branches are running on solar. So it's not just financing or action, it's also doing the work and actually being an example. So I think more capacity needs to be built. I just think more of the success stories need to be shared so that more people can adopt and also implement. I hope I answered that.
Thank you very much, Chinma. Maybe over to Taj now, if you can also take one of the 2 questions that was directed to you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. On the EXIM, I'll say we need to work more on the local content, and the local content include a number of things. If we invest much on local content within African countries, then definitely we can tap this opportunity. But if we do invest less into local capacities from the human capital development, but also from the manufacturing and the whole industry value chain, then we're going to be on the losing side. So it's more on investing on the local content, local capacity, understanding and gaining the experience also from others and learning from others, including the EXIM and the like. So that's number 1, which is very important from my side. On the information, I think, when it comes to this type of climate-related investment, it's not just within one sector, it's across sectors. And sometimes practically it might be difficult to put, a place where you can get all information, one stop for information. What I'll say, I think, is for the sectors and the ministries and government agencies, they need to also try to think as a business, and as investors. So they put information that are accurate and updated, in the information pages, particularly the website and other digital forms, so that when people are doing a research, they can find the accurate information. And it's good to have a clear and a breakdown of the cost in case there are some cost implication that will be involved into that investment. I'm talking about things like fees and charge, they have to be clear, and you don't need to go into personal conversation to get the details. So that's very important. If this kind of information are available on public domain, it will be much better and accessible to all. Maybe I can also contribute on the banking and financial flow in terms of the accountability into climate action. I can just remind you that one of the goals of Paris is actually to facilitate and encourage financial investment. And it's also important to know that for developing countries, responsibility and obligation under Paris Agreement depends, of course, based on our historical carbon footprint and the way we need to do action on that. However, it's important for financial sectors and investors to make sure that they direct their investment into low carbon pathway development, and of course report that to consumers. And as consumers, we also have power to influence the direction of investment from the corporate that we are getting service from or product from. So it's important for us to be conscious consumers, to be able to hold accountable the corporates community, but also understand this principle of common but different responsibility in light of national circumstances, and maybe you can narrow it down in light of community and business circumstances in a given country. So it's not like a one size fits all. It actually depends on how we address it and our position, and of course the nature of the country. But most of sub-Saharan Africa, we are almost the same when it comes to climate change action obligations and responsibility.
Which was an intentional, economic transformation exercise that probably was forecasted to take more than 100 years. So they are, implementing this Belt and Road initiative in the most, amazing way. And, it speaks to investment in agriculture, in mining, infrastructure development. And I don't think they are leaving anything to chance. So, like what I mentioned in my presentation, China means business. And you would see how the West and America is actually trying to catch up to China, where China have actually taken over resources in Africa, in other parts of Asia, and including Europe itself, Eastern Europe. You see Chinese investments which are serious there. So, I mean, the question would be: are we serious in terms of engaging China ourselves as Africa? Because China is just following a growth pattern, which they developed, through, of course, the leadership of Xi Jinping, and I think we should understand how Chinese think. They want to ensure that they actually have a sovereign, sustainable existence of their future generations as compared to us, although they are already in a better place as to us. So yes, China is going around, if you come to Zimbabwe, they are, destroying the environment and exploiting lithium. In DRC, the same thing, Zambia. They are also there. And they are following the Belt and Road Initiative. And it's working for them. So let's understand the Belt and Road Initiative and see if it's meant to exploit us and bleed us, our continent to death at the expense of the Chinese. Thank you.
Yes, maybe you can tackle the single data source question for us, engineer. Thank you.
Thank you. For a single source information, I think it's a question of coordination and making sure that we have a single source or single point of information, and that information has to be clear. And since the information is coming from different sectors of the economy, there is a need of streamlining to make sure that there is no conflict in the information the investors are getting.
Okay. Thank you very much, engineer there. Maybe through the help of IT, if you can help us see if there are one or two questions to take from on our online participants. Online participants, if you do have a question, this is your time to either raise your hand or use the chat box. It seems there aren't. Maybe just one more question from the room. Yes, a mic to the Reverend Professor.
Thank you, moderator. My concern is about the e-mobility landscape and its development. The main speaker, the main presenter said that there's a lot of investment, 17.28% in the years 2023, 2028, if I'm correct, I noted that. My question is, my concern is, do we have globally and regionally a rigorous environmental impact assessment of the e-batteries, both in the short-term, medium, and long-term scenarios? Because I have four aspects of, oh my God, OMG levels. Life cycle of these batteries, scientifically, is between 10 and 15 years. This is out. Yeah, might be so. It's written that way, but I don't believe. Production, which circumstances? Are they directly or indirectly polluting the environment, the Mother Earth? Third, OMG, oh my God scenario. The prices of lithium, yeah? One battery of these for these cars, so e-batteries, costs between between 4,000 US dollars and 20,000 US dollars. I mean, 20,000 US dollars is a price for a car for rich people, not for armed people, for poor people. Sorry for putting German words there. So the e-cars, the prices, I was looking at this European Union conference last week. There is a discussion of boycotting electronic e-cars, which are subsidized from China to European Union, and this is a big concern. So, what are the environmental impact ramifications, implications, plastic footprint of these batteries? Today, as we are talking, there are more microplastic particles in the oceans, in the rivers, in the seas worldwide, more than fish. Are we serious? So which ways could we really look for a better environment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I would like one of our panelists online to tackle that. Either Chima or Taj, you can unmute. Then I'll also pose it to Frank.
Maybe I can just give it a try. It's a big shot, Doctor. Okay, what I can say is really it's a challenge.
For that question, I would like one of our panelists online to tackle that. Either Chima or Taj, you can unmute. Then I'll also pose it to Frank.
Maybe I can just give it a try. It's a big shot, Doctor. Thanks. Okay, what I can say it's really it's a challenging, particularly when it comes to e-waste, electronic waste. And I know that this challenge will be more and more prominent as we do this energy transition. But I can just say one thing. So when it comes to transition, that this concept on the just transition, the just transition concept, it entails all of this. So as we transit, we have to put into our mind and understanding that we are also creating another challenge, maybe of e-waste battery, and how do we address it? You know, so if we are not doing that as part of the just transition, because mostly we talk about just transition, looking at the developing country and least developed country, that maybe we don't have to go faster as as the climate impact increase, but it cut across sectors. And some of the solutions also be repurposing the battery after the life cycle. On maybe you can create another power bank, power pack for household, and some sort of repurposing them, and create a value chain of the circular economy within the battery industry. So that remains to be seen. I know it's a challenge, but also it's an opportunity. I know there is one young man in Tanzania. They call themselves Waga. They're also repurposing the used battery, and they bring it back into life. So as technology grows, I'm sure that people are going to use this opportunity to repurpose the battery, but also increase the life cycle of the battery themselves. But definitely it's something that we need to look at. And the e-waste is not only from the battery themselves. You're also talking about the solar. As we go, with this energy transition, and the life cycle of solar is around 20 to 25 years. What happened after that? So there is a lot of things to unpack and strategize on how are we going to address them, because we can create a solution, but the solution will come with a bigger problem if we don't anticipate the entire value chain and thinking in a systematic way. Yeah.
Just to add to what.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Reverend Msafiri. You actually ask a very fundamental question, and it points us to what scientists would probably call four solutions. Which we also grapple with is civil society, as government, as private sector. So to me, just to throw the question back to you and the floor is, how do we transition to a low carbon economy? What are the solutions? So we are grappling as a continent to save this continent into extinction. by putting out all these solutions. And what is the question is, what is the best solution? Maybe we don't know the best solution. That's why we're trying out all these mechanisms. So you are right that we also face a challenge where we do not know how to dispose that waste. Right now they are talking about clean coal. Is there something called clean coal? But it's also a solution that is being put out there to say we might have to decarbonize the coal itself. Probably we're actually pushing ourselves faster into extinction by bringing out these climate solutions. Even the soil carbon organic, the guys from we'll be talking in the afternoon, they will talk about the carbon market. It's also believed to be a false solution. Is it real that all these solutions that we have here are going to save us or more slow the demise of this continent? So you're right that maybe we might have to do an introspection and to analyze some of the solutions that we have. But obviously we need to look at what is the better option. Is it better to continue using our diesel-powered cars?
CRDB Bank in Tanzania, which is now accredited by GCF to transact the climate supportive finances. And also recently, NMB Bank launched a green bond, of around 400 million US dollar for supporting climate action. And I think we have to encourage our private sector so that they can also contribute to the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, due to time, this brings us to the end of a very informative session where we explored the available private finance mechanism. And it was quite unfortunate to learn that as Africa, we are only accessing 14% of that. But very encouraging to learn that there are a lot of opportunities for Africa as we have quite a lot of renewable resources that can be used within the green growth. So allow me to thank our panelists online, Chinma and Taj, Frank and engineer Kato. Thank you very much for this informative discussions. And to the participants, thank you for your engaging thoughts and questions. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Delight and the panel. Thank you very much. We are moving into the next session, which will take us until 2, and then we'll break for lunch. And this session is going to be on innovative mechanisms for climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. And this is going to be topic 5. I would like to request moderator Priva Clemens to get ready. If someone can tell him, I think he's just outside, maybe. To get ready for this presentation, Priva, yes, thank you very much. We are moving into topic 5, innovative mechanism for climate change mitigation and adaptation. And our presenter is Ms. Tracy from Zimbabwe. This topic will explore innovative mitigation and adaptation for climate action, including role of technology in reducing emissions. What will be the role of artificial intelligence, for example, in climate action, and so forth. The topic will further explore on climate action governance, which will focus on best practices in climate change policy, what works well, what does not work well. On the deserved mitigation and adaptation, what are available options or opportunities to improve public-private partnership, green bonds, as we've already heard, blue bonds, and climate risk insurance. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Priva Clemens, the moderator of today. Let's give it up for him as he comes to take up the stage. And at the same time, I'm going to introduce to you the main presenter of this session. Thank you, Priva. So Tracy is a registered lawyer and well-trained project officer and a gender justice specialist. Tracy has a working knowledge on advocacy in natural resource management with close to 6 years of experience in climate justice, resilience, livelihood, women, and fiscal transparency. She's highly skilled in implementing these project initiatives, ideally built on mutual understanding of relevant issues through experience. Proficient in overseeing project work plan performances, participating in project planning, budgeting, implementation, monitoring, conducting social preparation activities, and coordinating with necessary stakeholders and beneficiaries to identify and implement projects with communities. She's excellent in communication, coordination skills, and proven ability to successful working in multicultural environments, especially with communities nationally, internationally, and in Zimbabwe, where she comes from. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Tracy on stage. You already know her. Please give it up for her. She has been moderating also in previous sessions, so welcome, Tracy, for your presentation. I hope those who are online are already with us, and we are going forward into the presentation. Let me take this opportunity also to welcome Emmanuel Justin on stage. Emmanuel Justin on stage, please, a round for him. And we have also Amy. Amy, are you there? She will be online. Amy? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Amy. We can hear you. So let me hand over to Priva. And there's also one person, Mr. Kabaka. Once again. Or you can respond from where you are. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's perfect. So over to you, Priva.
Again, thank you very much, Moses. I would like Mr. Kato to come in front. I can stand so that I will be comfortable seeing him here. So, Mr. Kato, if you can, take some steps up. A round of applause for him. And it's afternoon, so I believe everyone should be probably a bit tired. So if I ask you all to stand up a bit and then stretch yourself, that will be good for your health as well. If you can, that will be good. Just 1 minute. You can talk with your colleague, 1 minute, that's good, yeah? Yes. Thank you very much. Great. Yeah, so our topic today will be the innovative mechanisms for climate change and adaptation. And our focus will be on the innovation. And then we are in the 4th industrial revolution. So we expect a lot to hear from here. And then, of course, there are some discussions on gender. Before the presenter starts giving us the tips, I'm honored to present to you Emmanuel Justin. Emmanuel Justin is a dedicated professional
contributing his skills to the Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum, ESAFF, with a background in advocacy, communication, and a diverse range of thematic areas, including climate change and cooperatives. Justin has a deep passion of championing innovation, creativity, sustainability development within the agriculture sector. His commitment to ESAFF's mission stems from the benefit that small-scale farmers play a pivotal role in ensuring food security and sustainable agricultural practices in our region. Through effective advocacy and communication strategies, Justin has worked tirelessly to amplify the voices advocating for policies and initiatives that address the pressing challenges. A round of applause for him. So, Engineer Kato Kabaka is a Director of Consultants and Advisory Services at the Energy Cuts. He's a seasoned geothermal specialist with over 25 years of practical experience in energy, both in private and public sector. And he has 15 years as a CEO in the geothermal development and utilization. He's the founding staff and CEO of the Geothermal Development Corporation of Tanzania. He has led various geothermal technologies, innovation pertaining to productive use of direct geothermal energy in agriculture, fishery, tourism, health, and industrial applications. He has highest achievement on testing and piloting geothermal use in agricultural processing for post-harvest losses reduction. He published over 20 journal and international conference papers on renewable energy. Kato holds a master's in engineering geology from Imperial College, University of London in 1996, and MBA from the University of Dar es Salaam, 2006. He's well known for his advancing geothermal technological innovations for addressing solution, economic and environmental challenges for sustainable present and future generation. A round of applause for him. Amy Gilliam is a senior climate adaptation and resilient policy advisor at the Power Shift Africa. She's online. She has over 9 years of experience working on sustainable development, climate change, energy, climate finance, food systems issues, forest protection, restoration, as well as land and community rights in the African context. She completed a Master's of Philosophy, Sustainable Development at Sustainable Institute in South Africa. Her thesis evaluated the impact of agroecology training and smallholders adaptation to the effect of climate change. Between 2019 and 2023, she served as the branch manager for the African branch of Climate Reality Project, funded by former US Vice President Al Gore. In her role, she worked and advocated on issues related to forest protection and natural resources governance, a just energy transition in South Africa. The African Development Bank's finance facility for fossil fuel and climate education. A round of applause for her. Now, without further ado, let me welcome Ms. Tracy for her presentation. So it's 14 minutes to 1, then you will be given 30 minutes. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon once again. My presentation will not take more than 30 minutes. I will not be the enemy between you and lunch, so I'll try to be brief. Okay, so we were supposed to talk about innovative mechanisms for climate change and adaptation, and I've had the liberty of talking to some of the panelists, and they'll also add to the presentation. So my presentation is not conclusive. We'll discuss more after I've done much of the talking. So I will talk about, it's a bit heavy, but I'll try to be, okay. So my presentation we'll talk about innovative mechanisms or mitigations and adaptations for climate change. I'll also talk about the role of technology, specifically artificial intelligence in reducing emissions, and how to incorporate gender perspective in climate policy, planning, action, and how to promote gender-responsive solutions. I'll also talk about the aspirations for civil society at COP28, and also how we can strengthen the link between public and private enterprises. So most of these things have been talked about by the previous presenter. I'll just rush through them. So just to give a little bit of contextual background on why we need to be innovative in terms of mitigation and adaptation to climate change. We need to understand where we are coming from as different people with different abilities in different locations, that we're not affected by climate change the same. There's a bit of disparity. So I was saying that there is inequitable distribution of carbon emissions. The wealthiest countries in the global north are responsible for the biggest chunk of emissions, while the poorest are responsible for a very small percentage. And this also happens to the effects. And even in our communities at a local level, those ones who are responsible for more emissions are the ones who are least likely to be affected by the effects of climate change. So this inequality and injustice extends to the climate impacts. Those countries that contribute the least are vulnerable to extreme weather conditions and the effects that stem out of that. So there's a term that is called climate apartheid, where those ones who are most exposed, yet they're the ones who least contribute to the emissions, are unable to adapt, and they will have to rely on nature for water, for example, whilst those who are emitting the most are also responsible for climate change almost, are able to adapt. As we can see in this picture, they can afford to drill boreholes, whilst those ones who emit the least will be left to fend for themselves, something like that. This is just an example of what will happen, the effects that are, this is actually a picture from Eben Harare, where there was a flood. It affected the poorest location because it is the one that was built in a low area using poor or cheap building materials, and the opposite is happening in our uptown and our plushy suburbs. So the disaster occurs, I think I'll just rush through this. A hazard is only disastrous if it affects a weaker population. If a tsunami or a tornado occurs in the ocean or occurs in places where there are no people, there's no disaster really, because it's not affecting anyone. And sometimes if it affects the richer populations and those who are capable of barricading themselves from the effects of climate, the disaster is lower. But when it affects the most weak populations, which I've just said that those are the ones who contribute the least to climate change, then that is a disaster. When a person is unable to appropriately predict, withstand, or recover from a hazard, they are vulnerable. The size of the threat and the degree of human vulnerability determine the risk of a disaster. Something like, yeah. So the cause of vulnerability, I think some of these things have been spoken about. I just want us to set the table for why we need to be innovative in terms of mitigation and adaptation. So the dynamic pressures, I think this is the story for all African countries. Lack of strong institutions, lack of training, lack of investment. This has been spoken by the previous presenter as well. We also have rapid population growth, rapid urbanization, arms expenditure, where our government spends huge chunks of budgets on arms and not on mitigation, something, yeah. Unsafe conditions, I spoke about this. So because of corruption, for example, in Zimbabwe, you find that the poorest of the communities are located in dangerous zones, those low-lying areas, those wetlands, where you actually know that if there's a cyclone coming, because they cannot afford expensive or strong building materials, their location already is disadvantaging them. And the fact that they are poor also adds on to disadvantaging them because they cannot build strong structures. So this is just part of that. So what have we done? This is just a summary of the efforts that Africa has done. Some of these were mentioned before, and most of these are debatable in terms of their effectiveness in actually addressing and in mitigation and adaptation. So we have got renewable energy investments. The previous speaker spoke about how South Africa is leading in terms of focusing and investing in renewable energy. We also have, I think, Morocco and Kenya, which are leading in Africa. We have got afforestation and reforestation projects that are being carried out. This is also, I think, to note is the one in Ethiopia. We also have climate smart agriculture. We'll speak more about this and the effectiveness of it in mitigating climate change. So this is just the summary of what Africa has done, of what we are doing. So how can we improve what we are doing already? I think I mentioned about climate smart agriculture and what it is. I think yesterday there was a small debate on what climate smart agriculture actually is, where we had Mr. Mayoyo mentioning Fumvudza is a climate smart agriculture initiative, but he also mentioned that the initiative is using fertilizers. So that leaves a lot to be desired in terms of, does it really qualify as a mitigating issue, or it's just, just talk. So this is largely theoretical, but all these pointers that I'm going to speak about have been successfully implemented in Europe. Whether it will work in Africa or not is something that we have to debate and have conversation on what structures we can put in place for this to also work in Africa. So climate modeling and prediction. AI can analyze a vast amount of climate data to develop accurate climate models and make predictions about the future climate scenarios. Those models help scientists and policymakers understand the impact of different variables on climate change and make informed decisions about mitigation strategies. For us to be adequately prepared for disaster, we need to understand the magnitude of the disaster that is likely to happen. And this can only happen if we're using AI to predict the likelihood and the margin of the disaster. Energy efficiency and smart grids. So in Zimbabwe, actually, this is something that is problematic. There is a report that said that the cables that we use to transport electricity around the country actually uses about 33% of the energy. So if we are producing, for example, 100 watts for the country, 33% or 33 of those watts are being used to just transport the electricity. I think you can see the problem there. It means we need to produce more electricity for us to be able to cater for the population. So we need to have AI algorithms that can optimize energy consumption. That is, we're going to use it with as low or the least possible wastage as possible. AI can identify areas of wastage and suggest energy-saving measures. This has always happened. This has also happened in other countries where even the light bulbs you're using are now changing because it was discovered that they use more electricity. Renewable energy optimization is almost the same. This can optimize the operation and the maintenance of renewable energy systems such as solar and wind farms. The problem of reliance on wind farms and solar is because we're not able to predict if we're going to have wind tomorrow, or if in the next 5 days the sun will be there consistently. If we are able to have patterns or to come up with a pattern that that will allow us to predict weather patterns, then we know that in the next 1 month, we give this amount of sun exposure, then you can plan to use solar panels. If we know that the wind speed in the next 1 month is like this, then we can actually optimize and use our wind farms. The problem with right now that we have, which disturbs us or which minimizes our use of wind and solar, is because we are not able to accurately predict if we're going to have wind tomorrow or solar tomorrow. So climate change adaptation, in AI can assist in developing adaptive strategies to mitigate the impacts of climate change. I've spoken about this. For example, AI can analyze data to identify vulnerable areas and populations. So the problem that we have sometimes with the communities who are vulnerable to climate change is because they are unable to identify how vulnerable they are. So for example, in Zimbabwe, in Chimanimani, where Cyclone Idai hit, the villagers in the area were not able to predict that the location on its own and the building materials they are using and the government infrastructure that are nearby are problematic and exposes them to the risks of climate change. So we have got people who are staying 20 kilometers away from a hospital or 20 kilometers away from a police station or in areas where there is no network. This on its own is exposes them and makes them vulnerable. But when they're invited to budget consultations by the government, they are unable to point this out because they are unaware of the vulnerability. So we need to have AI to assist us and assist people to identify their vulnerabilities to climate change and its effect so that they'll be able to hold the government to account and to contribute effectively when budget cycles happen. Intelligent transport systems. The previous speaker also spoke about this. AI can contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by optimizing transport systems. AI-powered traffic management systems can help reduce congestion, improve traffic flow, and minimize fuel consumption. So I think we spend most of our time in the traffic, 2 hours to just travel a 20-kilometer distance. But if we have got systems that are able to tell us, I think in Zimbabwe it's not a system, it's really people, a radio station that is always telling people don't go via Julius Nyerere Way because there's congestion there, don't go via Samora Machel, there's congestion. So if we're going to have this mechanized or computerized system that is able to communicate to motorists, we'll be able to reduce this time spent traveling and thereby reduce emissions. So the more things on AI will be spoken about by Justin, and the panel will discuss more about this. I'll quickly move on to opportunities to improve, including private partnerships, green bonds, and climate risk insurance. So in terms of private and public partnerships and green bonds, these have been spoken about by the previous presenter. I will just give the definitions and I'll move on to the next topic. So public-private partnerships entail a collaboration between the government and private sector groups to address sustainability concerns. These collaborations use the experience, resources, and innovation of both sectors to execute long-term goals. Governments, for example, can collaborate with private enterprises to build renewable energy projects. So we have this, I think in Zimbabwe we also have this, where, especially in mining, where the government gets into contracts with these multinational companies. It's a good idea because the companies are coming with the money and the government is coming with the human rights, with the other human resources. The problem comes in terms of transparency and accountability, where there is secrecy in terms of the kind of contracts governments are getting into with these multinational companies. So we are unable to check whether the multinational company is sticking to its mandate and if we are able to get the maximum profits possible. And sometimes these companies and these partnerships come about with bringing human rights violations and abuses. And because we don't have access to the contracts that the government is getting into, it is very difficult for us to advocate for betterness in the execution of those projects. Green bonds, these are financial projects that are specifically created to raise finance for environmental projects. I think Frank spoke about this. In Zimbabwe, we've got what they're calling economic zones, where they set aside some locations for increased, they set aside, they call it an economic zone, and they'll say there is low, the prices for land, acquiring land there is low, and they encourage the use of solar, and they encourage the use of building materials that are economic friendly, and the government It has lowered also taxes in those zones. But the people do not really understand, and we have mistrust with the government. They don't understand the long-term advantages and advantages of these efforts. But I think this can actually work if the government can set aside places and areas where they are saying, if you come in this place and you invest in solar, the cost of acquiring land in that area and the cost of doing business in terms of taxes is a bit low, because they want to encourage the use of renewable energy in those areas. Climate risk insurance, this was spoken about as well. So we're just attempting to protect ourselves from future loss that is being caused by climate change. But what this does is that it also disadvantages communities and poor populations, because as businesses are trying to create a buffer for themselves for when climate change problems occur. What happens is this increases the costs of production or the cost of business, and they just pass off that to the consumers and the poor populations. So, yeah. So my presentation is a bit long and many subjects, so I'll quickly move on to gender. Why gender matters in climate change and the talk of climate change. So gender, I think, as I spoke before, it's the same with vulnerabilities, where we say we are not all going to be affected by climate change the same. Those with money will be affected less, those without money will be affected more. It's the same with gender, and the same with people with disabilities. Those who women are most likely to be affected by climate change effects. This is why. Gender is not neutral in climate catastrophe. Climate change has disproportionately negative impact on women and girls, amplifying the existing gender disparities. I think already now we've got gender disparities already before we have climate change. And this is another social problem that is coming in to exacerbate the disparities that are occurring. In Zimbabwe, the effect is felt severely by women, particularly those in rural areas and high density and informal settlements. While it is true that gender differences would expand as a result of climate change, addressing gender equality as an essential component of climate action will help in advancing successful mitigation and adaptation strategies. It will not make sense for us to be innovative and to have new ways of adapting if we are all not part of the process. The obstacles to achieving gender equality in the workplace can be made more difficult by the effects of climate change, as well as any mitigation and adaptation efforts that exclude women from decision-making and ignore their unique demands. In consequence, this presents a serious obstacle to reaching sustainable development goals. However, the transition to low carbon and sustainable economy on a global scale also offered potential for employment and the wider labor market. Gender analysis should be at the core of climate change discourses, policy, and responses, as gender highly is correlated with climate change. Also, in advancing financing for adaptation, loss and damage will significantly improve the conditions for women. So this is just, I think this was spoken about before. It's also like why women are mostly affected by climate change. I think this was also spoken yesterday in the first session. I'll just summarize. So in many societies, women play a vital role in resource management and livelihood activities such as agriculture, water collection, and fuel gathering. Climate change can disrupt these activities, leading to increased workloads, reduced productivity, and reduced income for women. Displacement and migration. Climate change-induced disasters such as floods, drought, storms can result in population, actually almost results in population displacement and migration. Women, particularly those from marginalized communities, often face greater challenges during displacement, including increased risks of violence, exploitation, lack of access to services. So it is important to also point out that women are not affected the same. This is why I'm emphasizing on marginalized communities, because also in women as a demographic group, they are affected differently. Inequalities Gender inequalities and cultural norms can exacerbate the vulnerability of women to climate change impacts. Discrimination, limited decision-making power, and unequal access to information and resources can hinder women's ability to adapt and respond effectively. So this also points out that women in certain religious groups and women in certain geographical locations are affected more than women in the better communities. So how do we incorporate gender in policy, climate policy, planning, action? So we spoke about the vulnerabilities. I think this is the most important issue. People need to be aware of their vulnerabilities to climate change. This is how they can only contribute effectively to policy and to budgets. If they are aware that where I am staying, if a flood comes, what is likely to happen? Where am I likely to go for healthcare? Where is the next government buildings? Where is the civil protection unit? Where is the telecommunications and connection? So if people are not aware of their vulnerabilities, then they will not be able to contribute effectively to policy and planning and will not have gender-responsive solutions. So, firstly, I propose that we do sex-aggregated data. We start by collecting and analyzing sex-aggregated data to understand the specific impacts of climate change on women and men. This data will help identify gender disparities, vulnerabilities, and different roles and responsibilities of women and men in relation to climate change. Conduct gender assessments. Gender assessments in climate policies, strategies, and programs to detect gender gaps and disparities. These assessments should take into account the diverse needs, priorities, and capacities of men and women and other marginalized groups so that they can contribute, co-contribute to the creation of gender-responsive solutions. We need to ensure women's participation and representation, encourage women's meaningful participation and representation in climate policy and planning decision-making processes. This can be accomplished through the formation of gender-balanced committees, the inclusion of women in climate-related institutions, the inclusion of women's organizations and grassroots communities in decision-making processes. They will be only able to contribute effectively if they are aware of their vulnerabilities. I think now communities, they are experiencing the effects of climate change because of shorter rainfalls and longer droughts, things like that. But the most important thing is they are supposed to also be able to identify how vulnerable they are to the effects of climate change. So we need to encourage our governments and hold them to account on the allocations of funds to gender-responsive projects and initiatives, establishing gender-responsive climate funds, aiding women-led firms, enterprises in sustainable sectors, and offering financial incentives for gender-responsive climate activities is an example. Climate policies and initiatives that incorporate gender perspective and encourage gender-responsive solutions can address the unique problems encountered by women and promote gender equality and contribute to a more effective and gender-inclusive outcomes. So this is the last part. I will not discuss this more. I think this will also be discussed at the end of the conference. So civil society expectations and priorities for adaptation at the end of COP28. I think as civil society, our main business at COP will be to talk about and to inquire on climate financing. You know, the 100 billion talk, where are we with that? And I think, talk about that. We need to talk about loss and damage. Whose loss? Who is supposed to pay who? According to what? I think we don't have a legal framework on this in international law, and it's quite difficult to quantify and calculate this, but this discussion needs to go on. We also need to talk about just energy transition partnerships. I think the previous presenter also spoke about this. But I think our partnerships in terms of just energy transition should be just. I think at this point, to just have partnerships on energy transition, and the just part is missing because communities are suffering because of extraction that is happening because of lithium and because lithium is used in batteries. But the cost of extracting lithium and the benefits that it reaps when it's now in a battery. We need to relook at that. We also need to talk about food systems. I think we'll also talk about this during the panel discussion, because the issue of climate smart agriculture needs to be talked about. What is it exactly, and what does it entail? Can we still feed, I think yesterday there was a question on, can we still feed people if we use agroecology as a way of producing food? So things like that. This is where my presentation ends. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tracy. That was fantastic. Just on time. You saved us 5 minutes, which is really good. So a round of applause to her. Yeah. So to give it a spice of the test of what she has just presented, she explored everything. You did everything. That it's just for us to go into details on the matter. So you highlighted most of the most important aspects on innovation. You highlighted the most important aspects on governance, issues of gender, issues of PPP, issues of policy planning in consideration on gender, and of course the upcoming COP28 expectation from the civil society organization. Now to kickstart, I will go straight to Engineer Kato, and this is all about innovation. And of course, as I said, probably we spiced up and put some fourth industrial revolution part of it to make it more complete. So we know that the banking sector or the financial sector has been the most successful sector when it comes to innovation financing. Now, when you link the innovations that are happening with cost minimization, because the main objective of these innovations are cost minimization, but the spillover effect is more than cost minimization. We are going to climate now, we are going to other means. And I'm told that when you look at the statistics, especially in transport, the use of this artificial intelligence has reduced the accident by 5 million people that were dying out because of accident. Now you can imagine if the self-driving cars in the developed countries can save this amount, how much can we save when we use the innovations in the climate finance? Up to you, Engineer Kato.
Thank you, moderator. Maybe I start with cost minimization. And I start with the transport sector. And I take example, today morning I read from the newspaper that BRT, that somebody was giving a testimony that previously before the BRT, he was spending 25,000 per day to commute from Kimara to the city center with his wife and 2 kids. But now, he's using BRT and he's using 2,700 shillings. A saving which is significant. And he's getting there in time. That is fast. But also, BRT is not polluting. And he said that the saving he's getting is enough to support his family socially, including getting the national health insurance. You can see how technology can make things different in terms of supporting the climate action and also the social aspect or improving the livelihood. Maybe I talk a bit on innovation. I think the innovation, what is innovation in the first place? Because we normally talk about science, technology, and innovation, but innovation is to do things differently, and it can be on the products, innovate on the products, you can innovate in the service, but also you can do the market innovation. So there's the whole spectrum we can innovate. And regarding the mitigation, We can even think of greening the economy, or moving along the low carbon growth path, or decarbonizing the economy, or taking some technological innovations. And it is, I think, before I proceed, I should stop there, because I think that one, before I give you the chance to speak, that the innovation should be homegrown first. We should think differently, that what we do is in our environment and we don't just import. That is one. And secondly, the equipment, the tools we get are just facilitating, but the knowledge and skills we should have locally so that we can innovate properly. And before that, I should, I think, speak about the geothermal company which I worked with before. We know that our country has the potential of about 5,000 megawatts of geothermal, and we have 16 regions which are transacted by the Rift Valley, and we have a potential, a big potential. But geothermal can be used for power generation, and it can also be used for heating purpose. And we normally use heat, but we use electricity in order to get heat. But the nature, Mother Nature has given us heat. And for example, that company has really used the heat to develop the geo incubator. They can now use the natural heat to do the hatching. They started with a small testing. A pilot was 250 eggs, but now they have scaled up to 50,000, and now they are thinking of going to 500,000. That is one incubation. And they can make they can do it much, they can scale up. It is possible. And geothermal as well, it is used for power generation. But if you look at the innovation they have used, which is using the heat and using it profitably, I think, where they have used it for greenhouse heating, that is growing food, it tested and it is working. And for example, Kenya, they are using geothermal for growing rose, and that is a $1.1 billion US business. So innovation can contribute a lot to climate change, and it can contribute a lot to our economy.
Thank you, Engineer Kato. While you are thinking about this question on the innovation, we know the drones. They are capturing data, the pollution data in the atmosphere. We know that there are technologies that are being designed that can absorb vast majority of the GHGs, the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. But the challenge that is facing is the launching part. The launching part is a capital intensive, and no one wants to risk, because once you fail, then it's upon you. So while you are thinking about that question, I'll jump to Justin and get his perspective on the issue of artificial intelligence. Yeah? And we know a lot is happening in agriculture. We know a lot is happening on gender. And how is this one incorporated in the planning, implementation, and results management process? So, Mr. Justin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the presenter, Ms. Tracy, for quite a comprehensive and notable presentation. And thank you, moderator, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to start by giving a quote from a famous and notable computer scientist. This is Mr. Andrew Ng, saying AI is the new electricity. Why did he say that AI is the new electricity? Because he recognized the role of electricity in transforming our life in all aspects. We can see in the health sector, transportation, agriculture. So saying that AI is the new electricity, that means AI is the upcoming norm. Whether we like it or not, we'll need to embrace it. And he goes further by saying that there is no sector AI will not transform in the upcoming days. I hope we are all using Google, is it? Who is not using Google here? We all are. So we can all see how how Google uses AI to power the issue of search engines. I know in one point or another, every one of us here searches something each and every day. That's artificial intelligence being applied. Amazon, we can see also it applies AI in terms of optimizing products and bringing up suggestions. For those who are buying things online, we can all evidence this. Japan and China, as previously articulated by Priva, they are now launching series and series of versions of self-driven vehicles. And even in our daily lives, we can witness AI through the telecommunications. We all use mobile, the issues of mobile money transactions, PayPal, the use of debit and credit cards, but also locally the use of local mobile transferring platform. So from the detection of and prevention of fraud to the personalization of user experience, now we can see a lot of mobile apps. These are telecommunication companies coming with mobile apps so that to simplify and making sure that they personalize the user experience and to bring a new norm to this world. Now, when we come to climate change, what does AI mean to climate change? This is the application of the technology and techniques in addressing the impacts of climate change. I hope we all remember the definition that was provided by Tracy earlier. And to me now, this comes like a plus from the regional commitments that we have. Looking deep into the Paris Agreement, it does not mention, of course, AI, but it recognizes the role of technology in transforming and addressing the issues of climate change. This can be found in Article 10, but also articulated a bit in Article 6. Coming nationally, the National Climate Change Response Strategy under Clause 2 also recognizes the issue of the technological development, but the newly, I think it will be launched in November this year, the National Ecological Agriculture Strategy also recognizes the issue of AI. So we see in each and every commitment that we are having, each and every intervention that we are having, the issue of technological development, we cannot set it aside. Now, how can we link this to the issue of climate change and basically through the thematic area of agriculture? First of all, AI can play a big and vital role in propelling the adaptation. And this is through providing accurate information through weather forecasting, but also helping farmers now in terms of planning, when to plant, when to harvest, and so forth. But secondly, I think this also will be spoken much by Mr. Akato, the issue of monitoring and reporting of emissions, so that to address the targets. We know, for instance, in Tanzania, through the National Determined Contribution, we have a target. I think it is 30 to 35 in the target to reduce the carbon emissions. So AI can play a major role also in monitoring through the automated sensors to monitor, but also to bring out accurate reports on the trend of the emissions. The third, it is on the precision agriculture. In one way or another, every one of us here lives a precision lifestyle, is it? We all have smartphones. We all have smart watches, which at a point they do tell us when to exercise, when to eat, even going further nowadays, telling you what to eat, the dietary issues. So if we are living a precision lifestyle, some of us have sensors at our home places to detect motion movements in case of anything, just to protect ourselves. So that can also be replicated in the agricultural sector to help these smallholder farmers who are working on the issue of adaptation to better produce their crops and increase their yields, but also address the issue of climate change. So precision agriculture in the small-scale farming would say that it would assist, first of all, by providing real-time and accurate information through pre-programmed sensors, testing the soil health, but also being as a key reminder of when the small holder farmer can can do. But also we have witnessed the issue of language and supporting the issue of education and literacy. And as I said before, the issue of soil health. So we can see, for instance, our neighbors in Kenya, they launched an AI platform called Nuru, which works to detect pests and diseases. But also our member, SF Uganda, have a mobile application called Kilimomat that provides farmers, first of all, it connects farmers and buyers on the agricultural produce, but then it also provides weather forecast information, and then the issue of policies is also integrated in the mobile app. Other countries, we can see Ghana, Republic of South Africa as well, and Rwanda have recent launched their AI platform called Irembo, which works also to provide farmers with the information they need, connecting them to the extension service officers, weather information, of course, but also connecting them to the buyers. I think let me end there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin. Again, I pose there, beside all the good things that you have mentioned, I have a question to you in the next round. Well, we know now we are talking about the carbon, the organic food. We know the technology and artificial intelligence that played a major role to ensure that people live healthy, but the environment is protected. How is the big data being used to inform and reduce carbon fingerprints in the agriculture sector? So if you allow me, manager, I'll call upon the online discussant, Amy. So Amy, I hope you hear us. Hi, Amy, we cannot hear you. If you can unmute your mic, that will be good.
I am unmuted. Give me a second.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Now, so Amy, I hope you hear us.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Hi, Amy, we cannot hear you.
Can you not hear me? What about now?
If you can unmute your mic, that will be good.
I am unmuted. Give me a second.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Now, we would like to hear from you on the issues surrounding the PPP on action governance, and how is this one either successful or failed as we are talking. And of course, if you can give us your reaction on the expectations on from the upcoming COP28, especially when you talk about civil society organization perspective. So please, the floor is yours. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Great. I missed the first part of your question. Could you please repeat that?
So we were wondering if we can give us your perspective on the options on climate action governance in terms of transparency and accountability, how the PPP plays a role, the issues are surrounding green bond and climate risk insurance, and where are we successful and where are we need to improve?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, thank you for that question. I think just to start off by saying that, as I expressed, in being a speaker and a panelist, that my work largely focuses on adaptation, specifically working with civil society organizations across the continent, looking at adaptation priorities and expectations, particularly ahead of COP28. However, I could definitely weave transparency and accountability into some of those expectations and priorities, and why it's particularly important for adaptation to be prioritized at COP28. Yeah, so I think just to add on to a lot of the important context that was established by Tracy and some of the other panelists, particularly in terms of Africa being disproportionately impacted and vulnerable to climate impacts, despite the fact that the continent really contributes less than 4% to global emissions. Another concern is the fact that the continent is not adapting fast enough, nor is it adequately prepared, I think, as we've heard from a couple of speakers, to address current impacts or projected climate threats. And we've seen this with the latest floods in Libya, and equally in the country of my residence, South Africa, with floods that have taken place in the Western Cape. And that's particularly concerning when we're thinking about climate adaptation, because climate models are already predicting that the impacts are only going to become more frequent and severe. And we know that large parts of the continent are actually warming at twice the global rate. And then with every degree of warming, there's going to be huge ramifications for food production and security, livelihoods, particularly of our smallholder farmers, as we've heard from some of the panelists, but equally for other vulnerable and marginalized groups like indigenous groups, women, youth, etc. There'll be consequences for biodiversity loss, water, health, conflict, human mobility, and many, many more. And so really what this highlights is that the climate emergency poses an immediate intergenerational threat to the resilience of Africa's communities and biodiversity. The reason why it's so important, particularly in our context, and I think looking at the global discussions, is the inequity. For far too long, what I mean by that is for far too long, climate adaptation issues have really been sidelined to mitigation in the multilateral climate agenda. And that's resulted in efforts that have been reactive, incremental, and piecemeal. Even with the global goal on adaptation, we've seen really limited finance and implementation progress due to a lack of political will. And as a result of that, African governments are already incurring huge costs and will continue to experience economic and non-economic losses and damages related to those climate impacts. We know that climate adaptation in Africa at the moment remains chronically underfunded. So the current adaptation finance flows to Africa are about $11.4 billion annually, and that makes up only 39% of Africa's total climate finance. But according to recent reports, our current needs are actually far closer to 58 billion per annum, and those finance flows are going to need to grow between 5 to 10-fold by 2030. So this large gap between adaptation needs on the one hand and finance on the other hand is really a major stumbling block to scaling up locally led adaptation solutions. And I think just to point out that many of these solutions do exist across the continent. So if we're talking about innovation, innovation is not only about technology, it's also about these innovative responses to climate impacts, to extreme weather events, and to changing climates. And some of these range from agroecology to food sovereignty, forest restoration, and community initiatives to water harvesting techniques and more. And they transformative adaptation solutions in that they offer very context-specific, systems change, rights-based, and people-centered solutions that build social and ecological resilience by sustaining livelihoods and biodiversity. And so with this context, action has never been more important. And really speaking on behalf of civil society partners that we've been working with as part of a Pan-African coalition on climate adaptation and resilience, we really had high hopes for the African Climate Summit to push forward a really strong adaptation agenda, and one that had transparency and accountability at the center. But unfortunately, we found the summit and the declaration itself to be extremely underwhelming and lacking in terms of overall ambition on adaptation issues, specifically land rights, gender, agriculture in terms of prioritizing smallholder farmers and agroecology issues, and specifically adaptation finance. So overall, we believe it was really a missed opportunity. So ahead of COP28, drawing on that context and some of those issues I've mentioned, there really are 4 key civil society expectations and priorities that center on system change, justice, rights-based, and people-centered solutions that also depend on transparency and accountability at the end of the day. And so the first priority would really be for there to be a strong common African position that places adaptation priorities at the top of the agenda. And the reason we want Africa's adaptation priorities to be placed at the top of the agenda, because Africa is disproportionately impacted, and we're currently facing a really, really urgent situation, and that needs to be articulated. We've also contributed least to the climate crisis. And so including in that common position, what we believe is really important is for adaptation to be integrated into the scope of the Just Transition Work Program in order for it to achieve parity and balance with mitigation based on principles of justice, based on principles of equity, inclusion, common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, and many more other principles to really inform the importance of adaptation, the relevance of adaptation in the Just Transition Work Program. I think it's important to just highlight that adaptation can also lead to unequal and inequitable outcomes, and those resulting in maladaptation. Even with the use of technology, I think we have to be very clear about some of the principles and some of the norms that govern the use of technology in terms of who's going to access it, is there equitable access and distribution. So those are some of the key principles that really need to guide adaptation work itself. We also want a position that recognizes Africa's agriculture, food systems, and support for smallholder farmers really as a top priority for climate adaptation, with a specific focus on food sovereignty and agroecology. From civil society's perspective, food sovereignty and agroecology are far more aligned to the African context and are really far more aligned and suited to smallholder realities and the way forward and transforming current food systems that are currently corporate controlled and locked into a global system. And then finally, in terms of this common position around Africa's adaptation priorities, we want to ensure that it's securing, protecting, and advancing the land rights and security of tenure of vulnerable groups like farmers, pastoralists, and indigenous groups. The second priority would be for a common position on the global goal on adaptation that really identifies key elements to make sure that the goal is ambitious and effective, unites Africa behind an overarching target for the global goal on adaptation, one that addresses vulnerability, which is a key part of adaptation, that addresses adaptive capacity, the resilience of people, livelihoods, and ecosystems, and addresses this need for scaled up climate finance in line with the 1.5 degree goal. And equally developing targets for key priority sectors for Africa's adaptation, just to name a few, would be food and agriculture systems, biodiversity and ecosystems, cities and human settlements, but there's obviously many more sectors that would require targets to be established. And then finally, or thirdly at least, a common position on reliable quality finance. And I know some of the panelists have spoken to this already, but what civil society is calling for is specifically a position that prioritizes the push for the reform of the global financial architecture system, with adaptation finance as a top priority, and equally the delivery of climate finance commitments that have already been made under the United Nations framework on climate change, as well as the Paris Agreement and commitments made at Glasgow, specifically the commitment to double adaptation finance, many of which these commitments have not been made yet. And equally, we're calling for a rapid scaling up of reliable and fair finance that is new, additional, debt-free, grant-based, accessible, it's fair, flexible, meets local needs, transparent and accountable, and integrates free, prior, and informed consent processes. And that last piece is really important because what we're seeing is that often development projects or finances allocated for projects, but people who are most impacted, who are most vulnerable, are never involved, are never consulted, and their consent is never gained. And often many of these people are moved off the land, and there are countless examples across Africa. And then last but certainly not least is a common position on loss and damage that emphasizes that Africa has very limited resources. We've seen that in many of our countries to address climate impacts that are occurring right now. So addressing those losses and damages that relate to climate impacts. But a position that also advocates for the full operationalization and capitalization of this new loss and damage fund with new and additional resources, and calls for direct access window to this fund distributed by local entities, but also accessible or access is gained by frontline impacted communities and civil society organizations. So those are the key priorities and expectations for civil society. And I think at the core of many of those demands, and even in our engagements with various stakeholders from the African Group of Negotiators to many development partners, is really the need for transparency and accountability, and really the need to prioritize Africa's adaptation priorities.
Probably we can answer it later, but that's the question that I'm posing to you. Probably something that you need to think about it. I see people are getting tired, but I believe lunch is ready. So let's make it quick. So just 2 minutes for each of the questions that are asked before we go to the floor. I'll start with Justin.
Thank you so much, moderator. The issue of data, of course, data is available. I think among the key way forward that I would suggest is integrating the sustainable agricultural practice, which is agroecology, integrating it with AI. Of course, that goes along with embracing the 13 principles of agroecology. And of course, it goes along with developing artificial intelligence that is tailored more specifically to the smallholder farmers who are the ones practicing. So this will help them, of course it will address their needs, but also it will address the issue of crop production and improving food security. The issue of increasing awareness on the benefits of artificial intelligence is also key. People need to be educated on what AI is and what it will contribute to the sustainability of the sector moving forward. Of course, without forgetting the issue of making it affordable and accessible, because these technologies, they tend to come with a price. They become very expensive. So we wouldn't like to see kind of technologies that are being tough or are being very much expensive for the farmers to afford. And lastly, the issue of the issue of policies and regulations that promote AI, but also adequate investment on AI technologies, but also the issue of agroecology being in. Thank you.
Asante sana. So we go straight to Engineer Kato.
Thank you, moderator. I think my question, or your question, was about launching the technology, that it is a very expensive and risk phase. It is true. But normally, the technology starts with the idea. You have to have a challenge, you want to solve it, you develop the technology, you test it, you pilot, you launch, and you commercialize. And in order to do that, you need resources. You need people, and you need funds. And we may note that most of the technologies have been developed by corporations because they have the resources and they can take the risks, and against the risks they get high returns. In our case, we have to develop the capacity. We have to encourage innovators, and we have to use the technology. And I'm saying that we have to use the technology based on the experience which happened recently, that in Libya, between 4 to 11,000 people died recently, despite that we have the technology in terms of artificial intelligence, the satellites, the drones, and they can generate enough information to forecast the disaster, but yet the disaster happened. Given that it is now a fact that the event started in Europe, and it was noted in Bulgaria, in Turkey, it crossed the Mediterranean Sea, and it killed people in Libya. But it is an event which could be forecasted and take action and maybe save people and property. But why did this happen? For them, I think they didn't access the information, and if they accessed the information, they were not able to take the necessary actions. So the technology is good as a solution, but you need people, you need a system of making decisions so that the technology can deliver to the climate action.
Thank you very much. Now I open to the floor. So I'll pick up 3 questions, and then if time will allow, we'll go for a second round. So you mention your name and the question and whom you are directing to. So should I, because we're speaking about gender today, I'll start with that lady there.
Hello, my name is Leah. Yeah, I have comments and questions. First, I think education, giving people education on climate change is not enough. We should give them the means. I can give example on people living on raw lands at Jangwani, Dar es Salaam. During the rain season, they have to move due to floods. And when the rain is over, they move back in that area. Also, I think we're being unfair on debating on people's life. I think we should find the mitigation measures based on scientific methods instead of keeping on debating on the mitigation measures. Also, on the power, on the energy source, we can come up with a difference with multiple solutions to the energy sources. For example, biogas, which doesn't use sun, doesn't depend on sun, doesn't depend on wind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Professor, I saw your hand. So if you can quickly, just like a bullet point.
Just a recommendation. I didn't hear about energy mix. You know, wise people say, don't put all the eggs in one basket. So Africa is putting hydroelectric, and Tanzania don't want to talk about it. So don't put all the eggs in one basket. This is one. Second, you said about gender. Actually, I would congratulate all women here and all women all over the world, because they have patience, and climate change is facing and is hard hitting them very, very badly. But again, I wonder whether we should encourage them or they should come up themselves with alternative solutions, because 1 minute, women are, let me stand up. Women are far much stronger than men. Do you know that? Did you know that? Give 5 quick points. First one, genetically based argument. In most of our families, we have more girls than men. That means the XY chromosome, the XY chromosome which gives men is weaker than the XX. Argument number 2, this is genetic, so nutritional based argument. If Priva, you fast for 1 week and Tracy 1 week, who is going to die first? Stand up, sorry. And Tracy. Who is going to die first? Who's going to die first? Yes. This is nutritional based argument. Linguistic based argument. You know the word she? What is she? The pronoun, the noun, she. Okay? So you put away the S. What do you remain with? So don't you see that the he is in the she? You guys, write woman, or plural or singular. Get out the WO. Who is inside the other one? And yet they claim, yeah, women should be encouraged, spend special seats. You guys, you are stronger. Please, take it seriously. Thank you.
I'll make a comment at the end.
Okay, brilliant.
So at the on my left, that lady. Or should we exhaust all the questions and then we just finish them and then we?
Okay, thank you. My name is Veronica Kidemi. Women and girls already face inequality and discrimination because of their gender role, which are actually made socially by the society, especially male-dominated society, but they are multiplied and become compound when stricken by disasters. My question is, how are you reaching women at rural areas who are the forefront in environmental conservation? How do you help them to enhance their agricultural activities? Do you provide them with these technological tools which can enable them to make those conservation sustainable?
Thank you. So the last two. So I'll pick this lady here and then this gentleman, and then we will be done with the questions. Any other discussion going to happen during the lunch?
Thank you very much. Let me add my voice to the question of gender, because it's been, discussed today, and also express my disappointment, the fact that it's supposed to be a cross-cutting issue, and since the beginning of our workshop, we didn't even try to think about it as a cross-cutting issue. But since it came up today, then let me ask whether we have mechanisms in place actually to think in a transformative way, the way in which our differences are impacted upon, and how are we going to address those discrete differences that women are actually faced with. For example, when we're looking at pastoralist communities and the way in which they are related to ownership of resources in their communities, they will require different approaches towards mitigation and adaptation of climate change. So how are we going to package the different interventions so that we address the needs of women, girls, and boys in their communities? The second question is about Africa not being fast enough in terms of adapting different mechanisms for adaptation. So what should we do to fast track so that we are fast enough in order to ensure that we accelerated towards the pace that is required? Last but not least is on the financial architecture in terms of adaptation, finances for adaptation. To what extent are we receiving money in terms of grants or loans for adaptation interventions? And if we know the proportions, who is going to pay for the loans that we are getting as Africa to make sure that we are adapting fast enough to mechanisms for addressing climate catastrophes? Thank you very much.
Asante.
Yes, I'm Frank. I don't have a question, but I have a recommendation. On gender issue, Trace spoke about gender for women to be inclusive, included on the environmental, on environment conservation and its adaptation. I want to add another group which have been maybe sidelined, the people with special needs. In inclusion, when we talk about inclusion, we add also people with special needs, because also they are vulnerable and the most affected with even the climate change. So mine is just to add there, women and the people with special needs. Thank you.
Asante sana. I will put one ya upendeleo, so that the lady at the corner.
Yes, I just want to ask the engineer, is still BRT served its purpose?
Thank you very much. That was a quick one. So I will then take a round of comments from my panelists, and then afterwards, then we close the session. So I'll go online first, and then I'll come back to the stage. So Amy, if you hear us, I think this question on how fast are we to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of climate financing, if you can put your reactions on here, and then yeah, that one will, and then if you can pick out of the questions that were raised, then that would be good. You are welcome.
Thank you to the audience for those questions. I think many interesting questions. So I think perhaps to start with the lady who asked the questions towards the end, particularly around how should we as Africa fast track our adaptation. Yeah, it's firstly a very complex question and not an easy answer in itself. I think there's many challenges in adaptation. I think perhaps to start with the lady who asked the questions towards the end, particularly around how should we as Africa fast track our adaptation. Yeah, it's firstly a very complex question and not an easy answer in itself. I think there's many challenges in adaptation, from data to information to finance. From my perspective and from the work I've been doing, I would argue that one of the first ways, or the starting point at least, is that Africa really needs to make a strong case. We have to start showcasing to the rest of the world, to the global community, that adaptation is an absolute priority for Africa, that we have not caused this crisis, but we are dealing with the impacts right now. We are experiencing them, and we need to adapt right now in order to reduce those losses and damages, both economically and non-economically, so particularly in terms of people's lives. And so making that case, making the argument for adaptation and the urgency of Africa's adaptation needs and priorities, the idea is that for that to elevate the necessity for adaptation finance to be scaled up rapidly. The reason I argue that adaptation finance is one of the fastest ways to scale up how Africa responds to and adapts to the climate crisis and climate impacts specifically is because the major stumbling block to adaptation right now is political will on the one hand, which is why we need to work on our governments, the African group of negotiators, our representatives. But on the other hand, it's really climate finance. So we need that climate finance to really be channeled to African countries, but most importantly, to African institutions like the Africa Adaptation Initiative, and even more importantly, to our frontline communities, those who are affected first and worst by climate impacts. So civil society organizations can really play a really key role ensuring that those finances are redirected towards communities, towards women, for them to scale up solutions, for them to adapt and respond to extreme weather events. And just by a way of example, why I say this is particularly important is, for instance, in terms of some of the questions that have come up around gender, we know that one of the big reasons that women, I think Tracy highlighted this earlier in her presentation, are disproportionately impacted is because of their unequal access to and control over resources, and resources being not only in terms of their land rights, but also in terms of access to finance and many other resources. And so this limits their ability to adapt and respond to extreme weather events. And so by channeling that finance down to women, to impacted communities, to vulnerable groups, that is one of the fastest ways to really scale up adaptation and build our resilience from the local level right up to national and regional levels. And of course, we then need early warning systems, data, information as well, in order for us to be able to respond appropriately. Coming back to the other question around to what extent are we receiving grants versus loans and who is going to pay for those loans. So there was a report that was released, I think, last week, if not the week before, by the Global Commission on Adaptation and the Climate Policy Initiative. And it's a fascinating report using the latest data and information that's really tracking finance flows to Africa, but particularly in terms of adaptation. And so what this report, but equally the website of the Climate Policy Initiative shows, is that the majority of adaptation finance to Africa is actually being channeled through loans. So it's making the debt situation of all of our countries far worse and more onerous. So more than half of that finance for adaptation was channeled through debt. So we're basically paying back the majority of adaptation finance flows to the global north. And of that, the agriculture, in terms of agriculture, the grant component is only about 5% compared to the loan component. And that's really problematic. So in my opinion, in terms of who's going to pay and who needs to pay, that responsibility really has to sit with the global north, given the fact that they have caused the crisis. And if we base it on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, Africa has only contributed 4% to global.
Thank you so much, moderator. The first thing on the issue of gender integration, I think it is to propel and push for the participation of women at various processes. And this begins at the local level, whereby they participate to determine their priorities, but also push forward for what they need. The second thing, it is the integration of gender in the climate and agricultural policies. So this shouldn't just end at inclusion. It should go far beyond to monitor and advocate for the applicability. The third, it is the ensuring women access to finance. It was mentioned, I think today or yesterday, an institution that's granted by GCF to provide grants on issues of climate change. So we just want to see these funds reaching the women farmers down there. And the last thing, I think it would be on the issue of transparency and accountability, as well as implementing the regional and national commitments. We can see regional-wise, we have the Paris Agreement, which speaks more on adaptation, speaks on the issue of financing. But another commitment would be the Malabo Declaration. Commitment number 2 speaks of adequate financing in the agricultural sector, but also commitment number 6, speaking of enhancing resilience to livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you. So, engineer, if you can touch upon the energy mix.
Thank you. Regarding the energy mix, energy mix is the only solution to energy security. And energy mix means having all sources of energy into our systems. But unfortunately, the renewables, especially solar and wind, which are intermittent, they are not available all the time, and they depend on the weather, they depend on the sun. Also biomass, somebody talked about the biomass. Also biomass depends on the sun. So because of the intermittency, they have a special way of having incorporated into the system. In other countries, it is either compliance that you are required to do it, include a certain percentage into the system, or they provide incentives so that the producers can develop the renewables, especially wind and solar. Geothermal is the only resource which does not depend on the weather. And that is available from our mother nature. It is the heat of the earth, and it is available full time. And the first project of power generation was developed in 1912 in Italy. It is still working. The second was 1958 in New Zealand. It is still working and generating, provided you don't overexploit Mother Nature. And coming to Tanzania, I would like to thank the government that it has taken the initiative to invest in geothermal. It has disbursed a good amount of money for geothermal development. And now the government has purchased a drilling rig which can drill 1.5 kilometers from the surface of the earth. And that equipment is already at site. And as we speak, there is one representative from the geothermal company in this room. Engineer Esther, if you could stand up. She is an environmental engineer from that company, and the government is now committed to include geothermal in our energy mix. And the advantage of geothermal is that it is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days in a year. And in addition to supplying, to developing electricity, it also contributes to heat. The natural heat is available from geothermal. And that's why in the morning, I said about using geothermal for agriculture, using geothermal for tourism, using geothermal for almost supporting all sectors of the economy. And I congratulate TGDC, the geothermal company, for the innovation they have made in terms of developing the geo incubator for using the heat to produce, to hatch eggs. That means we can have now eggs from the hot water. The technology is well developed, tested, but maybe coming back to your question, launching and commercializing the technology is a setback because it is a bit expensive and risky. But also they have developed geothermal for tourism. Now they have a geothermal spas developed in southern Tanzania, available, and they are now testing the greenhouse farming. So green mix is provided in our policy, in our government policy, and the government is committed. But where now we have a challenge, we have it in the policy, but when we come to the structuring the projects, we start thinking about the low cost, and we are a bit afraid of the initial investment costs.
And the BRT, of course.
The BRT, that is quite interesting, the BRT question. BRT is supposed to be a decent and mass transport system, communicating system. Supposed to be decent, and I think it will serve the purpose once the middle class and the elites, if they will start using and commuting using BRT, I think that's when it will reach the purpose. But I think now that the government is still expanding the infrastructure, improving, I believe finally the purpose will be reached.
I think there is a lot to talk about BRT. Thank you, engineer. So you can hook around and talk about the BRT. It's quite interesting. So Tracy, if you can round up with some remarks from this session, that will be good, based on the questions around education, surrounding of gender, surrounding the scientific approach to climate finance in terms of innovation. beyond what you talked about?
Thank you. So I'll just comment rather than respond. I'll start with the question or the inquiry on the position of women in rural areas. So I think the problem that we have is that people, I think I spoke about this before, and this is my strong belief that when people are aware of their vulnerabilities, they're able to hold their government to account. If they can locate themselves and be aware that they're not supposed to be located where they are.
So Tracy, you are not heard. If the IT can work on that, or you lift up your mic. Lift up your mic, yes.
Okay, so maybe I can. Okay, I was responding to the issue of the vulnerabilities and the position of women, especially rural women. And I was saying that for people to be able to advocate or hold the government to account, they need to be aware of their vulnerabilities in terms of where they are located and where they are based. And as long as people are not aware of the dangers of living in a low area and what they can do about it and how they can approach the government from that angle and how they can contribute to budget processes and policy. In Zimbabwe, we've got policy hearings where before a law is passed, the parliament goes around asking for people for contributions. People are only able to contribute to those budget consultations and policy consultations on climate change if they are aware of their vulnerabilities and what needs to be done by the government. So I think we still need to have trainings and teachings on how people can locate vulnerabilities and how government can intervene from that end. And also there was a question on, women are custodians of the land. But the issue about land, especially communal land, especially in speaking about from the context of Zimbabwe, which I think is the position with many African countries, women are connected to the land. Women are custodians of the land, but women do not own the land. So our efforts of adaptation and mitigation, etc., are limited if the people who are using the land do not own it or they don't have ownership of it. So we need to talk about first our traditions and our cultures which limit and hinder women from owning land, especially communal land. And this also goes on to the issue of who is financing this and are they loans, are they grants, etc. So if there, and Amy spoke about this should be coming from the global north, but I think the channels through which the funds are coming is also problematic because they come via the government and the government has to redistribute and see which community is fit enough to receive that kind of a grant or that kind of intervention. And what happens is that at the end of the day, the communities which are most vulnerable to the effects of climate change are not benefiting from the finance that is coming from the global north because of corruption, because of bad governance, and because also the people in the communities are not able to locate themselves in the vulnerabilities of climate change and be able to hold the government to account in terms of where the money is going, etc. And also, if these are being borrowed, we all know the effects of public debt. At the end of the day, it is passed on to the poorest of the communities, and we're still there's a problem there. And just as a comment to what Reverend said about women being strong, women are strong, yes, and I think it is this very act of them being strong that scares men, that they take power away from them. So women are strong physically, but in terms of decision making, in terms of being at the table, men are scared. So yeah, we are not able to negotiate and speak at the same level.
Thank you very much, Tracy. So I said I will say something before I close. So one thing is that we have a lot of information. It's difficult to digest all information at once. So transparency is still a problem. We see a lot of information that will go through this session, but it's not publicly available. So probably we need to lift up the transparency part of it. And of course, accountability is the low at the level below transparency. So who is accountable on what is not very clear. So on the women, I think women are pushing up very hard. And the most important thing, they are dealing with finance. If you go to banks, you find most women are in the banks. So I have no doubt about it, Professor.
And the last thing to this Utouh, I think Professor Anakiu, he is thirsty of providing knowledge. So if you organize this kind of events and you want him to speak, I think there should be a session where you give him like a keynote speak, where he floats around all the things that he wants to talk for us to gain the knowledge. That's a suggestion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And then I thank you very much to the presenter and the discussants. And I think the contribution from the floor make the discussion very fruitful. Asanteni sana and bon appetit.
Yeah, let's give it up for the panel. Thank you very much. You did a great job. Few announcements. We have the monkey survey going on, the post survey. Please go into the summit point so that you can be able to fill the forms. Lunch is ready. We are almost 18 minutes late, so we'll come back 3:18 or 3:20. Please, let's make sure that we come back at 3:20 so that we can proceed. Well, lunch is 1 hour, so let's not delay. We have one more session in the afternoon, which is the last session of the day. So let's not delay, come back early so that we can continue that session. If you don't have the badge, we are using this badge for the lunch. Please go to the registration desk, pick your badge and go to the lunch. Thank you very much and welcome for lunch. As of yesterday. hope you had a very nice lunch, and it's time now to proceed with our next session, which is the last session of today, session 6. And I would like to take you through session 6, which is on carbon opportunities. Let's have the timetable on the board, please. Let us the timetable on the screen. Carbon opportunities in Tanzania. And I'm told that quite a number of people are very much interested in this topic. I've been approached by quite a number of participants who are eager to hear on these opportunities for carbon trade. And this is your time now. Let's be attentive and follow through the session so that we can have fruitful discussions and conversations. The Survey Monkey is on. I would like the people who are dealing with the summit point. We have some problems. Please, can you address them? The Survey Monkey is not opening. The people who are dealing with summit point, please assist us in opening up the Survey Monkey in the summit point. For those who are with us online, you are mostly welcome. We are just about to start the afternoon session, which is the last session of this conference, and it's going to be on carbon trading opportunities in Tanzania. So just to introduce to you the session, it will focus on evolution and current landscaping of carbon trade and opportunities in carbon trade. The session will discuss how organizations, individuals can participate and what are the strategies to reduce emission and gain credits. It will also discuss the case studies, best practices, so as to learn on real-world practice. And those are the areas that the conversations will be around. So it's carbon trade, and it's going to be a session for 1.5 hours, which will be led by the main presenter, Professor Eliakimu Mkondo Zahabu. Professor Eliakim lectures and carries out research and consultancy services in areas of forestry, resource assessments and management, climate change, and forestry. He is a coordinator of National Carbon Monitoring Center, NCMC, since January 2016 to date. NCMC provides technical support to the government on measuring, reporting, and verification of greenhouse gases, REDD+ and NDC. Professor Zahabu has published a number of scientific articles, book chapters, and reports on forestry issues and climate change, and is based at Sokoine University in Morogoro here in Tanzania. Please help me to welcome the panelists for this session, which they are going to be led by the moderator, Mr. Kato Kabaka. A round of applause for him as he comes up on stage. I know you've been having 3 sessions in a row, but you still have energy. Thank you very much, Mr. Kabaka, for accepting to moderate this last and most interesting and very interesting session. He's going to be joined by presenter. This is none other but Professor Eliakim Zahabu. Please, karibu sana. Take your seat. Give it up for him as he comes to take his seat. Then we have Dr. Elikana John. Dr. Elikana John, karibu sana to take also your seat. Dr. Manyika, karibu sana from the Vice President's office. Thank you. Let's give them a hand of appreciation, please. Now, over to you, Mr. Kabaka, for moderating this session. I think we have one more. Yes? Kilimba. Azaria Kilimba, karibu sana. Makofi mengi kwake. Please, let's give a round of applause for him. Yeah, thank you very much. Now, I'll give the microphone to Mr. Kabaka to introduce your panel and proceed with the presentation and discussions.
Thank you very much indeed. It is the last session, and it is the session after lunch. So we will have to, we assure you that we will keep it warm, interactive, and I'm informed that it is a very interesting topic. Now, the professor, who is the key speaker, has been already introduced. I don't think I needed to introduce him again, but you are welcome. Next is Dr. Elikana John. Elikana John, please. Yeah, he's sitting on my right-hand side. He's a forester, a researcher with over 15 years in forest resource assessment, monitoring using remote sensing applications. He has published widely, including modeling the impact of climate change on Tanzania forests, forest biomass mapping, forest cover change in Tanzania. He has worked with the National Carbon Monitoring Center in developing different mapping activities for carbon reporting. He is currently coordinating a forest carbon project at Tanzania Forest Service Agency. You are welcome. Next, on my right-hand side is Azaria Kilimba. He has a profound experience in NRM, having worked with various NGOs, private sector, and government institutions. He has majored in forest management models, wildlife, and water resources management. Vast experience in modeling, sustainable natural resources management at community level, including sustainable finance for community conservation. Currently works as an operational manager for Carbon Tanzania. You're welcome. Dr. Manyika is on my left-hand side. He is the UNFCCC national focal point and a seasoned negotiator. He has a PhD in forestry, governance, and climate change. He is a professional forester, and he holds MBA degree in energy and environmental management. He has over 20 years working experience on climate change and adaptation. He has been a head negotiator for United Republic of Tanzania, Africa Group, least development countries, and the G77, including China. He works with the Division of Environment, Vice President's Office. He has published widely on RED and REDD and governance. You are welcome. Our topic today is on carbon trading, and we are supposed to cover the area of evolution of carbon trade, how individuals can participate. Also, we'll have case studies and best practices. But to start with, I invite our key speaker to open the session. You're welcome. Prof.
It is okay. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name, I have been introduced, is I'm a professor at Sokoine University of Agriculture, by name Yakim Zahab, but also I'm the director of what we call a National Carbon Monitoring Center of Tanzania. So maybe let me start by telling a story of what is the National Carbon Monitoring Center. This center was established by the Vice President Office way back in 2016 with the objective of hosting MRV system for Ready Plus in the country. But as time evolved, it also got some additional mandate of hosting the national Ready Plus MRV system, and currently is also developing an MRV system to capture and tracking NDC in the country. So that is how this center evolved, and we will see a connection of it with the carbon trading. So, when I have been given this topic of carbon trading, my first thought is that I will meet with a group that already knows what carbon trading is. So you cannot see a definition of carbon trading in this presentation. But I think it is important that first we define how this trading works. But what I'm saying for the Swahili speakers, there's a mix-up of the naming of this trading. Some people call it biashara ya hewauka. But from this time on, please call it biashara ya carbon, na sio biashara ya hewauka. Jina hili libadilika kutoka kipindi ambacho tunatayarisha zile kanuni za kaboni. Tuliwawezesha wenzetu wa BAKWATA, wakatuambia ukisema hewa ukaa una maana ya carbon monoxide, lakini ni reality hiyo tunazungumzia hewa ya carbon dioxide, ni heri tuite carbon tu. Ndio maana tukaadopt hilo jina la carbon na sio carbon monoxide, yani sasa hivi iitwe biashara ya kaboni. Kwa hiyo mnapozungumza huko kwenye mikutano mbalimbali kuintroduce biashara hii, naomba mbadilishe hilo jina, msiite biashara ya hewa ukaa, ila muite biashara ya kaboni. Having said so, let me just say that this business is done in such a way that it has two main players. There is someone whose activities produce carbon dioxide emissions, and another person on the other hand is doing activities that absorb carbon dioxide. So the two in between can be connected by a way of a broker. ndio wale in that regulation we call them proponents. I hope many of you here are aware of the carbon trading regulations and guidelines. That is why I refer to them, like giving a clarification of what those terminologies mean. So a proponent is the one that connects the two sides of the polluter, who is the buyer, and the implementer of the project. And a project here, we will see a number of examples we have, but let me just say that this business can be undertaken in two main markets. There is what we call a voluntary carbon market and also an official or compliance carbon market. Let me start with this compliance carbon market. Compliance carbon market or official carbon market is actually under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have markets inside there like the CDM and also some other market trading mechanism. So countries under the Kyoto Protocol and the CDM were required to reduce their carbon levels by 5% of the emission levels of 1990. So in order to meet these targets, those countries, especially Annex 1 countries, when I say Annex 1 countries, I mean developed nations, they were required to reduce their carbon levels of 1990s by 5%. So in order for them to meet those targets, they have three options. One, to improve technology of whatever they do. But the second is to use alternative sources of energy. And the third is for them to use bioenergy. But some countries, even if they use all those alternatives, they need some additional credits from somewhere else. So in order for them to meet those credits, CDM was purposely formulated for them to invest in non-Annex 1 countries and generate credits. And by doing so, they invest in carbon projects in those other countries. And by so doing, they trade the carbon. So that is where the genesis of carbon, official carbon trading came from. But we have also these voluntary carbon markets where most entities around the globe these days, they want to offset their carbon footprints. And for them to show that they did something on their carbon footprints, they also invest on projects that reduce emissions of carbon. So an individual or a company or even a country can actually purchase carbon credits from projects to compensate for their carbon footprints. So that is how the voluntary market works. But again, there are some conditions in different markets. Like, let me give you one example that if a company in Tanzania wants to sell its tea in a European market, then they have to show how they are responsible for their carbon footprints. And in so doing, they have no option but they have to improve the efficiency of their practices on producing tea, but at the same time, if that is not enough, they have to purchase credits from a carbon project. So you might do it voluntarily in order for you to deal with your carbon footprint, or you have to do it in order to fulfill some certain conditions. So this is the option under the voluntary carbon market. So how is this market actually works? Is that it works with a number of carbon standards, international carbon standards. And as I have said, in the official carbon market, they use CDM, Clean Development Mechanism carbon market. And when it comes to voluntary carbon markets, there are a number of them. I'm just giving there some few examples, but there are a number of them. So what the standard does is that it provides assurance for the buyers that projects emissions reductions are real, additional, and permanent. So they provide methodologies which, when these projects fall up to when they fully developed their project, then the outcome, which is the credits generated out of those projects, will be trustworthy to the buyers, and they follow standards. So, as I said, we have a number of those standards, and I will just give an example here that if you go to one of the voluntary carbon market standard called VERA, Verified Carbon Standard, you will search for the projects that are implemented in Tanzania. You will see a number of them. I'm just giving here an example. So these projects are now already registered under, or are in the process of being registered under the VERA carbon standards. So you will see them there showing their status, starting date, and the expected end date of those projects. And that is the VCS, Voluntary Carbon Standards, but this is the Community Carbon Standards. It is also under VERA. And when you Google, you can see these projects that are happening under those standards. So the same, if you go to Gold Standard, you will see a number of projects which are already registered under those standards. And the registration under those standards means they are either already quantified their credits, or they're in a process of becoming fully registered, their credits shown in those standards. And when the standards are the credits are displayed in these particular standards, then the buyers come and buy the credits from here. So it is also acting as a marketplace to sell the carbon credits. So you can imagine, usually when I want to say about this, the whole issue of climate change issues just emerged in the 1990s. Before that, there has been a talk about climate change. So this is an emerging science. And since the carbon market emerged, then we have a lot of people and a lot of standards developed that give way for the trade to happen. So you can imagine that since 1990s, when the market was open, and specifically the CDM, which started in 1997, we only have one project here in Tanzania under CDM. It is a hydro project that is implemented somewhere in Iringa, Njombe, Mapinga. Only that under CDM. So you can see that if we had only one project, and these other standards are offering all these projects, meaning that it is easier to trade the carbon under these voluntary market standards. And we recently have examples here of carbon projects in Tanzania, and in most cases implemented by a company based here in Arusha. It is called Tanzania Carbon Limited. So there's a representative here. After I finish, he will come and tell us a story about these two successful projects, three of them, which are happening here in Tanzania. The guy is from Carbon Tanzania Limited, the company that is administering these two projects. And as we will see from the pictures there, is the Prime Minister of Tanzania issuing a check to the community. And it's not it's a very heavy check of about 2.3 billion US dollars. So it is a heavy check, just to a community of about 80 villages in one of the sites. He will come, the representative, to talk about it later. But what I'm saying, all these kind of projects, together with this one, which is very successful, they happened here in Tanzania without being regulated. They just happened. But the government had not put in place a framework that regulates these projects. So it is until the end of last year, in end of October, where the government actually produced what we call the carbon regulation. So why the carbon regulation? The carbon regulation came because the government was not aware of what kind of projects are implemented in the country, and there has not been a framework to regulate them. So the government came up with these regulations. But in parallel with that, the government also came with the technology. The government came with what we call national carbon trading guidelines. So it is from these guidelines and the regulations where individuals who want to trade carbon in Tanzania, they have to follow. So there are a set of procedures and qualities of who should actually implement the carbon trading in Tanzania. And let me just show you some elements of the guidelines. Chapter 2 of the guidelines actually just tries to outline potential sectors for the carbon trading in Tanzania. And here, the government tried to exhaust all possible projects, types of projects that can happen in each of these sectors. Like in the energy sector, the government identified a number of activities, and actually the identification of these sectors is also done in different strategies and plans, and especially the NDC. The NDC provides both adaptation and mitigation actions that can be done. So here, those mitigation sectors are actually the ones that are also prioritized here as the potential sectors for carbon trading. Just to get an example, for example, energy sector. It paves way for projects like clean cooking, like alternative energy use, and in the transport you can see all those possibilities like BRT and also electric vehicles. And in waste management, we have seen here, we have examples of like composite plants are also possible projects under waste management. And when it comes to forestry, there's an array of projects including afforestation, reforestation projects, but also conservation projects, and also avoided deforestation, but also reforestation, restoration or enrichment planting projects. So in forestry, we have those kind of opportunities. And in the industrial sector, we have also projects that involve efficient use of and the production of products. But in agriculture, we have all those agriculture smart activities, but also we have projects that avoid the use of artificial fertilizers, and also the animal subsector is also included in the agriculture sector. And we also put in other possibilities that you can have other land uses. Like you can have projects that improve grassland for the grazing. So they are put under that group of other land uses. But also in the marine sector, the mangroves, the blue sector, it also provides a number of opportunities for the carbon trading and land use sector. So those are the possible sectors where actually you can start up a carbon project. And for us here in Tanzania, that is what we gave like a big array of opportunities for people to venture in order for them to develop projects. I remember one time a lady came to my office and said, "Oh, I went through the NDC and I don't see any clean cooking projects there. So it means even in the carbon trading, it can't be done." But I told them, no, we have the guideline, we have the carbon regulation, which is open enough for them to develop such kind of projects. So it is possible for anyone who have an innovative project, even if it is not listed, that the government has the consideration to accommodate those projects. So if you go through the regulation, I gave you a link there. If you follow, you can actually retrieve the document and you can see it. Chapter 2 of which it gives requirement and the procedure for carbon trading. So it starts with the requirement for establishing carbon projects. They are outlined there, but also procedure for operating a carbon project. If we were to start a carbon project in Tanzania, the procedure tells that you have also, at the start, you identify what you are going to do. You choose the sector of your choice, and you explore the ways in which you can design your project out of that sector. Then you download an online application form, you fill it up, and you submit it to the authority. I will tell you who are the authority. And after you submit that form, within a few days, within 30 days, you will be given a go-ahead or comments to incorporate in your initial ideas and proceed with the next step, which is to develop what we call a concept note. And from the concept note stage, when positively evaluated by a national committee, you will be given a go-ahead to produce what we call a project design document. And it is this project design document that will be submitted concurrently to the standard, international standard, but also submitted to the National Carbon Assessment Committee for evaluation. And when this stage is passed, then you are to start your project. So those are the requirements, the procedure. But with these regulations and the guidelines, in 30th December 2022, the minister responsible for environment, Dr. Jaffo, delegated the powers to the National Carbon Monitoring Center of first coordinating the functions of the National Carbon Trading Assessment Committee, but secondly, register all carbon projects in Tanzania. So the Carbon Monitoring Center is currently a registrar of all carbon projects in Tanzania. So we keep a register, and that register up to mid of this month, it operated since January 2023, and up to 15th of September, we had already received 28 applications of different projects, of different size and different types. We have there a reading one is avoided deforestation, which is Ready Plus, with only 43%. But we have also projects in the energy sector, which are about 32%. And in this energy sector, we have subcategories of clean cooking, but also hydro projects. We have also electric vehicles projects, but also solar projects. And as I have said, these are of different scale, depending on the geographical coverage and the number of people who actually participate in each of these projects. But we have also forest-related projects like reforestation and agroforest. They are also of a significant number. And we have 2 projects on rangeland management. What these people do is that they improve the way the grass are growing. They use actually fire to induce the growth frequently, and as such, those different cycles accumulates a lot of carbon, which is eventually used by animals, but most of which is actually goes to the soil to improve soil carbon. So that is what they are doing. They are implementing those projects here in Arusha, in Simanjiro, Munduli, Kiteto. That is where these kind of projects are implemented. So what I can say is that there was a perception that most of these projects are forest-based projects. But you have seen here that there are a number of some other projects that are not forest-based. Although the coverage in terms of scale, an energy project can cover the entire country, but it's targeting only a few households. But a single forest project, and maybe that is why they are perceived as dominating, it might cover several million hectares. Like one of the projects here covers actually 5.1 million hectares. So you can imagine, and the others, they can cover up to few 100,000 hectares. So they differ very much in terms of size and the coverage, depending on the nature of the project. So what I can say as a conclusion is that the country has put in place an enabling environment for this trade to happen. But let me give you another side of it, that some people, they think that why Tanzania only have these regulations and not other countries. You have seen that some few countries already have also, like Zimbabwe, and most recently Kenya is also developing one. Ghana is also has already developed, but very few. So they're asking why these countries. But now we are seeing that all countries are going to have these regulations. And why is that so? Is that even investors have much confidence when these kind of national frameworks exist. And the presence of these system frameworks, it shows the government commitment and the political will on accommodating such kind of projects. So they see it as a good enabling environment for them to come and invest. So we urge you all stakeholders to take this opportunity and engage in the carbon trading. As you have seen, there are a lot of potentials. So you just think that each district country, each district council is collecting wastes, and they can actually have a composite plant for them to generate carbon credits. Yeah? You have these solar projects, you have micro hydro, as you have seen here. Those all are, even the clean cooking, you can do it anywhere in Tanzania. So everybody actually can participate in this trade. And as we have seen, and we will be also told, the amount of funding, the amount of money that is expected out of this project is huge. And it can contribute to the GDP, but also to economies of individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for a very, very good presentation and for inviting us to participate in the carbon trade business. There will be follow-up questions, but before that, I invite Dr. Manyika to tell us about the international practice, but also to highlight on whether this carbon trade business is not leaning on our side as a non-polluter. And from your CV, you have been the negotiator, so you know the inside of how this has been developed and how it is evolving.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Okay, let me stand up and maybe I move to the podium. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Kanizo Frederick Manyika. As I've been introduced, I work with the Vice President's office. I'm being asked to talk a bit on the international practice. From Professor Zahabu's presentation, you had already heard the genesis of this carbon market. This market has been operational for the past 20 years ago. And under the UN Framework Convention of Climate Change, particularly the Kyoto Protocol, that established 3 flexible mechanisms to allow parties to trade on these greenhouse gas emissions. And the purpose of this trade is to enable developing countries to benefit from these emissions. I think I'm responding to one of the questions that has already been asked. So these carbon markets are there to help developing countries to benefit from these emissions, particularly through the sale of these carbon credits. Under the Kyoto mechanism, the governance of the carbon market has been under the CDM board, Clean Development Mechanism Board. And this board was the one which was responsible for approving a carbon project at the global level. At the national level, each country that was supposed to was participating in the Kyoto mechanism or Kyoto carbon clean development mechanism was supposed to establish a so-called designated national authority. And in Tanzania, the Vice President's office is the designated, is in the still the designated national authority, or in short, the DNA. So whoever try to implement or wants to implement a carbon project, the project needs to be approved by the DNA and then sent to the CDM board that also eventually approves. However, Africa performance during the Kyoto regime, and we heard this morning, has not been very good. Africa carbon market it's a bit very low compared to other regions, and this is due to the very obvious reasons. When you look at the emission, of contribution of emission in Africa, it's almost between 3 to 4%. And then in terms, this translates also in the issue of carbon market itself. The distribution or the market share for Africa in the Kyoto regime has only been between, it's almost 3% of the global market share. So unless Africa maybe emits more, you shouldn't expect that to be a leader in carbon market. But there is that potential of becoming even more market center for carbon market, because Africa needs to develop. And the development means emission. And we have our carbon space to emit so that we develop. We have that light, and they will continue pushing for that light. So through this carbon market, we are given that privilege of being supported through this carbon market. Now, the Kyoto mechanism, particularly the clean development mechanism, has been replaced by the following adoption of the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement has established some corporate mechanism that allows trading between parties or countries to trade emission in a more voluntary manner. Under the Paris Agreement, each and every country is supposed to develop a so-called nationally determined contribution, NDC. And under this NDC, each country has committed to reduce a certain percent of emission. In Tanzania, we have committed to reduce approximately 30 to 35% of our emission by 2030. Other countries have committed to reduce more. For instance, we heard during the opening yesterday that Norway committed themselves to reduce almost 55% by 2030. And the other countries, the US, whoever is the party to the Kyoto Protocol has done so. So the Paris Agreement has given this flexibility now to trade within or to cooperate through this carbon trading mechanism. There are three options under the Paris Agreement, which fall under Article 6 of the Convention. Although not of the Convention, of the Paris Agreement. Number one category of the cooperation of the carbon trade is the bilateral or cooperative approach, which is done between two countries. Two countries can agree to trade emission, and there are already a number of countries that had already entered into that kind of arrangement. For instance, Ghana, Senegal, and Morocco. And as of today, there are almost 23 bilateral arrangements in terms of carbon trading. Tanzania, we are yet to have one, but we are in the process to have one of the bilateral arrangement in carbon trading. And again, under the Paris Agreement, parties can agree, there is this 6.4 mechanism or emission trading. This allows parties to meet their obligation under the nationally determined contribution through reduction of the trading of the emission that can be transferred from one country to another or used within that country. And in those countries, sometimes the technology is so complicated, I don't want to mention them, but they are called emission reduction outcomes. You can trade among countries those emission reduction, and you get the money in return. The third mechanism under the Paris Agreement is the non-market approach, in which countries they can just agree to cooperate each other to build the capacity and innovate and do whatever they can within that context of emission reduction. Now, this kind of arrangement under the Paris Agreement has opened and also enhanced, led to the increased demand for carbon credit. Today, the carbon market is growing very exponentially, and we expect by 2030, the growth is expected between 20 to 30% by 2030. So there is a huge potential from carbon market. That's why, seeing that potential, Tanzania decided to put in place a regulation as Professor Zahabu has already submitted. And today, some projects are being submitted, but when you look at the global landscape, the leading sector in terms of carbon market during the Kyoto mechanism or CDM was the energy sector. There is no wonder that even during the Paris, under the Paris Agreement, through this corporate arrangement, energy will still be the leading sector. Why? Because countries need energy to develop. And there is a lot of potential in Africa that can be harnessed in order to contribute towards emission reduction. In that regard, our NDC has set both conditional and non-conditional emission reduction. we can unconditionally reduce our emission up to 30% by 2030 through our own initiative and implementation of strategies. But if we want to achieve the high ambition target, which is to reduce about 153 million metric tons by 2030, we need some additional source of financing. This will come through various sources, including the carbon market. And it's through this kind of initiative, that's why the government now has been trying to provide incentives for investors to come to invest in Tanzania. And this year, the government, through the Ministry of Finance, has also put some carbon tax, income tax, as well as carbon price on some of the goods. All these avenues are geared to increase the financial flow in the country. And the use of this climate finance will be used for all kind of, all people at all levels. Yes, I was trying to look at our panel, which is not gender balanced, but for the use of money, which is accrued from the sale of carbon, for sure it will be gender balanced, and it takes on board every need of every group, so that to make sure that there is it facilitates the sustainable development. So let me stop here for now. I'm here to respond to the questions that will be raised against my presentation. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving us the international perspective. And as we move forward now, I invite Mr. Azaria to give us the local experience and tell us how lucrative is the market, and tell us about the process and how can we also invest in those business.
Thanks, moderator. If I could respond to that while sitting here, I'll be more comfortable. Is that fine?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to start by maybe applauding the Tanzanian government for having these regulations and guidelines in the first place, because as how Professor Zahabu actually stipulated, these are quite important whenever we speak of investment aspects in any space. The concept of risk is actually addressed by having frameworks that support any investment. And speaking from the investment side, I think it's really important to understand the carbon trading principle operates in the sense as any other business, any other investment would happen. So primarily, we always calculate the risk that's associated with the investment. But again, we try to look at the tradability of whatever product we are trading on. So how tradable the carbon credits we are making from a certain site is another subject of concern whenever you're thinking of trading on carbon credits. And particularly because of the science around how credits are made, the validity, and what is the language around carbon credit sales by itself. And to be very brief, I think, as I would say, I would not go to science on how credits are made, because that will involve us staying here for another 2-3 hours for people to understand. I'd rather focus on key principles that would operate around the carbon trading space. And these are basically divided into two. So primarily we have a emitting side, and the other side that is actually the affected side, or more of the sides that would help in reducing the emissions, or rather avoiding these emissions. On the emitting side, which in this space, based on our experience, we rely on the global north, which is highly industrialized. Most of the emitters, the global emitters, are coming from the northern part of the globe. And these are the places where we have entirely highly dependent for donor aid for years in order to undertake some of our projects in the global south. So it's always a matter of economics that should be looked on this space. But again, in order for the carbon credit business to function, we'll definitely rely on the evolving nature of the business itself. So basically we have all these standards that Professor Zabu postulated there, but also we have the evolving methodologies and science behind how we validate these projects, but also the carbon accounting. This is something that is still going. Even as we speak now, there's still a lot of questions around how perfect these methodologies would be. And again, that also includes the pressure that goes to these industrialized nations and all the high emitters on how they become accountable. And we can debate on this. When we speak of the climate change crisis and we want to put people accountable, is it a compensation we're speaking about, or is it a responsibility or accountability that we have to discuss? Because from what I know, there's no point to be responsible to compensate what we've already destroyed. It's really hard to get to that equation, having that balance at the end of the day. So looking at those two aspects, which happens in the international space, I think it also revolves back to our internal prospects, which I'm glad some of these are already undertaken. So I'll speak only on three main things that might happen for anybody to start a carbon trading project. This will basically depend on internal legal frameworks and policies that would allow investment for carbon trading. And this includes the regulations that we say, and this is also cross-cutting across a number of sectors and ministerial sectors within the country. We must look at the finance mechanism. How is the benefit sharing scheme actually instituted within the finance that comes within carbon trading? But also, what is the framework that allow for potential investments? We look at all these sectors, energy sector, the forestry sector, land sector. Much of the investments we have in the country right now would focus on basically the practical ones, including what we're investing on, are basically on the affordable category and minimum in the energy. But looking at this from the business perspective, it's all about which is a sector that will provide a credit which will be tradable at the end of the day. Who are the clients? Where am I selling these credits? These all should be coming from the business perspective when you design a project. So policy, legal framework, that's the first thing. But again, we have to look at the available technology, what is the innovation around the projects that we design, and how realistic can these be accessible. That is another aspect that any investor will be looking at. And last but not least, it will be around the capital available for investment. This is one of the key areas that should be looked at. So since yesterday, we have been looking at, we have been having discussions around the sustainable finance, and we're actually looking at the aid money, money that comes as funds, as grants. The carbon credit business should really operate at a more business-oriented nature, where it's about accessing markets, and markets determine what you're trading. It's not about having a country that feels pity for us to do conservation or protection in the climate change space. So I wanted to stipulate a few things, and as we go, I think Professor Zabu spoke of a few of our projects, which now we can speak from experience, coming from a company that has already generated more than 25 billion, and this money is already going down to communities that actually are working on projects that involve verified emission reduction projects under the RED Plus methodology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zalias, and back to you. Your business started some time back before the guidelines and regulations were not in place.
Yes.
If you were to start business today, would you find that the guidelines and regulations are enabling and are favorable or not?
So as much as I don't want to respond direct criticizing the regulations, but I would say we have been part of development of these regulations. So part of our inputs are in there, and I think the regulations really built up on what they experienced from some of our projects. So I'll speak initially on one of the key aspects that us as a company we saw vital whenever we speak about the verified emission model. So the actual benefit sharing mechanism scheme that's stipulated in the regulation sends or takes much of the carbon finance to the local communities that are managing the forest assets. And we might debate on how basic this finance is actually used, but from our experience in the forest sector and the conservation world, the community outside there do not conceive climate change in the way that we as the technocrats would think. And to them, we would use terms like deforestation, which to us it sounds bad, but to them it's simply a means towards a survival at the end of the day. People do charcoal burning, they'll sell charcoal to cities, but what it means to them is accessing finance for taking children to school, accessing financing for taking a family member to a hospital. You know, having those daily social services is what actually it means to them. And so that's why they are pressurized to use these resources. What the carbon finance actually brings, based on that scale of finance that comes in, they spend all this money to address all these livelihood options that they would forego in case they didn't have any other investment. So I'm not saying like the regulation, the guidelines are very perfect, but at least we have some place where we can start. And this is continuously monitored, and it will be improved as we go, because the space itself is still highly regulated, as I said. Looking at the global or international space, methodologies, standardizations are highly regulated, they're highly monitored, and they're evolving as we go. So we wouldn't expect to have a regulation that is straightforward and very perfect today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Elkana, you come from TFSA. You come from forestry services. And Professor, statistically, if we look at the number of projects, basically they come from the forest sector. I think Dr. Elkana, you can tell us why there is more bias in the forest than other sectors. While we have the energy sector, we have transport and others, but the developers, the market is on the forest than others.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. And yeah, it's really interesting that forestry has been highlighted as one of the place where this carbon project can be developed. First is, we believe that if you don't respect the nature, it will disrespect you too. And from the yesterday discussions today, we have been hearing on these issues related to climate change. And one of the optimal solutions has been presented or discussed with different presenters was plant a tree, plant a tree. We have heard Professor today in the morning that during his birthday, it was, the first part was not only to have a cake and candles, but it's only to plant a tree. So different problems related to the forest, and they are being used as a source of income to different surrounding communities. So it means within the forest, we have different benefits where the local communities are depending. And when the forest is being removed, because we believe that the forest, they sequence the carbon we are talking about, and they store within their leaves, their trunks and the like. And when they are removed, it means that is being taken to the atmosphere. It means it's like twice as much when you remove a forest, that is released to the atmosphere. So developing a carbon project on the forest, it has now brought an interest. And at the same time, it had multiple benefits involving the communities, the biodiversity conservations. So all those in totalities, taking the climate issues in, it means that they are more beneficial compared to the other projects when it comes to development. So even in Tanzania, we have, for example, TFS. TFS is managing almost 15 million hectares of above 400 forest reserve in the country. Up to now, we have about 10 applications from different companies, and it's almost those 15 million hectares they are under request. So you can see the pressure, how it's coming, and the people being interested on this, investing on this forest project. And to add on that, I know people have very interest because everyone now is speaking, I have my forest somewhere, I have my piece of land. Now, how can I be involved in this carbon project? Now you can see how the interest to different people is coming in. So I think you can discuss further for the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John. Now, I think the language we are speaking here, in my opinion, it is it's high-level language. Can we simplify the language so that the common person, somebody in the village, in the rural setting, can be able to also to enter into the carbon trade in terms of the processes, the paperwork, and how can we simplify so that even if we look at the guidelines, the demand for paperwork is too big. You are writing a book if you are feeling, if you are to meet the requirements. Is it possible to simplify that process so that more people can get into business? Let's start with the professor.
Okay, thank you very much for that good question on how normal people, the peasants, can also participate in this type of project. And the answer is that everybody has a chance to participate. It depends on where. And why I'm saying that is that imagine we have a very good system in a country like ours. It is a lower level of management, we have a village. And each village is supposed to to have a land use plan. And one of the elements, a component of land use plan is a village forest, be it a planted forest or a natural forest. And having those kind of forests, then the villagers have a chance to participate. But also take it that there are some projects that give the communities trees to plant each year. So depending on your land size, you can be given 1 tree or 2. But the aggregate of all of those trees supplied form a project, and they enable different people participate. We have one project in Kagera. It is the agroforest-based project. They supply seedlings to the farmers, be it fruit trees or these other trees for timber, but they have a system that accounts for all those trees every year and monitoring them over time, and people are getting credits out of such kind of practices. But think also about these cook stove projects. Those individuals are given those improved cook stoves, and in return, they just retain and use the stove, and at the end of the day, the credits are generated and sold. So in that way also, individual household can participate. So we have an array, in summary, an array of different options of these projects where most of our people can actually participate. So it is just a matter of people who are designing this project to come up with a very good design so that the project touches the life of many people. And although it is not said in the regulation or the guideline, when those people initially approach our office, who is registering this project, if it is an energy project involving cook stove in the district, then we tell them, go and talk with the district authority so that they know what you are doing. Go and talk to village authority and the people so that they know what you are doing. And at the end of the day, the regulation says you have to come up with a benefit sharing arrangement, which is negotiated between the authority and the proponent and the managing authority. So at the end of the day, they will come to a table and we will ask them, how are these people benefiting? If the arrangement, if the design is not well understood, then one of the big comments is that go and revise the design of your benefit sharing scheme. And in that way, the regulation also ensures that most of the people participate and they benefit out of the business. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Manyika, on the same question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think Professor Azab has provided some response on this, but let me also add my voice. There are two things here we need to differentiate. There is this paperwork of which maybe the normal mwananchi is not interested, and there is this benefit which is very key to the common people. And for the technical part of it, of which, because we are working, we are dealing with something which needs to be done in a more transparent and accountable way. And there is no way you can avoid the paperwork. And this is not the responsibility of the common mwananchi. There should be some institutions, CSO, whoever, who can assist them to translate what they want to be as part of their project that they are putting forward. And then eventually, eventually this needs to be reflected on the cost-benefit sharing arrangement of which Professor Zahabu has touched. Because the main purpose of this business is to see that the emissions are being, the greenhouse emissions are actually being reduced. Otherwise, if there is no robust methodology that everybody, the investor or whoever invests money or puts money in that project and trust it, then the business can collapse. So it is high time for experts now to work very closely with the community to help them to translate the ideas so that they be reflected in the final outcome of the carbon trading projects. That is why in the regulation we have put forward some key elements that we want to see being reflected in the contract. Those elements are put there for the purpose of safeguarding the interests of the common people at the ground who might not be very interested in the entire process of paperwork. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Azaria, if you have something to say on that.
Thank you. I don't think I'll be striding a little bit far from my previous colleague in responding to that. So I think there is a very vast potential for people to engage in the space, but I don't know how to make this language very simple for it to mean simple, because the mechanism itself is already complex. Since it's highly regulated, there's a lot of things that are happening in the space. So how simple make that simple is entirely subject. But Professor Dr. Likan actually put that really well. So we have a proponent who we would look at a person who has financial capital to help other people to invest in that space. These are the people who actually are looking at the space in a business perspective. How you develop the project, how you do the project documentation, how you design the project itself. This is the role of the proponent. And the remaining participants in the space, they become beneficiaries of that project itself. And this is why it has to speak a sense of business. It's all about profit loss accounting in the space. And I think it is an assignment yet to the government of Tanzania. I understand the regulation we work on right now suits their follow model, which is agriculture, forestry, land use. But we still need more regulation that would look into the space like energy. I take, for example, you have a project that will really support counteracting the carbon emission from the use of charcoal in city centers. And that you have to have an investment that works on another energy source that will simply put charcoal out of the space. And the gap that you're trading on is the amount of carbon emission that you have avoided by having this other mechanism for cooking, lighting, or anything. And that is a science thing that has to happen there. It's not a thing that everybody can do. But I think there is potential for scaling up, and this is subject to how people understand the carbon space and take forth into designing and knowing the mechanism to go into that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azaria. Now we go to the floor. We will take 4 questions and respond. And in order to save time, we should be clear and concise. Short questions, clear, and specify who you want to respond. You are welcome. Yes, please.
Right, thank you. So I've got 2 quick questions. The first one goes to Mr. Azaria, right? Yeah, so one of the biggest RED Plus projects in Africa, the Kariba RED, I'm sure you know it, is facing closure because of the absence of a transparency and accountability framework. They've been operating since 2015, before a carbon credit framework was put in place. And you know, this is a problem with so many carbon credit projects where, you know, as much as you say, I saw you mention that, you know, in the past 2 years, about $3 million have been generated, and probably communities have benefited from that. And for an RDC to get 3.5 million, it's like a game changer. I'm not sure if that's happening on the ground. You can give examples as to how much those funds are used. So what is the transparency and accountability framework that you use to ensure that both the government, communities, private sector, and even NGOs understand the extent to which you're generating you know, revenue from the sale of carbon credits in this, how it's been used. Then a quick submission to Dr. Professor Zahabu, rather, and Mr. Manyika. So I feel without our own local registry as African countries, we are not going to own the carbon credit market and benefit fully from it. You know, so with the Vera standard, with the gold standard and others, you know, which are owned by countries in the global south, so in the global north, and how much are we paying for us to be part of that registry? You know, so for instance, to have a methodology developed, you're going to pay 40,000 just for a 5-page document to say you have got a methodology. So it's time for us to actually have our own registry, you know, as Africa, as Tanzania, so that we actually own, we determine the pricing, we determine the, you know, the auction, the market itself, so that we don't continue losing out from this protocol. You know, I saw an article which was saying Tanzania is bound to get about 20 billion from the carbon market. Are we going to get all of it? Or probably some of it will go to Vera or some of these registries. That's my simple submissions. Thank you.
We take those 2 questions first because they are a bit too long, and I ask Azaria now to respond.
Thanks. I think the question around transparency and accountability frameworks that we work on. So basically this starts from the PD development process in the design of the project itself. There are a number of matrices that we put that allow for external third-party auditing of whatever we're doing. And this actually has to fit into the national level frameworks on accountability. So whenever we do a verification process, this is this clearly aligns with the national level transparency and accountability protocol, but also the international level transparency and accountability protocol. So from the design, we do consider the things like FPIC, which are also audited regularly, but also being a Tanzanian-based company, we are actually registered in Tanzania. So we are entirely compliant into the legal frameworks within the country. And we are highly regulated and also audited by the government based on the finance. Since it's all about benefit sharing, I understand we are regularly audited on the revenue and the sales of this product on a regular basis, like now, every now and then. And again, we currently have a system that really puts in place how the government can track all this finance that goes to the communities and how they're actually used. And this is something that, again, I would applaud the government, because previously we never had this system that trickles down to the community level, and now they have it in place. And again, it comes with challenges, definitely. You know, in an African setup, you always go through systems that would slow the process and everything. In order for somebody to access their finance, their rightful finance, that process would make them go for maybe 2 weeks just to spend on a particular money that's theirs. But again, if it's a matter of accountability and monitoring how this finance is used, at least having that backup from the government as the central, central governing body at the national level, it's one of the ways we really comply with the transparency and accountability models. I hope I've responded. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the question of registry is more of a policy issue, and it goes to Dr. Manyika.
Thank you very much for this very good question. On the issue of registry, we have already taken on board. Our new regulation has established a registry, a national registry to register all the carbon credit generated in the country, and those which will also be transferred through the international transfer mitigation outcomes, the ITMOs. Sorry, this is a technical word, but this registry will be there to take into account whatever kind of credit that is generated in the country is registered within our registry, so that we can know how much are we generating in terms of carbon credit. And in terms of methodology, we do encourage to have our own national methodology, but which meets the international standard. We have left this a bit open so that we encourage more methodologies to be developed within the countries, and then that can meet the international standard. But with time, then we can have maybe another regulation that modulates those methodology. The purpose is to make sure that whatever we recognize and register as our own, the methodology that was developed by Tanzania, I think takes into account the broader aspects and the parameters within the national context instead of those international established methodology. I think my colleague, Professor Zahab, can add on this one as well. Thank you.
Yes, I think you have answered it well, that at this time we make use of those international standards that provide internationally accepted methodologies to use in different projects. We don't regulate the methodologies currently. We just give room for people to develop projects using the available standards. Maybe in the future, we wish to have maybe, to make it national standard, it might be difficult because we need the credibility out of it. If the government is a part of the business, then you make a methodology that you will evaluate yourself with. It might be difficult to be acceptable internationally. So that is why we encourage adoption of current methodology, but with time maybe we can come up with a regional standard, like East African standard, the SADC standard, something like that. So I think that so long as it is credible enough to be acceptable by the buyers, then there's no problem with it. But let me just highlight that currently, a center like ours that is responsible for coordinating all carbon projects here in Tanzania has also been approached by some of these standards, so that some national peculiarities can actually be accommodated in some of the standards. A standard like Ivera has already approached the SMC, but also a standard like Gold Standard, we are already negotiating with them in order to collaborate on issues of methodology and making the whole process smooth and quick. So at least the standards themselves are doing something in order to collaborate with the government so that the process is quickened, but also most of the people participate without any hindrance. Yeah.
Another question from the floor.
Yes. My name is Eva Gerard, Chief Executive for Tanzania Women and Youth Advisory Organization. My question to the panelists: how does the carbon trade benefit women and children who are most likely in front of climate crisis?
Another question.
Thank you. I am Reverend Modest from Christian Council of Tanzania and ACT Alliance. Thank you, Professor, for taking us through carbon trading. And I was very much interested looking at the benefit sharing. And actually looking at the graph itself, I could see the allocation of the budget to areas like infrastructure, education, health and administration. I was trying to think about whether there could be the allocation taken back to other adaptation measures, because the challenge we have in Africa is a huge burden of upon loss and damage. It is taking longer for us to recover. Or maybe you could tell us whether this carbon trading is not more specific, getting our people to prepared to even to respond to disaster and other calamities. This is what I'm very much interested to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another question?
Hello, I'm Paul Michael Andrea, the Chief Executive Secretary for Tanzania Mental Action. I would also like to congratulate the presenters. And I have a question from the forestry presenter, that about 59 million acres of the forest in Tanzania have been applied. And I'm interested to know if there are Tanzanian applicants or people from Africa. Thank you.
Let's first respond on those, and then we will have another session. Yeah, Professor.
Yes, let me respond directly to the question on how youth and children are benefiting out of the carbon business. And I will respond together with the question on that figure that shows the distribution of benefit from one of the project area. And that one was based on an example from Tanganyika district, the project called in Takata that is implemented by Carbon Tanzania. So I had that in my presentation based on the information from the project. And actually let me admit that during the development of these regulations, we took Carbon Tanzania as one of the on-ground examples to develop the benefit sharing scheme. And from the Carbon Tanzania experience and from the current regulation, 61% of the revenues go to the community. Gross revenues, they are distributed back to the community. And when I say the community, the villages around, surrounding the project area. So like in the site, in the Ntakata project, there are 8 villages. Given back the revenues based on the proportion of the area they manage within the protected area. So what is happening that in a year, they issue twice, two installments of the credits back to the community. And as I said, in 2021, a total of $6 million was given back to the community. That translates to how many billions? Yeah? Like 8, 9, 12 billions going back to 8 villages. A budget of one district council, an average budget is 1.6 billion. So if you give back 12 billion in a year to 8 villages, you can imagine what does it translate. So when those villages get that money, first, what they do is that there is a village land forest management committee, which also manages the patrol team, which is the main activity on the management of the forest is the patrol. So they set aside the money for the management of the forest, and then the rest of the money, a general assembly, a village general assembly has to prioritize what should be the use of that money. So in some of those villages, they put the money into building schools, building dispensaries, paying health insurance for all villagers in the village. They also put aside some money to pay for school fees for children in those villages. So they are actually like touching all areas, including touching also women and youth. If we install water points closer by to the people, it means you solve also the problem of how women, youth, and children are suffering from the process of fetching water. But also they benefit for their education, they benefit from the health service. So the money has a lot of impact in those kind of areas. And these days, let me tell you that all the district councils here around, they actually visit those kind of places and learn what they are doing so that they can do the same at home. So the practice has a lot of impact, and in the near future, we envisage to see a lot of these kind of practices happening almost everywhere in the country.
Let me add on what Professor Zahab has said. In terms of distribution for benefit sharing arrangement, I think that there are various models that exist, and this it depends on the locality of that project. Some have adopted, as Professor have said, to give maybe some food for children, paying for health insurance, and so forth. And also, in addition to the amount of money which is being paid to the to the villages or the managing authority that are managing that resources, there is also money which is being paid to the local governments, which is 10%. And this 10%, even though has not been described how it will be used, but it will be upon the local government to decide on how to use it. And also, we have also prescribed that 3% will be going to the National Environmental Management, Environmental Fund, Trust Fund. This 3% will cater for conservation and the other climate change activities, including adaptation. And there will be some call for proposals so that various groups will be invited now to submit proposals so that to use that money which will be accrued from carbon credit. We are yet to develop the regulations or guidelines for the fund because it's not yet operational, but when the money starts flowing in that fund, definitely will come up with some criteria and some emphasis, including maybe one asking for more information about how they affect the groups, in particular women, youth, and other disabled or disadvantaged group or vulnerable group will be benefiting from the proposal that will be submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. John.
Yeah, thank you. We had one question. That was asking that whether we have a local company that have applied for this project in the forest. Yes, we have. And we have several applications from local NGOs. But the main challenge with the local NGO, based on their registrations, and this is a carbon business, so they are sometimes limited to operate this business. But they are being involved on the other part of the implementations of the project on the ground. For that question, yes, we have some of the local companies that operate on this carbon project.
Now we are going to the last round of questions from the floor.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Tony Alfred. I work with the Chanzo. It's an organization based in Tanzania. So my first question is, so in Africa we have debt trap. Are we going to see another carbon trading trap? I'm asking this because we are witnessing in some of the areas there are a lot of queries and tension from residents that they are being removed from their areas in the auspice of conservation. So this is general for not just for Tanzania but for Africa as experts. So are we going to witness a carbon trading trap that people are going to lose their homes in the auspice of getting this money from carbon trading? But also another thing is, don't you think like it's a bit too much that at some point we might be receiving too little to compensate for the resources we're not using? Like, is it not too much that we are allowing other people to use their resources, but our resources remain locked? But the last one is about the regulation. I think it's a commendable move from the government of Tanzania. Most of the time we're always late. This time we're not late. When I look at the registration, I see there are some issues around business case. For example, in applying for the project, you're supposed to give 1% of the expected CR the amount that you're going to sell, like you're supposed to give 1% to apply for the project. But also the layers of people who are involved, of course, the regulation has assumed to some degree that most of the projects are going to be community-based. So I think maybe, do you think the regulation fits the business case for people who are expecting to invest in carbon trading? Thanks.
Yes, the mic is here.
Now, the questions are coming from this part. Maybe we look at the far end. Yes, please.
Here?
No. There's somebody sitting at the far end.
So
I think we have to also give them justice. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation and discussion which has been going on. I'm Frank Manumbu from Pathfinder International in Tanzania. Just in one question. As we understand from the normal or our natural, what can I say? I'm losing myself. Anyway, during development, when we are in parenting, and when you have been asked by your children or your child of something else, and you don't intend to give him or her, normally you come with some reasons, maybe you did not do homework or did not do this thing, and at the end, in your mind, you know, I'm not going to give him or her this thing, but I'm just finding some reasons to go here and there, and then you don't give. So if that is from parenting side, and they are all being parented such way, so up to adulthood, even the system of education and what has got a lot of things in order to achieve something.
Sir, can you be more precise?
Yes, I'm going now.
And if possible, to communicate in Swahili, so that your question can be clear and direct to the point.
Don't worry, I was just bringing you to my concept. So, by saying so, I'm saying like this. We have been observing a lot of regulations, a lot of sanctions in doing a lot of things. And it has come to attention that maybe these things are becoming now sanctions. So I was thinking, can we a little bit reduce these regulations which might be seen like sanctions to this carbon thing, and not only carbon thing, most of our things, but because we have a dialogue here, like, do you think this regulation will be good for us? And the last speaker, so because he was part of the regulations, but he started somewhere without regulation, and we are observing some profit to the community.
I think my understanding is that the regulations are too stringent. You want them to be a bit relaxed so that it can be very easy to operate within that framework, isn't it?
That is my point.
Yeah. Zimbabwe?
Okay, thank you very much. My question goes to Carbon Tanzania. You spoke about, I understand, the benefits of the community share scheme, and you rightly put that, for example, an individual is trading coal so that they access social services like health, education. But even at the end of the day, after carbon trading and those services are available, an individual still needs a livelihood. How much some of the carbon projects are creating employment and also ensuring the transfer of cash into these local communities' hands? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we respond to those questions. We'll start with the professor.
The first issue was on whether this is a carbon trap or what. Let me just assure you that there are people on the street saying through these projects we are being recolonized. And maybe this is a new way of neo-colonialism coming to these parts of countries. But the way it depends on how you regulate this, and that is where the country regulations are very much important. Because our regulation is set, there is no way you can come and buy land. You come from outside Tanzania, you come to buy land here and develop a carbon project. That is not possible with the current regulation. Even someone from town cannot go to rural areas to buy land in order to develop a carbon project. It is not said so directly in the regulation, but the regulation says it should be a collaboration between an owner of the land and an investor. And with that condition, there is no way you can sell your land. So it is indirectly fixed in such a way that you can't do that. So even the issue of displacement of communities is not possible, because we want you to collaborate with the communities to develop a carbon project, and at the end of the day, you as an investor and the communities, you both benefit. And that is something which is highly regulated by the regulation. And most of the people don't like that. They come with their capital, they think they can just lease the land and develop the carbon project here in Tanzania. So the message to them is that you cannot buy land just for developing a carbon project with the current regulations we have. And the message should be very clear, because people think these carbon projects involve the sale of the land to outsiders. So it should be known, very clear, that no one is buying land for the carbon projects. Even in these government-owned reserves, there is no transfer of land title from the government to the investor. But the investor comes with his money just to facilitate the management, so that the credits are generated out of that land. But there is no transfer of title. The ownership still is vested on the government or the communities that own land. But there is no transfer of ownership in these carbon projects with the regulations we have.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you all for these very good questions. And on the issue of giving, maybe we are getting too little, and then we are keeping at the expenses of keeping our resource unutilized. This is not the case. When I was presenting my case on the onset of this session, I said that we have the right to development, and this is enshrined within the context of the UN process. The Paris Agreement, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, all these, even the Kyoto Protocol, they have principles which need to be adhered to. And one of that principle is the right to development. So whatever we are doing for the purpose of enabling developing countries to develop. and not otherwise, because we are not part of the cause of the causes that led to the enhancement of current emission. But we have a solution, we can contribute. That's what we are doing. And we, at the same time, we keep the right to development. And with regard to the regulation, the good thing for Tanzania is that we did not develop our regulation out of vacuum. We have learned from ongoing projects, including from Carbon Tanzania and the others. And the carbon sharing arrangement that was put in place in the regulation was taken into consideration the existing situation. Some projects were giving up to maybe up to 70% to the community, and the others were giving 30%, the others below that. So the benefit sharing arrangement that is in the regulation reflects an average sort of approach that was arrived at after thorough and comprehensive consultation with all the stakeholders, including the project proponents. So I think the issue of colonization, Professor has responded. I don't need to go into that. Thank you.
Yes, Azaria. Just 2 minutes.
All right. So I'll just try to respond to a couple of questions very briefly, adding up to what Professor Zahabu and Dr. Khan actually said. The issue of eviction, I think, whenever you think of such conduct that really violates human rights, whenever you go to verification, the process actually removes a kind of a project of such nature. And we have existing projects that are actually highly questionable. The credits that come from such projects are really not sellable. They are not tradable because of the impact the carbon credit finance is actually causing to the local community on those spaces. So whether it happens or whether it doesn't happen, for an investor, you have to question yourself. How tradable, how credible is your product happening on ground? On such projects, I can guarantee you, you have to defend such a product for quite an extensive selling point of view. There was a question on too little compensation, value for protection, what we get versus what we're not using. So primarily for those who understand, as a country we conserve or protect almost 40% of the land we have. But how much of that land is actually generating any revenue for the country, that question can be debatable. Because I'll take an example. For an institution like TANAPA, we understand they're managing more than 10 national parks, but we can look at what are the national parks that actually pay back any investment that we do. We are speaking of 2 or 3 that actually have to feed TANAPA to manage the rest of the national parks. So we are not really having the exact value of what we're protecting. And from my perspective as an investor, and why we actually advocated for the high share of finance going to the people who incur the cost for protection, is because they deserve, it's their right. We might not have the exact value of what they are really, the cost they're incurring, but at least it's considerable. Look at the mineral sector. We understand it has been questionable over the years, what share the government actually gets from the mining sector, and is it really what we need? We can ask and debate on that. But I think the current regulation and the benefit sharing scheme is one of the few regulations that guarantee much of the money going to the people who incur costs for protection. There was a question on how much this carbon actually accounts for employment. So basically, as an investor, our only investment is through a mechanism of generating credits and accessing the finance that's out there and coming to the country. How this finance is used is entirely dependent on the people who actually own that finance. What we are there for is actually to advise on the best way to use that finance. And as you say, currently, at the start, there are a lot of gaps around social services, but we can say they won't be building schools for the next 10 years. Maybe after 3 years, we don't need more schools. There's a level where they'll be having enough finance to reinvest on other projects. But also, we are also looking at mechanism for direct income transfer to individual household. But this is, even though as a company we think it's positive, it's entirely subject to how the political situation looks at it, how the governance aspect looks at it, because we wouldn't be doing something that's going to provoke how the country operates. But we are always trying to look how this finance can trickle directly into people and communicate the role or the impact of them protecting up, having a standing tree in their spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is not our best ally. And now, I give Professor 2 minutes. And before you speak, Professor, I will give 1 minute to each discussant to reflect on what we have discussed, and if there is a final comment, please, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much for this maybe last opportunity. But I wanted to point out one issue that after 1 year of the implementation of these regulations and guidelines, we received a lot of comments, and we worked on them in a consultative manner with the stakeholders, including the project developers. And one area is on these fees and charges. One of the participants here asked about this 1%. The way it is set in the current regulation, it means that in each year you have to pay 1% of the expected annual revenue. But the revision put it this way, that you pay it once during the registration of the project, and it is based on the average annual revenues for the entire time of the project. So that is the clarification that is given to this 1%. And for your information, since this clarification was provided, we have now seen a lot of people paying this registration fee, application fee. Only these fees up to now we have collected almost $500,000 US. So you can imagine how big is this business. And the people are very happy about them now, the way they are. So when you come to see the revised revision, then you can see how the government have revised it, and not only on the fee structure, but also on the benefit sharing. Those benefit sharing, the part that is specified is 61%, 31% and the like, it is now concerned only RED Plus projects and not other types of projects. The benefit sharing scheme for other projects will be negotiable between the managing authority, the proponent, and the authority. So at the end of the day, they will discuss and come up with a very good arrangement on benefit sharing arrangement. Maybe my colleague here can also explain some other elements that we expect have changed. Dr. Manika, please, with the authorization from the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Just to add on, the current regulation that is in the website now, we have improved it very significantly, particularly with the focus on elaborating on Article 6 issues, because in the former regulations they were not very elaborate. We have included the issue of transfer of carbon credit under Article 6.2. If the investor comes to invest in Tanzania, he can be, the procedures on how the credit can be transferred is well elaborated, and also the procedures on how credit generated for the purpose of accounting for national determined contribution has been well explained as well. So in this regard, I would call all the potential investors to come to Tanzania and also encourage fellow Tanzanians to venture into this business. It's broader than forestry. If currently, maybe the focus seems to be on forestry, but it's broader. Even within your homestead, your housing, the roof that you are putting on can be turned into carbon credit. Even the hotel like this, every aspect in the energy management, in the transport, and whatever you do, there is huge potential for carbon credit. So please lead and go through the regulations. I know you might not be an expert in this. Use the experts to make sure that you harness and exploit that potential. What matters for the community, especially, is the amount of dollar that goes trickle down to them to change their livelihood. So please welcome to Tanzania, potential investors, and the Tanzanians, please utilize these opportunities to ensure that we contribute towards reducing emission at a global level. Thank you very much.
Dr. John, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, this is the opportunity that we needed to take off. And let's not leave it, go at it with different assumptions at the local level, but for investors who are coming. I know we are here, I may call within the regulations, we are the managing authorities. Because I know outside, people here, they have a different projects, whether on forest or other related highlighted projects. So let's go to the regulation and the guideline before, because I know some investors, they are coming in and they are just setting their own standard they wish to operate. So without jeopardizing the resource you have, let's go to the guideline and the managing authorities so that we get the benefits out of it. The second issue is on the education. One of the colleagues asked how the local communities, they get aware of this. So having this kind of discussions, let's transfer this kind of information to the local communities. I know they have the different areas that they manage. For example, about 45% of the forest in Tanzania is under the local communities, including the village land area. So let's transfer this so that they benefit from what they are surrounding to this community. Thank you.
Mr. Azaria, 1 minute.
All right, thank you. I would like to conclude my talk, probably not the session, focusing back on what has actually put us here for the past 2 days. It's all about climate change. And I think the carbon credit space actually provides a potential for how we can deal with the challenges or come up with a mechanism to combat climate change. This is only a financial mechanism that exists. Now, despite it being new and highly questioned, we can debate as much as we want. But bottom line, climate change will not wait for us to agree on the best methodology to deal with it for the next 10 years. It's happening now, it's existing now. We just have to be aggressive enough to get any opportunity that we believe can respond to the factors contributing to climate change. And I think carbon credits and the carbon market itself is a potential for financing, and plus all other financial opportunities. Even though it is highly questionable, again, as I say, climate change will not wait for us to have one solution. We need to combat climate change in different ways, in different mechanisms that are out there and can be functional. Thank you.
Thank you, Azaria. During this session, we have looked at the evolution of the carbon credit, carbon trade, and then we have looked at how it has evolved, the opportunities, the enabling environment, that is the regulations and guidelines, and also the benefit sharing, and the potential the business has. And we have also had the invitation that the market is available, so we are all invited to participate in the business. And now, as we are coming to the end of our session, I would like to thank the key speaker, Professor Zahab, for a very good presentation and contribution. And thank you, Dr. Manyika, for your contribution. And Dr. John and Azaria, you have done justice to the session. And also the floor, you have asked very good questions. I hope you got a response to your questions. And if you are not satisfied, then outside after this session, you can get in touch to the panelists and discuss with them. And I would ask you to join me, give a hand of applause to our key speaker and the discussant. Thank you. Now we have come to the end of the session.
Hello. Can we all stand and stretch a bit? We have been sitting down for a long time. It's not very healthy. Just to stretch a bit. We have come to an end. IT, are we ready? So we have come to an end of our session today, and let's sit down, please. Thank you very much. The panel, which was discussing issues of carbon trade, you have really exhausted on the subject matter, and I hope that the people who are following have benefited a lot. I also gained a knowledge there that the land that is provided to the investors for carbon is still belongs to the government. My thinking was they also purchased the land. So, but that is something which it's knowledge. Okay, so Professor Aidan told us that we have a lot of universal declarations, but we lack universal implementation. And we need to come back to that and pause a little bit to think and reflect that how can we together implement in unison what we agree, and not just single entity or a group of people or just the government alone or the civil society sector alone, but all together as one, as a continent, as Africans. So we have conference resolutions in front of us. These are just a draft, what we have been able to capture through the 2 days of our ITAC 2023. And I'm going to take you through these resolutions, but in the thinking or in having back in mind that we are all going to implement them together. And we are going to share this via the summit point, but also your emails and your contact address. But the summit point will remain at least for the next 5 days. So you'll be able to access the conference materials throughout. So you'll be able to see the final version of the conference report and the resolutions. And we are also going to upload this in Wajibu's website. It's Wajibu, www.wajibu.or.tz, www.wajibu.or.tz. We are going to upload those. But if you're interested to read the previous ITAC, there are also conference reports in that website. So you see the conference report for 2021, 2022, and now 2023. And actions that we are working together with the government to actually push forward some of these agendas that are being communicated or conversed in these conferences. So at its 2023 session of ITAC held in Tanzania under the theme Strengthening Accountability for Climate Action, the International Transparency and Accountability Conference 2023 observed and adopted following resolutions as takeaway points for action. So we have 18 of them, but I would like to take you through the 6 summarized, and then the rest of these you can be able to read them via the uploaded at your opportune time. So if we can scroll down, if you can scroll down for me to the summary of the 6 resolutions, just go down, go down, go down until number 18, and then summary. Yes, there you go. So we are summarizing that harmonizing climate finance policies, equity and resilience framework, as well as effective regulations to address climate challenges. And this is with a view of the coordinating units that are working to address climate change issues in various countries. For instance, in Tanzania, we have several coordinating units, the Vice President's Office, the Prime Minister's Office on Disaster Responsiveness, the Minister of Finance, and Minister of Local Governments and Regional Administration. All these various coordinating units, how are these talking to one another in terms of harmonizing the efforts towards mitigation and adaptation of climate change effects? These are issues that needs to be also looked into. Establishing and implementing climate financial flow monitoring system, and also enhancing an effective transparent climate financing system through reporting and monitoring mechanism. And this is an area which we need the role of the Auditor General to be able to assist in terms of providing audits of the financial flows that are geared towards climate issues, so that we can see the accountability and transparency of that and be able to track. So that is in relation also with what is being done on the ground. What are the losses that we're minimizing in terms of this, and what are these financial flows actually impacting in terms of addressing the impacts or effects of climate change. Number 3 is guiding climate actions with ethical principles, including justice, solidarity, and a sense of responsibility for environment, also opting for an ecological convention, example, birthday tree planting to become tree planters and to create life to other creatures. And this is a call to action for all of us to go into adopting the conservation type of mentality in our organizations, but also having that concern for climate in terms of, working on ecological issues. And this was raised, I think, from very strongly from one of the presentations made. Number 4 is calling for governments and public entities to effectively engage the private sector in climate adaptation efforts through policies, regulations, and strategic investments in key sectors. And this is a concern to all of us, especially the public entities, to effectively engage the private sector using the PPP models to address climate change issues. We have PPP policies, but how are they effective in terms of addressing climate change issues? And that is the key aspect that we are calling for here in terms of the engagement between public and private sector. But also having conducive environment for private sector to operate in terms of promoting climate effective businesses. Number 5 is needing to assess the responsiveness of disaster management programs and preparedness for national calamities, and also adopting climate risk insurance that provide financial protection against natural disasters and climate-related risks. How can we develop our insurance programs towards addressing climate effects? Number 6, enhancing further capacity. If you could raise it a bit. Enhancing further capacity building initiatives, allocation of gender responsive climate funds and engagement opportunity for women, youth, and persons with disabilities in climate change policies. Example, an access to labor saving technologies which attract these groups to participate in climate initiatives. What are the innovative mechanisms that we can use to engage women and youth in addressing climate issues, but also attracting funds towards gender responsive projects and addressing youth concerns when it comes to climate issues. So this is an issue of capacity building, but also empowerment issue towards those groups. So those are the areas that, in summarizing the 18 areas that we have managed to address, we have summed them up into 6 in order to have a direction of what we have been discussing and what we can do together. You can see we've touched from different angles and areas as we were discussing. So, in conclusion, multi-stakeholder collaboration across the region is essential to avoid working in silos, as all countries face almost similar adverse effects of climate change. Now, that is the summary of the 6 resolutions. So if you agree with them, we will develop those and put a framework of short, mid, and long-term implementation framework, and we'll be able to, and the responsible, and then we'll be able to share those with you for implementation in terms of the medium-term, short-term, medium-term, and long-term implementation. So, Nawahoji, oh, sorry, I'm asking you. For those who are not Swahili speakers, Nawahoji means I'm asking you. Are we in agreement? Those who are in agreement, they say yes. Those who are not in agreement, they say no. It's a simple process. I'm hoping to hear. Those in agreement? Yes. Those who are not in agreement? Okay, those who are in agreement have won. Clap your hands for yourselves. Okay, don't worry, there will be a room for improvement as we share them with you. So the first round is to see if we are in agreement, and then we'll share them with you for improvement and fine-tuning so that we can be clear on what we are trying to address. Thank you very much, and I'm happy that you're all in agreement. My work is easy now. Please, we are now proceeding, so we can drop that as subject for improvement and sharing to the stakeholders. We have now come to the end of our ITAC 2023, and we have one item left, rather two. One is the monkey survey. Please, those who have filled post assessment, please can you raise your hand? Post assessment, those who have filled post assessment. Okay, those who have not, please give us that information. We need it. The link is in your Summit Point, and if we are not be able to access Summit Point, please, can we have the scanners? Please, can you move forward with, I think they're on the table, right? The QR codes, they're all in the tables. Yeah, we can scan them and access the form, the post-assessment form. Please fill it, we need it. We have tea on my left-hand side ready for you. So once we conclude this meeting, we will all go for tea or coffee. Having said that, I would like to thank every one of you for being patient until this time, for asking questions, for contributing, for presenting, for conversing, and all those. You've made ITAC 2023 a great conference once again, and we really, really thank you very much. Clap a big hands for yourself for that. To the moderators, speakers, panelists, rapporteurs, the IT team, the Summit Point guys, thank you very much. You made this a great job. Thank you. Let's give it up for them, please. So, we want you to interact with Wajibu Institute of Public Accountability. So you can visit our website, you can write to us, you can email us. Let's have this conversation going, and let's interact more so that we can achieve bigger and better goals. So please, Wajibu is located in Dar es Salaam. Those are our Twitter spaces and Instagram. We are in Dar es Salaam at Mikocheni. Please, whenever you come to Dar es Salaam, you are free, you are welcome to freely visit our offices. and we can continue with this conversation and improve our work together. So we would love to network and we welcome you. I would like to take this opportunity because we have come to the end of this conference to thank our development partners who have really supported this conference. We really thank you and appreciate you very much, and let's keep working together. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank all the government officials who have been here with us from all different sectors, led by the Vice President's office. Let's give a huge clap for them, please. Thank you very much. I would like also to thank the faith-based organizations led by the Bishop and the Sheikh. Thank you very much for your presence, and we appreciate you very much. A big clap for them, please. Okay, so let me take this opportunity to welcome the Executive Director of Wajibu Institute of Public Accountability to give us the closing remarks. Thereafter, we'll go for tea and enjoy the Arusha city. Karibu sana, CPA Ludovick Utouh. Please clap your hands for him.
Yamani, good afternoon. I think it is proper. We started our conference with prayers. Let's end our conference with prayers. With that one, can I request Sheikh Saleh to please come and make a small prayer to thank God for the successful conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, Ya Jabal, Ya Mukaddam. We are again confronting you, asking to thank you. When we started, we asked you for your presence, for your blessings, to enable us finish this meeting well. We are here standing again asking you to thank you. We thank you for your blessings, for your guidance, and for your protection. I am obediently thanking you, Allah, for your favor on this audience. May I ask again for your blessings for those traveling in and outside Tanzania. Keep them safe. May I ask for your blessings for those remaining in Arusha and around. May I ask for the favor of the students and others. Sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ala ali ala Muhammad. Amin. Thank you.
With that one, can I also request Reverend Professor Msafiri to come and give us
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty God, the creator of the universe, you created us in your own image and likeness, as we read in the Holy Bible, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And you gave us a stewardship role to take care of the earth, to be co-creators, to be guidance, to give guidance to resources and to the entire world. We thank you for these gifts, which we don't deserve. We ask you to send the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit, so that as we conclude our ITAC 2023 conference, we may go back with new vigor, with new hope, to transform and move forward this very timely and relevant agenda of making the world a better place. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
So, as expressed by our religious leaders, I would like to thank the Almighty God for enabling us to come to the conclusion of the ITAC 2023 successfully. I would like to congratulate each one of you for taking part in the 3rd International Transparency and Accountability Conference. And I'm aware that this ITAC 2023 has been attended by more than 220 participants from across the African continent. As we conclude the ITAC conference 2023, I would like to appreciate the following office people. First is the Vice President Office of the United Republic of Tanzania, with which we co-organized this conference. Second, the Honorable Hamadi Chande, Member of Parliament, Deputy Minister of Finance of the United Republic of Tanzania, who was our guest of honor yesterday. Her Excellency Ambassador of Sweden to Tanzania, Her Excellency Ambassador of Norway to Tanzania, His Excellency Ambassador of Switzerland to Tanzania, with whom we were with yesterday. Representatives of the diplomatic corps from the British High Commission, the United States of America, Sweden, Norway, and the Switzerland embassies. Government officials present, development partners, Chairman of Wajibu Board of Directors, all the conference presenters, panelists, and moderators. But specifically, I would really want us to acknowledge the very good job done by the overall conference moderator, Mr. Moses Kimaro, and for whom I would, he did a fantastic job. Asante sana, Moses. Members of the press, esteemed participants, with the greater emphasis to our foreign participants. Karibuni sana, our foreign participants. Ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the conference program, I'm sure we conclude this conference having gained more knowledge, resolved to improve our strategies on climate financing and promoting transparency and accountability in the climate finance flows. I would like to take this opportunity to specifically emphasize on the following key issues as takeaways from this year's ITAC conference. One, we have been told that climate change is a reality, it's not a myth, and that climate change affects us both. And from Tracy's presentation, we are told that climate change has got more adverse effect to the poor people as compared to the rich people. Second, there is pertinent need to establish the grassroots community-based climate change dialogues, conversations in finding out solutions, to bring on board the voices of rights holders in the discussions and decision, appreciating and incorporating indigenous knowledge, especially on agroecology and other local efforts in mitigating climate change. The carbon trading we saw, our last presentation, that one touches on people at the grassroots. It's good that that knowledge gets to them in order for us to stand a better chance of being successful in the efforts of mitigating the effects of climate change. Third, enhancing further capacity building and empowerment initiatives to the affected people on climate change effects. Avail them further engagement opportunities, especially women and youth, in climate change policies, such as how to assess labor-saving technologies, which will enable them to participate in climate action initiatives and innovations. Fourth, making a bold call for increased transparency and accountability in monitoring and reporting climate finance flows, but also making sure that those who largely contribute to global warming honor their funding commitments. In this, we have agreed that we are not begging them, but rather we are partners in improving the situation. Sixth, it is high time that guiding climate action goes with ethical principles. The secular world needs to collaborate more with faith-based organizations into working out the solutions for redressing causes of climate change. We are told by Reverend Professor, and Bishop Kisare, that these things, ethics, it goes also on the beliefs of people. And therefore, we have to combine that. Seventh, calling for a holistic approach in the fight against climate change effects, involving all stakeholders, governments, the public entities, to engage the private sector in climate adaptation and mitigation efforts through policies, regulations, and strategic investments, but also having stable collaborations and increase transparency and accountability on monitoring the fiscal risks, which we saw during Reverend Professor Msafiri's presentation this morning. And as we have seen, this can also be very much reinforced through proper auditing. So we are seeing the role of the Auditor Generals of our respective countries getting involved in this process. Ensuring a just transition, which considers livelihoods and well-beings of all groups in shifting towards a low-carbon economy. In this endeavor, the rights holders, especially local communities, are very crucial in holding duty bearers accountable for their decisions in the utilization of climate funds. Evaluating climate policies, strategies, and programs to identify gender disparities and gaps in a view of facilitating the development of gender-responsive climate solutions. Furthermore, adopting climate risk insurance that provides financial protection against natural disasters and climate-related risks. And lastly, advocating for domestic resource mobilization to tackle the challenges posed by climate change in supporting mitigation and adaptation efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, I put forward the need to reassess the responsiveness of disaster management programs and preparedness programs. In Tanzania, our meteorological department has issued a note that we might be subjected to a serious El Nino. Question is, after getting that information, Are we prepared for the possible outcomes of that El Nino? Or we shall wait for that to happen and then that start scrambling for the solutions? We are all witnesses of the losses of life and property through the natural calamities in Libya, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and many other parts of the world. Every human life lost is actually value, skills and talents lost. Therefore, it's our duty to take all necessary measures to protect human life and property at all costs. Wajibu, Institute of Public Accountability, being a think tank organization, will take up the resolutions arrived at and agreed in the conference, and in collaboration with other like-minded organizations, shall work out an advocacy paper to be submitted to the government for the implementation, possibly before our next 2024 ITAC. And in your monkey survey of today, we have requested you as our main stakeholders in this to give us indications of the theme of our next ITAC conference. Please give us your ideas. We will honor them. We will go through them, and we will, so that the ITAC becomes a participatory vehicle in enhancing our understanding and knowledge of high public interest issues, which is the domain of the Wajibu Institute. On the resolutions, ladies and gentlemen, as our overall moderator said, they will be shared with you. As you get them, please, we shall put a time frame for which to expect your response. Beyond it, we shall proceed, assuming that we will have no response. So please, once you get them, go through them, please, and if you think there is anything to improve, to modify, feel free to inform us. We will honor your contribution. And I would want to say that next year, around the same time, perhaps at the same place, we might be holding our fourth ITAC. On that, I would request you to be our ambassadors on the ITAC, on the forthcoming ITAC. And that's why we need your participation in the selection of the theme for next year. If we do that, then things will get better next year than it has been this year. I want to thank you all once again for your time, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in our next fourth ITAC 2024. With that, with those few remarks, it's my pleasure now to declare this International Transparency and Accountability Conference 2023 officially closed with the information that your participation certificates will be available at the registration desk. Please, as we go out, get your participation registration there. Thank you very much. God bless you. Let's meet next year, same time. Asanteni sana.
Okay, certificates for participation, don't leave them with us. Pick them at the registration table, please. As you go outside, take your certificate for participation and go for tea. Adios. Have a nice weekend.